Oh, Sakina, you look pretty.
Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind.
Unscramble minds. Unscramble minds.
Peace and love. This is Unscramble Minds, and I am the goddess Sister Freedom, known as Big Mama. That's ready for the world. That's me.
Uncle Maya.
Very deserving.
Uncle Maya, I am Sakina Ra, ready for ya.
Peace and blessings. I'm Gemini the goddess.
Peace and blessings. I'm daughter of the sea.
Sorry, you may have to unmute. Oh, sorry.
It's Friday, y'all. We made it to the weekend.
Yeah.
I'm Nisha.
And peace and love. I'm Dulcinea.
The troublemaker.
Right. We're talking about that. Why don't we start on that? How do you ladies feel that you're aiding and abetting me, y'all? Y'all done broke me out of jail. And now
I'm telling you, we wait for money to come back and bail her out.
y'all done hit me in the closet. Now they
like
can't arrest me.
grandma duty.
Jem, you gotta mute up. We hear the music or somebody. It sounds like a lot of back chat.
I'm sorry, that's me. I'm on grandma duty. Sorry.
Well, believe it, Chris MVP Harris. Believe it. But Sakino, how do you feel since you're being inducted into the pseudo killers? How are you?
Yay! I'm so excited for Sakina. I am so excited for Sakina. You go, girl.
Yeah, there is an echo. I don't know why.
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
Since you're inducted into the pseudo killers, how do you feel that they said that Unscramble Minds is abating? And I forgot what else he said to me. That you guys are helping me get out of jail.
Well,
he said we was helping him. Helping him do what?
Can somebody give a quick replay? Because maybe not everyone is aware of
right, because I wasn't there in the beginning.
So
So
can
I'm
somebody
not
just
sure about that part either. So
Yeah, I'll go ahead and play it. I'll pull it up.
okay.
Yeah, and Dots, I am. You do. There is some back sound because everyone knows that I'm with family tonight. So I'm just coming in here with y'all tonight to hang with them, hang with y'all, do what I do. So yeah, you do hear some background tonight, background noise. It's Friday. It's Friday for me.
You'll hear background noise.
Yes, it is what it is
It was
tonight.
an echo, but I don't hear the echo anymore.
Right. Exactly. But I'm just clarifying because you know how we do. You know how us do. Unscramble Minds with us, US in it. So we got to clarify and get it understand. It's just, because people say stuff including us, that sometimes may offend one another, but we don't mean to. It's just us being us. But I want to clarify early.
Y'all got that?
Didn't need the
Well,
clarification.
all right.
Not okay. But yeah, so go ahead, Dulcie, what you were saying?
Hold on, I was getting it up. Okay, so it was aiding and abetting pseudos, unscramble minds, scrambled, kick door policy. So let's go ahead.
Oh, you're not subscribed? Oh my God.
You haven't subscribed? What?
Oh.
Don't go
Oh.
there, yo, when I was there. They pseudo.
that?
But I've been killing Dulcinea for about 9 years. I killed her before she even came on the scene. She ain't even know it. You know what I mean? This is a good show. I'm gonna show you. We're gonna go back in the archives, right? Show you I've really been killing them forever.
Daggone
Tags off
shame.
here. Get the word pseudo off here. Let's see. But let's define this word here. Where we at? Do we got enough people to even start? Is it enough energy in the building? Nope. We ain't doing without 50. Y'all better call a friend. Somebody take some tea, right? On the panel to the guilt of someone who aids and abets, encourages, incites another person through the YouTube. I don't even forgot what the daggone thing was.
Dulcinea, I thought you was going to start off with some really important information, like telling people what pseudo means.
Really rushing like
Well,
the Russians.
let's just go in this part first, and then I'm gonna get into some stuff.
Be straight putting it in there, man. Hold on, let me get this for y'all real fast. Coming in like a Russian. All right, here we go. Let's define some words here, man. Aiding and abetting, yo.
And yeah,
they
we'll
definitely aiding and abetting over there. And if you aiding and abetting, it's a kick door policy. We kicking the door in because y'all aiding and abetting.
So this is the point
Aiding
I'm
and
going
abetting.
to ask.
Aiding and
Damn
abetting
shame.
is a legal
Damn
document related
shame.
to the guilt of someone who aids and abets, encourages, incites another person in the commission of a crime. What the hell is a crime?
Petty as hell.
Boy,
Oh my
another
God.
suicide. Yeah. Yeah, they committing pseudocide over there. It says it exists in a number of different countries. Man, yeah, it exists on Unscramble Minds. We follow the rules and regulations around here. Penal Code, Section 21. 21.
21.
That one. The Criminal Code provides that everyone is a party to an offense who, let's see, who actually commits it, that's Dulcinea, does or admits to do anything for the purpose of aiding any person to commit it. Yeah, they litting on the panel. Yeah, anybody litting on the panel is part of that. Abets any person in committing it by not correcting her in real time. That's right.
Wow.
We don't need to prove specific guilt, goddammit, but that's a penal code section 21. Yeah. A, B, C, and D. We find you guilty. That's why we doing this show. Got him, coach. Put me in the game. Man, we got a nice crowd, man. We have.
All right, great.
All right, so we'll go back to that, but then that was my question. I don't know, Sister Freedom, if you're back, but it will start with you. If not, okay, you're back. So how do you guys feel? How do you guys feel that he accused you guys of aiding and abetting?
He did, and it's go ahead. Freedom. I'm sorry. We're going in order, right?
Right.
Okay.
Well, I must say that I do not appreciate it. Aiding and abetting. And he gave the definition for what he thought was aiding and abetting. You're wrong. You're wrong. We're not aiding and abetting. We have open minds. We can think. We're not, as my sister Nisha would say, go along to get along. We're not that gang over here, okay? We got open minds, okay? So we speak what we feel, okay? That's just how that's going to go. But Dulcinea, let me ask you the first question, please.
Oh, no. That's not what you're going to do. That's part of your aiding and abetting. And so with that being said, it's now on me.
Are you serious? And it's my, okay.
No, you can't ask a question.
I can.
Questions.
I can't.
Well, wait, let's go around all the way first and then ask your question once it's back to you. Because right now, the rest of y'all are answering how you feel that he said that y'all are aiding and abetting.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. My fault, Miss Akina Ra.
Thank you. And
Let me clear my throat.
I would like to say thank you to the pseudo killers for that acknowledgement. And I was not guilty of aiding and abetting. And so the section 21.5 only applies to the Wonder Twins as far as I'm concerned. And so I was not aiding nor abetting. I betcha that aid was not me. So I would like to pass it to my pseudo sister, Gemini, and because it didn't apply to me. So I feel for those who it applied to, but it was not me. So I'll pass it on. Thank
you. Interesting. I'm kind of neutral, right? I can understand both sides for different reasons. Like, I don't have to necessarily take a stance because by the time all of the facts have been introduced, then I'll be able to broaden my understanding a little bit more and understand what all of this truly is. Then I'll decide from there as I get closer to, what it is. But right now, I'm neutral. It can go either way. It is both ways, actually.
You done, Jem? Or
I'm done. I'm done. For me, it's like say less with that.
Yeah, I think I did not get a chance to catch the whole live, so I don't want to like misspeak, I'm not surprised, I think I have to also remember and putting into context this is YouTube and entertainment factor comes in, so that whole aiding and abetting is cute. I thought that was cute. I'm not offended by it in any way, but what I will say is I think that
excuse me, Doc. Excuse me, I'm sorry, but could everybody just mute up while she talks, please? Thank y'all. Y'all so sweet.
So I'm not too sure. Okay, let me backtrack this up because y'all being really nice. I think, you know what? I think it's real clear Dulcie gets under their skin because she's, she and that's just what it is. She's not going anywhere, right? And she stands on it and she stands in it. And there's some things that I don't agree with in terms of like when we're talking about whatever we're talking about, right? I don't necessarily see eye to eye with Dulcie necessarily on many things. But what I love about her and what I respect is the fact that she stands on her square. And I like dealing with people who stand on their square because then I know how to deal with you. That's what that's about. So I say kudos to you, Dulcie, and keep on getting in these niggas' asses. Keep on getting them upset. Keep on doing it. And I'm going to be right there rooting you on, right, wrong, or indifferent, because I think that it's no one's responsibility. I didn't birth Dulcinea, neither did anybody else on this panel for that matter. And I understand she may feel like she's a thorn into folks' side because y'all want her to be quiet or whatever, but she's not. And it is what it is. So until I see more, hear more, then I'm interested, because if we listing charges, if we want to start listing penal codes and listing charges, with some of what I've been hearing and some of these actions that I've been seeing by some of my brethren, we can do that too. So I say keep giving them that work, though. See, right, wrong, or indifferent. Keep giving them a headache. Be a thorn in their side, but stand on your square. And the only thing I would say though is don't get locked into. I think it's dangerous for any of us to get locked into a certain paradigm or shift. So if the point of the conversation and the point of a debate is knowledge or what have you, I think that it's a very big deal or a very big thing of the person to be like, you know what? I'm starting to think differently about this topic. That's okay too, right? Because oftentimes we get stuck in a paradigm. And because we want to be stuck in a paradigm and be right, even if the information is coming and it seems like it's in direct contradiction, if this is all about knowledge, or if this is all about sort of like advancing whatever the conversation, then also we have to be willing to, I guess, like evolve in our thinking, so to speak, quote unquote. Niche is on you, girl.
Ooh, we done got charged.
Well said. Well said.
We done got charged for a crime. Boy, I tell you, did y'all feel those handcuffs?
That's my ass off.
Listen, they had my handcuffs in the front because my arm's short. So listen.
Yep.
Did we aid in the bed? Let me tell you something. This is our sister. You heard? Woo bop the bam.
Woo bop the bam.
This is our sister.
Real walkie-talkie.
Right.
God.
So guess what? If you call riding for your sis, if you call supporting your sis, if you call regardless, just supporting, just being there. You don't have to agree with everything. I mean, shit, look at us. We all be disagreeing about everything all the time. But we still with each other. We still support each other. So if you want to call aiding and abetting, supporting, guess what? I stand accused, goddamn.
Ooh.
I stand accused. It is what it is. And that's just what it is.
This man.
Come on through, Nisha. Come on through.
And I'm gonna put my little 2 cents at the end, and then y'all can go and ask your question next, Sister Freedom. But this is why, and I'm gonna be up front.
And look at
the
that.
And this is why I say he's deceptive, and I feel like he's fake, because he's seen our show, he's seen our channel, so he's accusing y'all of never coming against my information, and that would be coming from someone who's never seen our channel before. We don't actually go along to get along. No one just never goes against someone's information. So how is he going to fake like he's never been on this channel before to know that we go against each other? He has been. So really, what I take it as is aiding and abetting is even allowing me to have a voice. Aiding and abetting is allowing me to be on this platform, which if you aren't scared of my information, if you're not scared from me, then it's easy for me to just be debunked, be on the platform and just say, hey, this. But they don't even want me to speak. They wish that they could shut me down, but you can't. Go ahead, Sister Freedom.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I'm on grandma duty tonight, but I couldn't resist coming on tonight because we've been accused of being sisters. My first question is, can you please explain what pseudo means with the definition and what it means? Because somebody keep using the word like they understand it. And I don't think they do. So if you could pull it up and explain it, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Tell my friend I love him. Cut it out. Why do we always gotta go through this?
There it is. There it is.
Now, friend, you know she finna come after you. I'm here to protect you from the look, friend. I can't keep going.
Oh, let her read it, please, Kiki.
All right, pseudo. It's derogatory. It's an adjective. It means not genuine, spurious, or sham. And as a noun, it means a pretentious or insincere person.
Do you feel like anything you've done, you done out of just trying to go at people, just rude and purposely giving wrong information and things of that nature? Do you feel like you've ever done that?
We'll get into that too as far as pseudo, because I definitely want to bring up a pertinent example of that, of someone that went against the mainstream, so they would be considered pseudo, but people's master teachers actually vouched for them, and he was white, and it's people's master teacher that vouched for this white man that mainstream considered pseudo. So, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. But I would think that it's more so when not genuine. That's why I brought up the point before. I feel like the arguments are not really genuine from the other side, especially when it's coming at and saying, oh, you guys are just letting someone say something or anything like that, when we all have minds from ourselves. It just seems like they're just more pretentious and everything. Since it's information, why not argue the information? Why does it get to a point where I'm being called the B word and all this other stuff?
But I'm saying because you have a different mindset of the situation. Does that make you pseudo? Your opinion?
No, that's why I said I don't see it as pseudo. I see this.
No, I don't see it as pseudo either.
From the other side.
No, I'm not pseudo.
And I do want to say, Reggie, this isn't a gender thing. I don't think that being called a B is like, oh, you shouldn't be doing that to a woman. No, I'm saying as far as that it shouldn't be done with anyone that's presenting information. If it was so easy to debunk the information, your master teacher never called anyone a B. Your master teacher never called someone out of their name. Your master teacher stuck to the information.
That's right. Next question.
What did you want to go into, Sakina?
Oh, I'm talking to my friend right now because he owns something. But what was y'all talking about so I can break into that?
Oh man, you missed it.
Let me bring up his master teacher for 1 second. Let me bring up the master. Oh, Gemini, y'all go first, and then I'll bring up his master teacher.
Yeah, I'm like, if she don't like, let me go ahead of her. She don't, so I don't lose some of my point, because I lost some of it already. I'm like, well, damn, I was gonna say. Okay, but wait. Okay, so I wanted to say a lot of what you're saying is correct, because to be quite honest, we're going to talk about what the word pseudo is. And
no, not you, Reggie. Sorry that you're taking it as you or anything. We'll get to your information later. You're just talking about
who are you talking about? Me or
no? I'm saying him. He's saying that he's thinking that I'm saying that he called me a B, and we're talking strictly about Ankh right now. Brother Reggie.
Yeah, no, Reggie, we're not talking about you. Yeah,
Reggie, we're not talking about you yet. No, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, we're not talking about you. Right. So as it if we're going to use the word pseudo also, can mean, if we're going by definition, men who do not really care for the Black women in it like they say they do. It's either conditional or it's their way. Their way is conditional, right? Say it, like, if you don't do it exactly my way, then you are going against the grain. And so then therefore, right, that's the entrance or some sort of allowance to just attack the mess out of you, right? Until they don't even see you as what, Black no more, or part of the community no more, or what's the end goal, right? But in actuality, if they were for any of these things that they're saying, where it pertains or even remotely insinuates or it alludes to, or it's kind of sort of speaking about, is the protection of Black women, right? So if you're saying that you believe in science, does that include the protection of Black women? If you're sitting here saying, if you're claiming a nationality, does that include protection of Black women? A religion, does that include the protection of Black women? If you are Black and you're always hollering it every single day, then you would include Black women as a protection. you would say automatically, okay, I'm gonna get ready to protect this Black woman. I'm not gonna let none of y'all, right? The reason why we won't let y'all debate is because we want to protect you. That would sound a lot better. You would get a lot less of us trying to talk shit to you, right? And put you on blast all the goddamn time. Have a little decorum about what it is that you're really trying to do. If you out here representing any goddamn thing that you hollering about, hooping and hollering about, ready to call people out their names because they don't agree with you about some basic shit like information, something you can reteach and relearn. What are we fucking talking about? Like, what are we talking about?
Come on, Gemini.
Make it make sense.
Come on, Gemini.
You know, so I'm gonna need the whole community, our community, to do better.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna need us to do better, and I'm gonna need us to be more inclusive instead of exclusive. Some of the best motherfuckers you will meet, some of the best people you will meet, real people you will meet, is people you underestimating because you want them to fit some sort of mold. Absolutely. This is that whole. If we're talking about a conscious community as a collective, then we'll never fit shit you talking about. Each and every last one of us is unique. That makes up the collective.
Yeah.
I'm done. Just saying.
Amen, girl. Amen. Yep.
No.
Cheers. Kiki, you got it. Sakina, you got it.
Well, listen, I just want to say, right, because I like I told Dulcinea earlier, or, you know, I rock with her hard because she knows what she knows and she stands it. And we know that, right? But I don't like saying but, you know, I just expect her to land, right? Because I understand science and I don't understand science. So when she knows what she knows, and then her opponent, her debater, knows what they know, I'm not understanding the ground on which way they fall. So competition is real, right? And so the debate is real, right? So the stance is real. So I don't understand the stance. You see what I'm saying? So for me, she knows what she knows, but what stance do you take is what I don't know. She's a great debater, but the stance is not there for me. So therefore, I got her back, regardless because of the basis, but the stance, I need to have that bottom line, and y'all know me. And because of that, I don't know where she's at. All right.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
You get it, but okay.
Well, you don't have to get it because
I mean, I know this
because it ain't nothing to get. Because I don't.
I was funny. I'm trying to get a profit, girl. I'm trying to hang with y'all for at least an hour before I hang up permanently with y'all ass tonight.
She said you don't gotta get it. She said you
right. I don't give it.
Do not spend the next 28 minutes fighting.
I wasn't even talking about you, Sakina.
Don't be wasting my Friday. Make it count. Make it count.
I have a question. Where Dulcinea go? She just dropped off. Because my question would be, well, you ladies, y'all, tell me what y'all think about this. My question would be, and this, and even to my cousins in the chat, I want to know who are the gatekeepers of information. Who are the gatekeepers,
my mom,
of this information?
Well, I'm gonna rock with my friend because my friend knows. My friend Reggie knows. You know, Entepi knows. Right? Dr. Jabari knows. Reggie knows.
But Sakina, why should there be a gatekeeper to information? Why should there be one?
Not to say it's a gatekeeper, but even a gatekeeper knows what they're storing. Why are they the gatekeepers? Even the gatekeepers of Buckingham Palace.
She's saying who gets to choose
Right.
Their information is correct, or her information is correct. How they going by somebody else's information?
So what they're doing is protecting the information, and in order to protect,
confused now. I am confused.
Let me explain. If I explain it without getting cut off, then maybe you could understand.
Right here, then.
All right, let me explain.
I thought we was all here for Dulcinea, not them.
Well, she ain't here, so we can't be here for her when she ain't here. How do you protect somebody when they ain't here to protect?
Where's she go at?
Right. This is why we have these problems, right? In order to protect information, right? Like in the library, in order to protect it and secure it, you got to know what's there. And a lot of librarians read. A lot of librarians know. From the catalog to the monologue to where they're at, they even have the information on some of the books. They'll even tell you about some of them because they read them. They're not just glad to be here like a lot of us just glad to be here. Don't even know the state they live in, don't know the capital of the state. They don't know nothing about the state they live in. They can't tell you where nothing's at other than some food, how to get to work, how to get home, right? And that's it. They can't tell you nothing wonderful about that state. Not a thing. Not nothing. You tell them to show you something wonderful, they'll tell you about a club, tell you about a grocery store, tell you about a mall, and that's it. Ask them about
Can you explain what you meant by that question, Dots, please?
Yeah,
that was what you meant.
Yeah, no, it was a real. I wish Dulcinea was up here because I did.
I'm calling now to find out what happened.
Where she dropped off to, but the reason why I was asking, right, is because I think sometimes there's a slippery slope, and when I think about history and stuff, and when I'm saying who are the gatekeepers of information, it's more of a rhetorical question, right? Because I feel like on one hand, when at times when we elevate people or when we are bestowing upon them a title, right, we have to make sure that they earned it. Let's start there. We need to make sure that whatever title we're bestowing upon them, whatever community they are served, that they earn that title. But what I am finding out and what I am seeing, unfortunately, is that we have a couple of people who think they're the gatekeepers of information, and feeling as though they have control and authority over who can say what, how they say it, when they say it. And, I just find it very interesting because with power, we know a lot of people can be corrupted. With power, that's a heavy responsibility. And if I'm bestowing upon you, if I'm coming to you and I'm saying, you know what, I'm going to humble myself and I want to be in your presence and your energy, and I want to learn whatever it is that you got to give me, because for whatever reason I resonate to you, right? Oftentimes that's a one-way street between the teacher and the student versus it being the student and the teacher. It should be always reciprocal. And to be quite honest, I'm sorry. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, I can't list off a handful of names of who I would think would be the gatekeepers of information, because I still have questions, right? I still have questions. And to be quite honest, I think that in the past 10 years, I've seen more people call themselves master teacher. I've seen more people take jack titles that they have put no work into, not on YouTube, but in real life. And then when you get poked just a little bit, you want to complain and cry like a baby? Wow, wow, woohoo. So again, I say, who are the gatekeepers of information? Who's the gatekeepers of knowledge? And who voted that you are the person that's going to determine that? So that's my question. Because with me, you don't just get titles. You don't just get, you gotta earn that shit. Because if I'm humbling myself before you, that's some real powerful interaction. Do you understand? Because that's the energy that I carry within my being. And I'm at a point where I'd be damned if I look up to another man on 2 feet knowing just how corrupt and foul and disgusting some of their behaviors can be. Period. And I've also seen too many brothers come over here, and I know I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. They come over here to UnScramble Minds, and they want to be babied. They come over here, and they want to start warring with other people in the chat, or they want to come on our panel, and they want to call out people who they feel they have a problem with, right? And we have always been very, very accepting and respectful, and we try to keep that shit going. But then when they feel like we're getting too spicy, when they feel like we're, like a couple of days ago on our last live, all of a sudden they're high and mighty, and it's all about, oh, why are we doing this? This is bad, sisters. Get what? Who are you checking? Who are y'all checking?
Come on.
Have y'all checked yourself? And who gave you the power to think you could check me? You gotta earn that. Because I'm real solid. So if you have the opportunity to check dots, that means I really, 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 really see something in you that I could fuck with. But you gotta earn that. So like I said, keep putting that foot in that ass, Dulcinea. And I don't agree with you on many things in terms of this information. But I'm gonna say it again, at least you stand on it. And no one, I didn't even see that live, but I'm listening to y'all. I'm hoping that no one's called you a bitch over information. And if in fact, we're bestowing honors and titles, and if in fact we're saying that Ankh is a gatekeeper, or that he's worthy of such a fucking title, and he can get so triggered as to call a female out her name, again I say, you're gonna have to earn that. Get in that ass, Dulcinea. I'll land the plane there, and I meant everything I said. Y'all niggas are out of order.
I do declare.
Out of order. And then going to be on your high and mighty horse coming over here trying to check somebody. Talking about why y'all always this is not becoming of y'all. Y'all need to stop warring, right? But we took it. Several times, I know I apologize for our Freedom did. We all did. We took it. We swallowed that piece of humble pie because we understand the greater purpose, and we're not on here. And let me also just say, last time I checked, Freedom, Sakina, Gemini, Nisha, Dulcie have never come on here. Dots have never come on here proclaiming that we are a teacher, that we are a scientist, that we are an expert in any field. You know what we do? We talk our shit over here is what we do. And how we give it up is how we give it up. Now, who gonna check us?
So,
and if you can't check us, then keep it moving. But what you won't do is play on this person's time. And what you won't do, you're gonna have to earn it. That's out of order. That shit really just irritated me. And I didn't even see it a lot, but the mere fact that even happened, come on.
Well, listen. It's crazy. I mean, the gatekeeper. I mean, what? This YouTube. Like, where y'all think we at for real? Like, this YouTube, are y'all serious? Listen. This is for entertainment purposes. You could get some knowledge too. But a gatekeeper of information, you cannot. That's impossible. Nobody can be. It's not even realistic. All this free information I hear, and nobody own that. It's not chill. Get it.
Somebody own it.
Ain't nobody own all it. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying. Listen, man, it's crazy because we argue, we fight, we call people things that is really unnecessary over this information. We get in our feelings. Some of y'all go to bed mad about what happened on YouTube. I don't understand. Like, this YouTube. I sleep good every night. Cause you know
Every night?
every night.
Okay.
And
Every night?
All I want for my people is
Good rest.
for them to better themselves however they see fit. Whatever floats your boat. But don't get so caught up in this that you lose yourself. Don't be sitting on this shit all day, all night, and not accomplishing nothing. Come on, you still got to live. So I listen at it. I'm a part of it. Entertainment, education. But guess what? I still got other shit to do. Real talk. So why not just go to bed feeling good, not really stressing about too much, just doing what you need to do to survive and to also be happy. Let's be happy. Y'all know what that peace feel like? For real? Y'all know how that really feel to be at peace? That shit feels so good. Because you know why half of the time? I don't give a fuck about a lot of shit. I'm done.
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming.
Right. And there's a couple of comments that are like a perfect segue. So first I want to address this one because all information should be challenged. Information has to be challenged with information. So they use the perfect word, which is gatekeepers. So gatekeepers can't challenge information. Gatekeepers can only be in their mind. They're religious. It's pretty much a religion once you're a gatekeeper because it isn't about the information anymore. It's about what you believe. So it's not about what you know. But when it comes to information, you have to challenge information with information. That's it. And that's why I didn't want Brother Reggie to feel like we were talking about him just yet, because I was going to say that when we do address Brother Reggie, that I respect him for making a PowerPoint and keeping it about information. Even though I don't agree with everything he said, and I'm going to combat his information with information. But I can't combat Unc with information because his is so emotional. His is so gatekeeper-like. So Don Kell put this: the out of Africa theory is an indispensable fact. Primitive humans can only survive in subtropical climate. African is the only place that can provide perfect climate for primitive humans. So let's go into that point as far as that, yes, that they're talking about primitive humans. So what I was alluding to before is the Great Debate. And if you guys know anything about the Great Debate, you'll know that they get the quote of I don't talk to my I can't debate my people that are lesser or not my equals. I can only teach them. So we always do that quote and everything like that. Well, if you know the basis of the Great Debate, you would know that it was based on this book, Black Athena. Black Athena was about the Afro-Asiatic roots of classical civilization by Martin Brunell. So this, which is white, this is a white man. Because that's an important part that Unc was addressing. Oh, respecting white people, blah, 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 blah. Like, it's about what color you are, not about the information. So let me go ahead and submit Mary Lefkowski's book. And I could be saying that wrong. I don't know. These white people got some weird names sometimes. So, but Mary Lefkowski had a book in response. It was a peer review. Not Out of Africa, How Afrocentrism Became the Excuse to Teach Myth as History. Now, when you hear Not Out of Africa, your first thought is going to be like she was talking about a book saying that people are not out of Africa. That's not what this book is about. She believes that people originate from Africa, but she believes those people are primitive. And when he said the origins of Greek society was coming out of Egypt, she said, no, Greek society is not out of Africa. Greek society is the first civilized society that gave information to the world. They taught the world the alphabet. They taught the world math. They taught the world blase, blase, blah. And he was saying they didn't get it from Africa. That was straight out of Greek. Now, I want to put a segue in it, that this woman had never been to Egypt. She had only been to Europe, but she did peer review this book and made historians sided with her. And the mainstream historians said that Martin Brunell was pseudo. So John Henrik Clark came to back up Martin Brunell, the pseudo one, the one that they said didn't have accurate peer reviews or would only use pseudo peer reviews that would agree with his information because his information isn't mainstream. So we got to stop acting like, oh, you have to agree with mainstream people, because some of the greatest things that we all know and love is based on that people that we loved did not agree with mainstream people. They didn't agree with what the mainstream people were saying, and they challenged it. Then they challenged it with other people that didn't agree with mainstream people. So it doesn't make it pseudo because someone got with someone who agreed with them. So all what you're arguing against, then start with John Henrik Clark. And now you can go ahead, Sister Freedom.
But why you saying John Henrik Clark like that? Why you say this name?
Because if they want to say that someone has to go with mainstream information, then start with John Henrik Clark, because he never did.
Neither did Dr. Ben. Neither did quite a few of them. You know what I mean? That we love and honor this day. You know what I'm saying? I guess everybody who went against the Bible was pseudo, because everybody who believed it, the person that said no, they don't. Wait a minute, I don't see that way. I guess they can call them pseudo too. See, because going Christian or Muslim or something like that would be mainstream. So if anybody went outside of that, I guess that because they have their opinion and an open mind to things, I guess they're pseudo too. That's what it seems like. Anybody that does not agree with them is pseudo. And that doesn't make any sense, because other people have thoughts and opinions on the same information. It doesn't have to be there. If you don't see it that way, you're the stupidest, dumbest person, because that's the names that were called if you don't agree with them. Instead of taking their time to see why you feel the way you feel about the situation. Because personally, I feel the same way you do. You know, especially about the out of Africa theory, about a whole bunch of things. And I'm not nowhere near no scientist. So everything I thought was genuine. So that's why I was asking questions. Not I don't even know how you could be pseudo asking a question. Doesn't make any sense to me. But this is the mindset that we're dealing with. So let me see. Why do you think that they're coming at you the way they are, Dulcinea?
Can I respond before we ask questions? Is this two-parted or no?
No, I don't know. I don't want you to keep doing that to me. No.
Why do you do that?
This is the second time you did that, though.
But you keep trying to answer, and then you want to answer.
I didn't answer anything.
You just what was that long thing you just did then? If that's not an answer,
I'm gonna wait till you get done to see if you do a long thing, because I'm gonna make sure I say look first, because I don't upset your pseudo killer self. You gonna let me get this out, pseudo killer?
Y'all want to do this Wonder Twin back and forth?
No, I just want to ask my question.
Okay, well go ahead and let me.
Wonder Twins. Activate.
Wonder
Go ahead and Wonder Twin activate.
Why do you truly believe that they're coming at you like that? Dulcie, you still there? But answer the question, Sakina. Why do you think they're coming at her like that? She must have had to take a JJ break.
Cause you. No, I'm just playing.
Because you Tauruses is something. That's
You
the second
sure is. It's some
she's
April Taurus.
on me tonight. That's the second time now.
For the May Taurus, they just gotta be running us over. That's what it is.
I'm April Taurus. I'm a 30.
Them April showers. They can't wait for these May flowers. Look how they act.
I think she took a JJ break. But I really seriously though, Sakina, it's not fair. Everybody can have an opinion. Everybody can have an opinion. And if it's not like Gemini said it the best, if it's not the same thing that somebody else, all of a sudden they pseudo. And it's a very negative statement to say about somebody. And we got these men that's supposed to be protecting us, and they putting us down instead of listening to why we feel the way that we feel about a certain thing. It's genuine. No one's doing stuff just to go against them. Nothing intentional.
My question is, just to be fair though, and this is strictly for you because Dulcinea not here.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you know what you know in your profession, right? Mm-hmm. And then somebody comes along and and I'm gonna use your Johnny come lately phrase,
mm-hmm.
right? And they know a little something.
They think they do.
Okay. And then they're gonna try to tell you about something that you know.
You think you know, but go ahead.
Exactly. Just like you saying it. And
mm-hmm.
then now they're gonna try to teach you or tell you about something that you know. This your field, this what you know. And here comes somebody, Johnny come lately, trying to tell you. How do you take that?
Well, I can understand that I would take it as somebody's got a different vision.
No, you wouldn't, Freedom.
Things differently. Yeah, absolutely. I will, but you just asked me a question. I'm trying to answer it the best way I can.
Be honest though.
I'm being very honest.
Okay.
I know you want. I know. Listen, mm-hmm. I'm being very honest. If you say no, Sister Freedom, we've had many conversations where you've said no. I don't see it like that. All I got to do is listen to how you see it. Okay. You obviously are seeing it a different way. That don't make you wrong though, and it don't make you right. You just explaining what you feel.
When I hear people tell you certain things, you don't take it that way. Just when they tell you certain things.
I don't got to be nasty and hate the person and call them names.
I'm not saying that you be nasty or hurting, but because of the way they tell you certain things right now and the way that you go back and forth with just that, you don't.
That's what happens.
Okay, but understand where I'm going with this. That's why I'm saying just being honest. I'm not saying that you're telling a story. What I'm saying is just being fair, right? That's not just being fair about it. We don't always take it the same way we give it, and that's being fair.
No, okay. Well, what I'm saying is it's fair to listen to their side, and it's fair to listen to another person's side too. Okay, you shouldn't be dogged and called names because you have a different side or a different mindset.
I understand that, but listen to me. One, I love Dulcinea, and I love all her spirit and all. I would never have told somebody to call me a bee because many people do. Unc was offended behind her calling him a scammer. To him, that was offensive. All right? Y'all don't understand that. So he was offended behind that. That man was offended. And so he wanted that to be taken back. You were already in heat about the whole heated conversation. I'm going to be fair. This is my sister all day long.
I never heard any of that. Remember, I was on the
exactly. So when that went down, and then all of a sudden, he never, I don't know if he was getting right. He said he did make the comment somewhere along the line. And then she said, well, it wouldn't matter to me. Many people call me B words, da, 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 da. And then he caught her. Right. And then after that, you said, that's not cool, whatever. And
I was never here, so that wasn't me.
Okay, well, I don't know how that went after that. But that was, you know what I'm saying? But the look on his face was priceless. I think he embarrassed himself. You see what I'm saying? But the whole thing was just fucked up. And Brass, who capping? Or am I just shouldn't be reading the chat? Because at the end of the day, that shouldn't have never happened. They always go back and forth and then they fall back in line, but they fall back apart. That whole incident right there for me should not have never happened. Right. And I have somebody in the chat that used to be my ex-boss, and she know how I operate. So that shouldn't have never happened. But at the end of the day, I'm just saying, because this is my sister and I rock with her, right? But far as this you know, aiding and abetting and all this other craziness, this is a bunch of craziness, you know, far as that, because the way that they go back and forth or whatever that is, that's here or there for me. You know what I'm saying? But that incident per se, right? That's where this stems from. And I'm not sure what the real truth behind that is, or whatever.
Lolita. Lolita said, actually, she said Asian behavior.
Asian behavior, but then she called it, yeah, that's what it was. And,
that's what she said.
Yeah, that's what I said. The agent.
Yeah, and so, and then after that, you got a little cocky and said, well, it don't matter. He said, well, if he got mad behind that, and then he said, that's like if I said, and he said, I didn't call you one, but if I said, you said, well, it don't matter, but people call me a bitch before that, you know how you get. And then he was like, well, okay, well, now I'll just call you a bitch. And you said, so what?
Yeah, because he was acting like an agent, and I stand by it. What an agent does, which he says an agent is a fireman for white people. That's not what an agent is. An agent is someone that is deliberately being deceptive for the people. So I've caught him so many times deliberately being deceptive. My locks aren't a wig. I don't wear eyelashes. I will, but I don't. Of how he says I've said that you don't listen to any white people. That's deception. I've never said that. I've never said you can't take white sources. So he's deceiving his people to say that I've said those things. He's deceiving his people to say, oh, well, she wants to go with this white person, but she calls other people racist and all this other stuff. And I've never said any of those things. So, I think they called me a scammer and an agent way before I called him one. But I said he's acting like one, because I asked him a question and he was like, I don't have to answer your questions or anything like that. And I said, you're acting like an agent right now, because just like people, and he brought up, oh, the respect I had for Mr. Jamie, I had respect for him because he respected me. I asked him questions. He didn't lie about those questions. He said everything as far as that I question. Other scientists have the same questions, which they try to act like, no, a scientist will never have those questions. So that's another thing that's deliberately deceptive to me. And then as far as with talking to him, like I said, he just said nothing that was disrespectful. It was all about the information. So Unc has been over here a few times. And the first time he called me 50 and was calling me a bitch or anything, he started it. And then my parents are from Jersey, and I'm going to say what I'm going to say too. So I don't mind him calling me a bitch. But I think as far as that, the fact that we're talking information and then you're the one that gets emotional about it, that something's wrong with that. And if it's not agent behavior, what is it? Because you should be able to just combat information with information. But the point of when you're getting contention back of your information, and then you want to go to ad hominem attacks, that's weird. It's weird, nonetheless.
Did Gemini get a chance to say something? Gemini? Okay. I don't know why anybody in the chat would act like they don't know the personality of Ankh, Brother Reggie, me, Dulcinea, and everybody on HOK who is most of the time in the panel, or all of us on UnScramble Minds. We all can get a bit damp, okay? But we should not make this a personal situation. We should not do that. If you feel as though that somebody's saying something that you feel as though that they're saying wrong, then the panel's always open for you to come in and talk about it. But to get nasty about it is another thing. Doesn't have to get done. So, Dulcinea, I'm asking you this question.
I do my makeup the same way I've always done it.
Huh?
If someone said your appearance got your eyesight changed, because I do my makeup the same. Well, what are you gonna say, Sister Freedom?
Okay, well, I'm gonna put what Juju just said up there about you playing victim.
Okay.
I don't think that Juju, I really don't think that Dulcinea plays victim. I think she just fights back. And sometimes things are said so much, and then a person gets the opportunity finally to say something back to you. I don't think that she's victim acting. I think that she just fighting back. She just saying stuff back. Because the nastiness comes all the time. We're not going to act like it doesn't. It comes all the time. When other people, other people say stuff too on their platforms as well.
Yeah, and I get it on HOK that people are going to name call. It doesn't bother me that he name calls. What I would say is, because I'm not playing the victim, I don't care that I said I don't care he called me a bitch, and I don't care that he called me a bitch. I'm saying is the fact that you would call me a bitch, then rather than sticking to the information, says more about you.
Why you keep doing that, there?
And then
I was going to say, what's up with Reggie? What's going on with Reggie?
I want to say really quick to Reggie, as far as it, we're not staying on Ankh for long. Ankh didn't give any information. You did. So I have actual sources for you that I'm going to present tonight, because you actually gave information, which that's why I said, I don't know if you left before or anything, but I said, I respect how you come about it. I respect every time that you came at me, even when Sister Freedom was like, no, don't do a show on her. And I was like, let him, that's fine. He could do a show, because you gave information. It wasn't information I agreed with, but you gave information. You stuck into the information. So I'm going to combat your information with sources.
And if you would like to say anything or come up, we always welcome y'all. Just like I
say, maybe we should, when we get to Reggie, we should drop the link or something.
Always open for you. Just like it's always open for you, Brother Reggie. We have no problem in you saying that something that we said was wrong, and we tried to come together.
But
and
I think we can be done with Ankh if any last words.
I mean, because we love Ankh. Don't get it twisted, chat. We don't have anything personal against. So
do you want to try? I think because Reggie's been in the comments heavy, and he's saying this. Maybe we should have done a separate show, and he's waiting to come up.
Well, yeah, I just dropped the link for him to come up if he does want to come up, and then I'm just getting
the link is dropped.
My email.
If you have anything that you would like to talk to Dulcinea, any of the Unscramble Mind girls, you are always welcome to come up. Everybody does not have to agree. Then agree to disagree and let everything, Hey, Miss Tiffany.
Okay, so Reggie, one of the main points that I hear you making a lot, and you made in the show, is me having to draw the same conclusion as my source. So I want to go ahead and introduce this, integrating sources into your research paper. I'll go ahead and show that. And then, hold on, let me go down to. So right here, all sources must relate. Let me put it. All sources must relate to your thesis or central argument, whether they are in agreement or not. It is a good idea to address all sides of the argument or thesis to make your stance stronger. So this is a main point I see that happens in this community. Oh, you need to know what the conclusion says. And if you don't exactly believe with their conclusion, you can't use them as a source. That's absolutely not true. You can use data and information. I know you said you want to always go first, read their introductory, then go into their conclusion to see if it related. But you don't have to actually use a source that is exactly saying what you're saying. I see they do that to other men in the community as well. Like, why would you use this source? Because it disagrees with your overall premise. But when you're explaining it and giving your thesis or your argument in the situation, you can say, hey, I'm presenting this because this information here, and here's what I think as far as my thesis. And your thesis does not have to be the author's conclusion. You can use a source that does not definitively agree with you. And I'll wait. And what all do you, and sorry, Reggie's here. So let's go ahead and let him respond to that first.
Let's all give him a warm welcoming.
Hey, Reggie.
Brother Reggie.
Are you okay? Are you okay? You've been just throwing tantrums and everything in the chat. What's going on, Reggie?
Yeah, I just think that if there's a thing called poison in the well. So if Dulcinea, and she's speaking now. Hello, everybody. Hello, Dulcinea.
Hey, Reg. Calmly, we can do this.
Okay, so if it was about information, then most of the show wasn't about information. That part. And then, yeah, that part. And so the well is being poisoned. So I had a lot to say about gatekeepers. I know who the gatekeepers are. Those are the oppressors. And Black Studies was formed roughly in the 70s to combat information that was wrong, that Europeans couldn't substantiate. Now Europeans they are changing their tune because of the amount of information that's available. And so you have the Metropolitan Museums have a leading exhibition called The African Origin of Civilization, that the African origin of civilization, and that's just one of the points. And then we have another exhibition in the Brooklyn Museum called The Green Sahara, the ancestors of Nubia and the Nile. We have the Oriental Institute of Chicago changing their complete name, right? And it costs millions of dollars, in fact, to do that and to reorganize their institution. And then we have some of the things that we might want to talk about today is the multi-regional origin of humanity. And my general point is in this is, so Dulcinea has made her way to be able to debate people, men in the House of Consciousness, women and men in the House of Consciousness. What we do is ultimately we do fact check information. My general point is that if you're going to put up some information, normally you agree with most of the information. If you don't agree with it, you tell us why you don't agree with the information and that part. And so if there are things in it that cause some issues of disagreement, in the article that you did, the article that you put up is from a Russian who wrote a paper first on problems with the out of Africa. And then that Russian wrote another paper talking about into Africa. And then his own academy in Russia pushed him out of the institution. And so those things are factors when it comes to having conversations. You could have brought up multiple multi-regional conversations, but you use that one source, and most of our people are not going to read sources. I just happen to know generally about them. Then you used another source from a blogger who was a math teacher who scurries the internet looking for topics, and she has a newsletter that she sells. So she regurgitates anything that comes up, and in that particular piece, she ended it talking about aliens, right? And it wasn't she. What she did is she just regurgitated a lot of things that was said for her vantage point. So if you want to talk about issues and problems with multi-regional, then you would say, well, this is a multi-regional origin conversation, and there are theories. What how do we look at those theories and who's involved? The Russian that we just talked about, he's been pushed out of his own academy, so he is pseudo for his own work, right? By his own academy, the Russian scientific community. I forgot the association. So I think our readers, because we are fragile, would like to know these things from the person who's bringing it up. Now, I agree, not in this particular setting, you didn't maybe have enough time. However, the article that you did put up is very problematic. So I talked about that in my conversation. Now, today you may have other evidence, but that's not why I did the video. The video I did was one is I found out later that you have a debate, and you should take this debate seriously, right? Because it's coming up soon. And so you shouldn't be in a situation with a debate. With a conversation, you can be. So in one sense, I'm actually helping you. And Dulcinea, I argue largely with men, right? I argue largely with men. I have a record of arguing with the best of what they say on the conscious community. I've talked to everybody: Walter Williams, Taj Tariq Bey, right? Dr. Ali, of all the people, Dr. Ali Muhammad, right? And I call him Dr. Ali Muhammad for my purposes, right? Is that he, even though we disagree, there has never ever been any name calling, and Taj Tariq Bey either, right? Really, Taj Tariq Bey, and largely the American Moorish Science Temple of America, from those groups of people. I do get into pit pats. Watch this, with all the other people, like on YouTube, right? I get into pit pats with Lord Abba. I get pit pats even with sometimes with the pseudo killers, right? I largely deal with men. With women, the only time I get a little triggered, and I got a little triggered when you went off on me with, you're supposed to be Dr. Reggie, Dr. Reggie. I'm not Dr. Reggie, but I think that we should argue our points. So with that, you did the first blow with that, but I didn't call you a name. I just said, I'm gonna just go back on the information. So if tonight, I don't know if tonight you want to talk about, anybody after a discussion or a rebut can pull up more information to your points. I will listen if you want to pull it up. I may need to examine it and read it thoroughly, but you can do that. But to have a show and talk about a person's response, a back and forth type of thing that led to something, and then to include me, I find that a little poison in the well. Now, the difference between me, I have an honors award in Black Studies. I got that in 1988. I spent 5 years working in a research center, the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture. My mentors, or the people that we talk about, Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Asa Hilliard, Jacob Carruthers, right? Dr. Riketi Amen, right? Professor Small, just to name just a few, but those are most of them are not all of them, but most of them are my classroom teachers. Dr. Clark, right? I'm I attended many of his classes in Hunter College when he was still teaching and he was blind, right? Dr. Leonard Jeffries, I spent most of my adult life with him, and all of the things that came around Dr. John Henry Clark. I've argued with Henry Louis Gates. I've argued with Cornel West. I've argued with a lot of notables. So now what I'm just trying to say is you can, if it'd be different if I disrespected you, I might have been hard, but everybody gets pushed a little bit. But please don't put me, I don't know why I am in this conversation. If you wanted to add more information, fine. But what did I do to you? What did I do to you for you to include me in a conversation about bad words between multiple people when I took words from you, right? And I took it at that point where we were talking about Timbuktu and you had other information and stuff. I took those and I took those words when we was talking to that elderly white woman, right? Where you was telling me she didn't say those things, and I know exactly what she said. And she got upset with me because I'm not a Biden person, right? And she was telling me and her 90-year-old self who I should vote for, right? As if Biden wasn't a vicious segregationist, right? So why is my name associated with this? If you want to talk about other information, I know there's several women here that I've spoken to over the phone, right? There's Sister Freedom I've spoken to, Sakina Ra, right? I've spoken to Gemini. I've spoken to, I haven't over the phone. I haven't had the pleasure of talking to Daughters of the Sea or Nisha, right? But in Dulcinea, I've talked to you over YouTube, mostly on educational purposes. But why am I, right? Is my name into something like this? I'm a professional person. Why is my name? Let's just talk
I'm
about
not
the.
gonna tell you. And your name wasn't really brought up like that on that part, though, Brother Reggie.
And I can't wait
Yeah,
to.
so I was gonna say too, and I apologize to anybody in the chat or you if you took it that way. Well, I would say the only reason you're brought up too is because you both did critiques in the same day, and we have a show that lasts long, and I didn't expect, to be talking about Unc too long because, like I said, I don't think he introduced a lot of information with his rebuttal. You did, so I wasn't saying that you said anything wrong with your rebuttal. I just wanted to talk about the information. Like I was going to go into that professor that you're talking about, Anatol Kolosky, and then talk about sources and different things like that. So
Right,
I
right. But
don't
that,
want you to be seeing it like I'm saying that you are anything like Unc. I don't believe you disrespected me or anything.
right. So I'm just saying that it would have been just better to just talk about the information. I could preview the information, right? It would have been a different thing. But the well is a little bit poisoned. The well is a little bit poisoned, and the information that you would have presented, I probably would have went over. I go over a lot of people's information, mostly men, bad information. I've debated with Muslims. I've debated with Christians. I've debated with um, atheists. I debated with everybody. Why, if you wanted this to be helpful, right? Then you would have said, okay, I would do a show on Unscrambled Minds disagreeing with Brother Reggie. But the problem with that, Dulcinea, is that the papers that you presented was what I was disagreeing with, not you per se, except for I know that you're a multi-regional person. I know Sister Freedom is a multi-regional origin person, right? And I can't prove it to you. I can just show you when we have a conversation what are the available sources. So with that said, do you think tonight, after all of this stuff talked about between two different men with two different personalities and two different issues, do you think that tonight, I think that people would be, first, I really think that you should work on that debate, right? So that you could prevail, right? So you dot your I's and cross your teeth. And then maybe after that, when you catch a breath, after all the stuff that happens after a debate, it's exhausting. Then you come back to it and you line up and then you share with the people, right, your agreements and disagreements on the information. That's about it. Now, sometimes titles and things get changed. But if you really want to be with these men debating, Sister Dulcinea, is a vicious game, and you don't have a handicap. You don't have a handicap. You're there yourself. So that means you have to only rely on your wit, your information, and how you present the information. So with that said, do you think tonight is a good, at 11:24 at night, is a good time to now go over real information?
I think you're a little confused of what we're gonna go over tonight. So, and I am working on the debate separately, but this is just a critique on both, and it was never to be like the critique of Ankh was going to be the same as the critique with you, but all we're going to address is the points. Like, for instance, the Dr. Anatole Colossi. I understand you have some disagreements with him, but I do not believe, as far as that, his credibility is shot. So we can actually go into his credentials. Even what you're saying as far as what happened in Russia happened before he was a professor at Harvard, and before he was the editor-in-chief in advances in anthropology. And he has at least 10 published works. And I'm familiar with you. I've read your published works. I don't know how many people have, but I have read your published works. So I would say, as far as that, like, when it came to you, we really weren't talking about, oh, Brother Reggie, he was this, he was that. I just wanted to show sources as far as with how to cite a source, how you can come up with a conclusion that's different than the source that you cite, as long as you're presenting and how you're presenting it, and then go into him to debate his credibility, because I don't believe his credibility is shot the way you guys are trying to make it seem.
Okay, so one is I got that. So are you still going to stand on? You're still going to stand on. You're still going to stand on him, even though you say you don't believe.
I don't agree with his conclusion, but I do agree with the into Africa, as far as when he's talking about the Europeans. They're not out of Africa; they would come into Africa. And then because the multi-regional and his discrepancies of what the problem is when it comes to out of Africa and the fossil research and different things like that for that paper, the majority of that paper I agree with.
Okay.
All right. Can I ask a question really fast? Because yesterday when I asked y'all who was the Europeans, everybody was stuck. Now we keep talking about the Europeans. When I said the Europeans, you're saying the Europeans who are we? The Europeans done so much. And now we talk about the Europeans in history, who are the Europeans? Now we talking about the Europeans again, and now here we go.
Who said something about the Europeans?
Dulcinea just said the Europeans.
Yeah. Well, and when I'm referring to Europeans right now, I want it to be clear. I'm referring to the assimilated group that is called Europeans today, which includes French, Russians.
That's what
I'm talking about today. The name that's used, European today, and who that applies to as of 2023.
Okay, but those are not the people that did that work. So we can't just use people.
No, Anatole did do that work. The paper that I'm addressing and why I'm saying that he's a European, he did do that work. He did write that paper. He's a PhD biochemist.
No, Reggie called him a Russian. You gonna call him a European? That meant Reggie called him a Russian. We're not gonna call him. No, this ain't that, y'all. Y'all moving goalposts and everything. Reggie said he was a Russian. because I want to ask Reggie before he leaves. Don't upchuck it, Reggie, because friend, I'm gonna need you to establish who these Russians were in 1770 and who they are today. Before,
Right.
okay, because now you calling these people Russians and then you want to call them Europeans. No, we're not gonna do that.
Mm.
Okay, now finish your
How much
conversation.
big deal is?
Now, it's a big deal. It's a real
Well,
big deal.
I do have to address this because
Go
we're
ahead,
addressing
your
his
conversation,
paper,
bro.
and even though the he is
No, I'm gonna be quiet. Go ahead.
Russians came from, and he used the term his sources on that I agree with him as far as for the majority of what he was stating in his premise. I just don't believe in the conclusion. But as far as to be like life originated from a singular point that was outside of Africa, no, I believe in multi-regional. So I don't agree with him on that premise, but I agree with his premise about Europeans migrating into Africa and not coming out of Africa, which he uses Europeans. He doesn't say Russians did it. He said Europeans did, Sakina.
I have a question, Reggie. One sec. I have a question for you, Reggie. Actually, because when you first started, you said you said this a few times. You said poisoning the well. You've already poisoned the well, right? And I want to stick on that. Can you give me some examples? Like, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, it meant that the first 45, 50 minutes was on with Brother Ankh, on the dispute between Brother Ankh and Dulcinea. And I'm not involved in that, but I know about it. I know that there were some words called. There was another issue about gatekeepers, right? Applying, and those gatekeepers seem to be kind of YouTube gatekeepers and things like on the platforms that we're on, right? These That's a term that you can use, but um, there are platforms and there are businesses and there's groups behind those, right? And some are very good science enthusiasts, and some of them are actually scientists, and they have rules that they follow within their particular platforms. And then there's Soneta's platform is that he just loves a good debate. He loves a good debate, right? So sometimes it's not about the subject. It's about how you wield the information to defend yourself or not. And so that's my brother Soneta, right? That's what he does on his channel. And I haven't been
Excuse me, brother Reggie. Dulcinea, check your text real quick, please. Sorry, brother Reggie.
So
I don't
so
have
so I
a
was
phone. Text it to. Can you text it to JB? Sorry, brother Reggie. Sorry to cut you off. I don't mean, but can you do that, Sister Freedom?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
So it's hoping that, so I'm just saying, if you want to address, if Dulcinea, not all of you, right? But if Dulcinea want to address the information, the critique that I had on that particular scholar, Plosopov, right? Then that is something that we could do without all of this minutia. Why? Because I'm involved in this. So I took the time out. I listened to what the conversation between Dulcinea and Jamie, right? And he said specifically, right? You have an out of Africa critique, right? The person that you was using has an out of Africa critique. He's not so sure that you both have the same out of Africa critique. And the out of Africa critique has to do with a lot with Y DNA and haplogroups. And then there are and so that is where that conversation is. And about the aliens and all that stuff, that was in the other source. And then I was going to talk about Albert Perry, but I only had 96 people on, and there was a bunch of other shows on. So I said, well, maybe we need to talk about Albert Perry at another point. So sister, what I was trying to say is that um, if you want to critique the information, and she can do that, I don't think that this show would have been the best show when you're talking about infighting, and then you have a video that said with a woman throwing a man, a white woman throwing a white man. That's not what we're doing. It's not a gender conversation. And I know that you would say, well, it's well, is it a gender conversation? Is it, ladies? Is it a gender conversation? Is it?
I would say no. As far as when it comes to that, I think it's just fun. I think people use different things. I think just like how we all gave the analysis, that we understand that we're all on YouTube. So with YouTube, there is a sense of entertainment purposes in it. So it was just a joke. I mean, like, it's just something that's catchy for people to bring over. Not to say anyone's a white woman, not to say anything like that, but there is this whole, oh, people coming at Dulcinea right now for the information. So
Okay.
that is like
Okay.
a little
Well,
wrestle.
so I
But
just
yeah,
wanted
as
to
far
say,
as you, I did just want to stick to, because what I was going to do is we were going to talk a little bit about the bias that comes in with the peer reviewing in the scientific community, and then go back into that, the re-examining the out of Africa theory.
Can I
okay.
ask Mother Reggie a question, Dulcinea, if you don't mind? Is
Yeah, of
you
course, anybody, y'all go. I was just trying to
okay?
make it.
Brother Reggie, can you explain to me what you feel like a pseudo is? Because I know you always go by keeping the definitions, but could you explain to me what you feel a pseudo is?
Yeah, pseudo means false, inaccurate, and a pseudo is a person that continuously distributes false information. And then there are other components to it.
Is that what the definition says? Because it says like intentionally giving wrong information.
That's what I said. I just didn't use the word intentionally.
Okay, but okay, but when you don't use that word, it kind of changes the whole narrative. And do you
No,
think that?
but I
Okay,
said that. I used other words to be descriptive without
mhm,
using the word intentional.
mhm. Well, we know that anything that I say is really coming from me. It's definitely not done intentionally, and I don't particularly agree with the mainstream information. Do you think that I'm being pseudo by, like you see me on side of the show disagreeing with things, or so asking questions about things that I don't really get
Well,
with
I
or
haven't
whatever?
ever called you pseudo.
No,
I
I'm
just
asking.
tried to stick to the
I never
information.
said you did.
Huh?
I never said you did. I'm not
Okay.
saying that you did. What I'm saying is I have been called pseudo. I've heard on Unc's channel where
That's
I've been called.
poisoning the well. That has nothing to do with me.
I'm asking a question. You gotta let me get the whole thing out. What I'm saying, I have been called pseudo, right? And do you find a person that's genuinely asking questions, genuinely feels like they don't agree with the information that's been bestowed upon the people, they have a different outlook on something, that person's pseudo, even though
I
it's not
am the pseudo general.
okay, but I'm
I'm,
asking.
I'm, I'm a sophisticated pseudo.
Okay,
I've been called. I've been called that.
but you don't
Now,
feel like you are, right? Because everything you're doing is genuine.
my whole thing is when a person calls me any of these particular words, I always just say I can be nice. I'm very nice to men and women, right? When a person calls me pseudo, I will go down to their grade school, to their GED, to any of their damn and any how can I say any education above, and I will go into your work history. So I'm very nice when someone, your mentors, the organizations that you were in, right? But you know what? I generally don't do that. What I will do is I put out a warning and I'll show all the articles written about me, or I added into. I will show where I'm in academia, where I am cited, right? I will show my institutional So I just give basically, I don't talk about you. I begin to talk about myself. So I'm the pseudo general. Okay, so if I'm the pseudo general and dangerous and a sophisticated pseudo, then guess what? Y'all have nothing to worry about because I'm the one with the biggest pseudo titles. But I don't deal with that like that. I just say, okay, you call me that. I might take a shot or two across the bow and I keep it moving because my ex-wife, who wasn't a PhD when I met her, right, who got her PhD, right, and my son who's in a PhD program, I have to argue in my household, in my external households, with people who are PhDs or PhD bounds. I laugh at somebody who calls me a pseudo because it's just, I am, it's not that serious to me. It's really not that serious to me, right? I worked in a research institution and I worked in a law firm for 16 and a half years. I fought a federal case, a state court, and I had an agreement. I've helped other people in legal cases. You call me a pseudo, I'm like, ha ha he he. Names will never hurt me. Sticks and stones will break your bones, but names will never hurt me.
And I know that's right.
Yeah. All right, on to the next. Let's speed it up a little bit, y'all. The energy, come on.
Okay.
Shake this off.
I was giving energy because
No, you was not.
Nice. I'm very nice.
No, you really wasn't. You really wasn't. And all that talking about, you pull degrees and grades and all of that shit. That was, you know how that sound? Like,
yeah,
really,
how does it sound?
It sounds really arrogant.
Arrogant is my life. Do you have it or don't you have it? Do you have it or don't you have it?
Okay, well, guess what? All of these conversations, this is real. Okay? It's Friday night. It's real. Okay? But all of these conversations that we have, all of this information that everybody got, if you're not actually doing something, then what are you doing?
Oh, I write.
So I'm not talking about you.
Articles.
I know. No. I'm not talking. Listen, I know your resume. Done heard it a million times, right? So I'm not necessarily talking about you. That's great.
Okay, if you're not talking about me, I'll just get off. Talk about somebody else.
But
That's what I'm saying. Poison in the well. If you're bringing
it's not. Stuff, but it's the same thing. So let's keep it moving. Because we done heard your resume, and no disrespect to you. Because I do respect you. But what I'm saying is we done heard your resume 1,000 times. And also, just because somebody disagree or maybe guess what? Sometimes people just don't know. And and so that's what we trying to do, right? Is learn. But if that's what hold on. I'm talking about you now. So when people so just listen at me. And for real, just understand what I'm saying. Everybody don't know everything. We are all learning. We are still, it should be a constant process as we go on. So even though you were bringing information, it's still with certain things that you were saying. Because I was on the show last night and I was listening. Mm-hmm. Now we are here to build each other up. Not constantly tear down and this, that, and the other. Guess what? Instead of doing that show, guess what? You could have got in contact with it and said this, that, and the other to her. Instead of doing that show like that.
I don't mind.
No. Hold on. I'm not. It ain't. You chill out. What I'm saying is, it's certain ways to go. If we trying to build our community, as everybody claims, then it's the way you go about. That's your sister.
Oh, you telling me I'm 58 years old? Are you 58 years old?
That's not the point.
Okay, you know
everybody that's 60. Guess what? It's 60-year-old bums on the street. Okay,
that's fine.
So, but what I'm saying is, it's the way to go about things. It's the way to go about things. You a 60-year-old man. Wait a minute. No, don't do that. It's a 60. If you're a 60-year-old man,
I will log off.
Come to a 35-year-old. Come to a 35-year-old like a father. Figure.
Don't tell me. Don't we on these YouTube streets, right? Dulcinea, she can take it.
That's
So-
not the point. But you
No,
a
it
man.
is the point.
And you an elder.
It
That's
is
the point. You are elder.
Right. So don't tell me as an elder, right, how I should proceed. Because I've had elders like Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark that was really rough. But you know what? I learned. If we're in a situation,
Everybody don't get it the same way, regardless if she do or not. It's still a way to be. It's just still. That's all I'm saying.
If you don't like the way I did, right, when I talked about the information, what didn't you like, Nisha? What didn't you like?
That's not. It's a way. Listen. Even with the information, and see, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes people don't listen to the full story. They say something, get triggered, and then lose it. What I'm telling you is, it's always a way to do things, especially if you're in a position that you are with your accolades and your resume. It's still sometimes it's a better way to do things.
Nisha,
that's all I'm saying.
If you was listening to me, right?
That's what I want to say. Did you hear the whole show, Nisha?
If you was
listening,
I was.
Everything.
I was on the whole show.
Did you hear him say, I hope she here tonight, so that if she is here, she can come on the panel, because I'd rather this be a lesson for her.
That was if you heard, I was there and I heard it. But it also, people say things, but don't say things. And I understand the things that was not said.
Oh, but if I didn't say it, you understand the things that I didn't say.
But I also understand, Reggie, how he say shit too. Hold up. I understand how he say shit too, right? And so when he was saying that, he said that longer before he even put up the damn video and started lecturing. He gave a whole spiel on talking about how he wanted to show her before the debate so she could utilize it in the debate and make it a learning thing for her before he even showed it. So did you honestly watch the whole thing?
Yeah, I watched it. And I saw what I saw. And just like perspectives, you saw it your way and I saw it mine.
Okay, so if you saw it that way, to be fair, because he didn't come at Dulcinea as hard as you coming at him. So are you being fair? Or are you in your feelings?
You know what? No. He didn't do anything to me, so it's not about me being.
I'm just saying, because you coming at him harder than he came at.
You know why? You know why? Because
she wants to. Because she wants to. Because she wants to. Because she
I don't.
Words out my mouth.
No, Reggie. No, Reggie. You don't have to. You don't have to do that.
No, because
everybody says.
No,
wait a minute.
Sister Freedom, you said because you want to.
Well, you're not letting me explain why I'm saying.
You said that.
No, I had to say it because you're not letting me say why I said it. You're not letting me.
Why? How are you going to tell
me to say
why I said it? Wait, let me pipe down. She said it. Now you're going to tell me how she said it?
Can I make a very important PSA real quick? Can we make sure we get those likes up in the building? Can we please get those likes up? Likes up, please.
Yes, there's 71 people watching. Get them up,
Thank
please.
you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
but
Reggie.
Let me say this, because it's all about me. But as far as, because it was addressing me, but I will say that Nisha does have a right, and I won't say she said it because she feel like she said it because she wanted to say it, but I'll say she felt that way. She felt that you could have came a different way. I don't necessarily agree or anything. Like I said, I have no problem. I understand this. I understand all what's going down and stuff like that. I want to stick to the information. Period. Okay. But like I when personalities on the show, and everybody has a right to say what they feel about a certain thing.
Fine, but you didn't have to do him like
that. I just wanted to finish myself.
I'm gonna say this.
No, you don't have to leave, Brother Reggie. You don't have to
tell me Don't tell me I have to leave because you told her that she has. What did you
I
say?
didn't tell her anything.
You said no.
You said, why are you talking? I mean, I'm sorry. Sakina said, why is she talking the way that she's talking to you? I said, because she wants to.
Okay.
Now you need
I
to
don't
allow
have to
me.
accept that.
Can you allow me
It's
to
not a bad
say?
relationship. So with that
Why
said,
didn't you just allow me to say what I meant?
Dulcinea, when you put up a show that you want to address that information,
Because you think I'm
I
being
will be
smart and I'm
happy to
not.
listen to you, right? Because see,
And I'll say
I
this
know
before
about
you
good
go,
relationships
Reggie.
and bad
But I'm
relationships.
not being smart with you, brother Reggie. Not at all. You just gotta let me explain. Just give it. Why you don't have to leave or nothing like that. I don't disrespect you, and you know that. All I'm saying is Nisha saying how she feel, how saying it like that. First of all, that's her personality. Okay, that's just her personality. And this is how she feels because not that she wants to get nasty with you, but if you notice it, brother Reggie, everybody, Chris, everybody has been coming for Dulcinea. You know, I love everybody, but I'm still going to say the truth. It just seems like everybody's been coming for Dulcinea. It just does. I know Nisha wasn't. That's Nisha's personality. It wasn't that she it's like attacking you. That's just how her personality is.
Well, when the person says to you, "We've heard your resume a million times," what am I going to do with that?
Okay, but Reggie,
When
seriously.
when I said, okay, when I'm talking about the information,
Brother Reggie.
I want to, yes.
Respectfully, sometimes the
Yes.
truth kind of hurts, and she was saying it as
I'm
a
not gonna say
response. You got to
that.
put that into context. I think you're taking it very personal, and that's fine. So let me just be very clear. I was the one initially who said, "Who are the gatekeepers?" That's
Yes,
what
you
the
did.
comment, kind of came from.
Yes,
This
you
is
did.
before this is when during the segment that we were addressing in reference to right? But the question was more rhetorical
Yes,
than
it
it
was.
was anything else, right?
Yes, it was.
And the reason why I was saying that about the gatekeepers is because I said, and it's interesting how this is playing out. I said, I'm noticing that people like jacking titles, people like bestowing honor to people
Yes.
that haven't earned it,
Mm-hmm.
right? And you were not even in my thought when I was saying that
Mm-hmm.
because you've earned it.
Mm-hmm.
You've earned it. But
Mm-hmm.
with that comes responsibility, and with of being an elder also comes with feedback. So humble yourself in the sense of your younger sister or your younger daughter, or however you see her, right? She's expressing herself to you. And if she's not that's how she communicates, that's how she gives it up, right? But it's coming from a place of love. So if again I say, who are the gatekeepers of this? Who decides when someone's out of order? Who decides when someone doesn't know what they're talking about? Who decides who's worthy or not? I'm still trying to figure that out.
Well, I think that we can have a conversation about that. And I just said that's why the well was poisoned. People do different things, and they do different things because of different reasons, right? Um, uh, Brother Ankh's conversation with Dulcinea came into an agreement, right? Now, at that moment, uh, she said something about an agent, but there is some back stuff that's going on, right? And so I'm going to say that's that. But when I am talking to Nisha, and really what it was about was Dulcinea's information. And I said, well, Dulcinea, if you have new information, that's fine. It'd be a better place to talk about it at another time. That's the information. I'm not on trial. My elders, from my parents to the elders that I've chose to work underneath it, for the people that I worked under, like the Howard Dotson and Schomburg Center and other those people. Sometimes they're the boss. You just have to do what they say. In this environment, we're not asking anybody to do what I say, right? That's just not that. But I look at the conversation at whole. So if you want to say to me that you've heard my resume a million times, then okay, so then how do we go forward?
There you go. There you go. That's my point. Same page. That
Okay.
was my point.
However, when I talk to generally, if any woman that's spoken to me, right? I'm just talking about the women. I'm a gentleman. I'm polite, right? I'm well trained, right? I'm my mother's oldest son. She trained me very well, but at the same time, and I've had relationships and I was married. At some point, right? At some point, the language gets out of control. I don't argue. I don't beat up women. I don't do that. I usually shut down and walk away because it's just not my neighbors know this. Everybody knows
Wait.
this.
Whoa. Slow walk that. Back that up real quick. What did you just say?
I
Did you just say that you don't argue with women?
when we have information discussions,
Okay.
that's not argument.
Okay.
Argument is when it has nothing to do with the information.
You're a
So
great
I,
candidate.
I don't have to slow down on that, sister. I am telling you, I don't be having no drag out fights unless I'm insulted. But when I think that the language is unproductive, when the language is unproductive on this particular subject, then the well here is already poisoned, right? So
Okay, let's
with that said, it is 11:54 at night. Um, Dulcinea was going to present some information that she disagrees about. I would ask her, I look forward to it, but I do think that you really need to prepare for a debate on a bigger screen so that you can prevail. I wish you luck, right? I've helped other parties on debates. You know, I have. Most of the debates, I've helped people. This debate, I'm not helping anybody. So people are on their fair. I've helped men in their debates, right? But this time I am staying out of it. I want to see the two of you do the best that you can do, right? I'm a very good researcher. I find very good sources, but I'm just going to stay out of it. So, with that said, now again about me being an elder and stuff, I've raised I've raised a great son, right? Who talks to people that most of us will never talk to, right? And I know my level of talking to people, but I am not going to let anybody in any conversation, right? Unless I choose to for my purposes. Usually, if someone calls me a name, that's for my purposes because later on I will finish it. But outside of this is a conversation, and I'm just saying I am a young elder. I say a young elder, right? I keep myself all right. I'm a young elder, right? But I live in this world. I live in New York. I live in the Bronx, wherever that is, right? But when it comes to, I don't want to be disrespectful to Nisha, right? I am being an elder. I'm just saying, stop, stop. There's a limit because you're talking to another person. Now you may not feel that there's a limit, but I am telling you that there is a limit. Because what are we talking about tonight? We was really I just said I think that Denisha Dulcinea has a right to talk about her information maybe at another setting where it's not personal stuff. So with that said, it's late. Ladies, Sister Nisha, good night.
Thank
Daughters,
you, Reggie. Thank you. We
good night.
appreciate you coming up.
Dulcinea, good night. Right.
Good night.
So
No,
And
today
let
I
me
have
say
a question for
now,
you.
let
good
me say
night.
one thing to you before you go, Reggie, because I just
Yes.
want you to know this because I definitely and I feel like I am going to be debating one of the best debaters in this community. I think she goes harder than a lot of the men in this community because she does come with information. She does come with the sources. So I do receive your constructive criticism. I don't agree with certain things as far as the information goes, but as far as your criticism of how to move forward in this debate, I definitely receive it.
Yeah, and you know that I did a video on the corn mummy after we had a conversation, and academically, I dragged. People are talking about that they're corn mummies, not even knowing that it's just called corn mummies. And I dragged, but I was informative, right? So with that said, my friend Sakina Ray always makes me laugh. Good night, and Sister Freedom. Good night. So I think I've said good night to all of the panel, and we'll talk again in love. Thank you so much. Good night.
Right, good night.
Dulcinea, I want you to address something in the chat.
Okay.
Because I've seen this comment come up a time or two. And it's this question where people are saying that, well, Dulcinea isn't innocent, right? I've seen that come up a few times. And by the way, the link is in the chat. I think it'll be good. Anyone can hit it and join us. You're more than welcome to hit the panel. But Dulcinea, what are they talking about? What do you think about that? When you know, they're saying that you're not innocent. What does that mean?
Because she's standing.
I think what Napah said is spot on to answer that. Napah said, "Welcome to the club." It's what happens.
Yeah, she's
happens to her all the time. When you have a woman that can debate with men and can give information and everything like that, when they're feeling like it's not going their way, when they feel like they're being triggered or anything, it always gets off the information, and then they start the attack mode. They start to play victim. Oh my God, I don't want to answer your questions because whatever, instead of just being about the information. So what people don't like is people don't like when women can address these things, and that's just what it is.
Dulcinea, check your text, please.
Wait, you sent it to JB again? Because I already switched the picture. You see, it's a different picture now. But is it a different one?
That's not what it was. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, yeah. We'll send it to JB again.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, that's all I would say about that, because we see the men go at it. We see what the men say to each other. We see the men go way harder at each other than ever. And I do want to address the point that he left with the car mummies. I'm sorry, I can't give that to you. Big Chief definitely beat you up with the car mummies, but that's my opinion, and I'm allowed to have that opinion. And that's not a disrespect to be like, I don't agree with your assertion on corn mummies over his. But that's what happens when you say, oh, you're not agreeing with me. Oh, this is the most egregious thing you can do. You don't agree with me. No, it's not egregious. I don't have to agree with you, but I can respect you while I don't agree. But what I see with a lot of men, they can't respect you when they don't agree. They don't respect you when they don't agree.
They travel far for some crack and some corn.
Right. I think when they said corn, they meant corn.
You know
if
what?
They meant meat, they would have said meat or grain. They said corn.
You know, I think that, okay, so I also think that, and this is what came to mind, you know, because I asked you that question because I saw it come up, you know, more than once, but also made me think of, and I want to also say this just especially to my sisters in the chat, right? That it may be Dulcinea today, but it's going to be you tomorrow.
Oh, Nisha.
It may be Dulcinea today,
right,
but it's going to be you tomorrow. It may be Dots today. It's going to be you tomorrow. See? And I think as women, we forget because we think we're special instead of paying attention to the pattern. Now, I'm giving free game right now. So if you can get it, catch it, good. If you can't, keep it moving.
Oh, we come like Tonka.
And let me say this too, because
it's not hold on, Dulcie, how a person and what a person allows to happen to one will happen to another. And I keep asking, who's the gatekeeper? So who's the gatekeeper over this culture? Who's the gatekeeper over this information and knowledge?
Well, you know what they say.
And
Behind
how and at what cost? What are
Right,
you
because I
willing
think
to
we
give for
could be
this?
having more honestly, more productive conversations. But really, what it boils down to with a lot of these men, because I saw more men said it than women, but a couple women said it, but they're on a certain side of the fence. This community is very biased. If I was on their side, if I was going this hard to be like out of Africa, if I was going against Sanchez, if I was going against Top Cats, if I was going against the people that they call the most pseudo in the community, the same way I go at everything else, they would praise me. They would kiss the ground I walked on. They'd be like, I love that girl Dulcinea. She holds their feet to the fire, all this other stuff. It's only because they don't agree. That's the only thing. I'm crying, I'm this, I'm that, because they don't agree.
Yeah, I like that. We are the gate, aka the matrix, aka the opening of the wombs.
Dulcie, you got the message?
Yeah, who can put that up there?
Like how she said that.
Yeah, I'm getting it. I'm getting it done now.
Thank you, baby.
All right.
If y'all have anything to say, join us. Hit the link, y'all.
Yeah, drop the link. Where is it? Is it posted up?
Yeah, it's in the chat.
It's probably far up. You might have to pin it.
Wait, it logged me out of the Gmail for Tri-State Sister Freedom. So just text me that password again.
Drop the link one more time, Dulcie, and then pin it.
Okay, I will. So let's go ahead and talking about the bias, because that's explicitly of my next point of what I wanted to say as far as the bias of peer review, because a lot of times they bring up that as far as like, oh, the peer review, and it's not a good peer review when you're going through people that agree with you. But ironically, when it's mainstream science, they're doing the same thing. They're going to these sciences and different people that actually agree with them to peer review. So I wanted to use an example for this. Ivan Van Cernova, when he did They Came Before Columbus, he had at least 13 or more peer reviews. That's unheard of for a book. Because a peer review means that you've gone to people in that specific field to read your assessments, and they were like, they agreed it's publishable. And what most people go to 2 or 3 people. That's what most of these other people do. They're not going to more than 2 or 3 people as far as for a peer review. Ivan Van Sertima went to over 13 people, and he went to Egyptologists that were actually in the field there and all this other stuff. We all know that Ivan Van Sertima is pseudo, of course, but it's about the bias of this nature. Now we got to talk about that, because if I'm going to PhD scholars that are in the field of study, how can you tell me that it's not peer reviewed because of the fact they're not mainstream scientists? If I'm going through people that have taught at Harvard, that have taught at Stanford, that are PhD, that have books, etc., you can say their peer review is faulty because they went to people that actually agree with them. And we kind of talked about this with the intelligent design discussion. That's how they try to invalidate all the scientists that believe in intelligent design by saying, oh, they just go to each other. Well, all the ones that believe in Darwin's theory of evolution go to each other. All the ones that believe in Africa go to each other. That's what a peer review is. So you cannot say because they went to someone that agreed with them that it wasn't peer reviewed properly. Because these people that are in mainstream aren't going to someone that doesn't agree with Darwin's theory of evolution to peer review their books on evolution. They're not doing it. They're going to people in the field that would agree with their assertion. That's just normal. So here's a peer review bias critical review. You guys can go to Science Direct to read it. And it goes as far as the methods. It talks over about how it's biased as far as going through different editors that have a certain belief, where they will evaluate a risk of saying certain things. So even if it's observational studies, diagnostic studies, even if they put the work in, if they're going to be, if they feel like this is going to go against them or could cause a bad name, they're not going to push it through. There's many times where people are like, this is a rudimentary paper that came through over mine because I have way more data. I have way more scientific facts. I have way more experiments. But sometimes the rudimentary that doesn't have any experiments at all will be pushed through based on what they're saying.
So my
So
question,
I get when people, okay, sorry, one more thing. I get when people are saying, okay, make sure it's peer reviewed, but I make sure all my sources are peer reviewed. Now, if you're saying make sure it's peer reviewed by people that believe the same thing, no one does that. Go ahead.
okay, so my question is, when it's peer reviewed, and you say it has to be agreed upon, correct? They have no negative responses, otherwise it can't go through, correct?
Right, by people in that field of study.
How many people have to review it in order for it to pass?
Only 2.
Well, then that's not saying much.
That's why I'm saying most books are only 2 to 3. That's majority of books.
And
That's
most,
where Ivan Van Sertima was unheard of giving more than 13. That's unheard of to go to 13 PhD people in the field, including Egyptologists, historians, and all them verify that the information that he was giving was worth publishing. That's unheard of to go through that many peers. But the fact that he went through peers that believe in an Afrocentrism or anything like that, they invalidated it and they called it pseudo. So they're gonna do that.
Okay, but
these people, it's based on being in the field. Once you're in the field of study and you're years and years in the field, 20 years as a PhD in biochemistry, 20 years in genetics, all this other stuff. But someone 20 years in genetics might not agree with mainstream genetics.
Okay, but once somebody write a book, right? That book may not even make it to the library. And that's saying major. So just because somebody wrote a book, be it peer reviewed and make it to Wikipedia and all that wonderfulness, if it hasn't made it to the library, it hasn't really made sense. So
Dulcinea, are you in?
That may not mean much.
Oh, hold on, I'm getting in now. What I will say about it is it depends on the library.
No,
what you have to understand, yes,
no, it doesn't.
Yes, it does, because these editors and the same thing that is happening with peer review is the same biases. So just because it's not in one library doesn't mean that it's not in another.
If
just
it
like
don't make it to a library, period.
No, everything is not in all libraries.
Is not worth the minus. So if
everything isn't in,
everybody know they make it
all libraries.
Don't make it to the big
There's
library.
multiple books that are in all libraries.
We're not gonna play that.
No, that's a true, Sakina. There's multiple books that are not in all libraries. When
That's
you go
right.
as far as into,
if it ain't in the small ones, we know it's in the big one. That's why. Everything don't make it. Some things only go to the Library of Congress. Some things only go to the Library of the Judicial. Some things only go to the Library of the Supreme. Right? Some only go to the library.
Libraries don't hold all books.
The libraries
don't hold all books.
We're not gonna play
and
that.
Libraries don't have
but
all
it's
books.
fact, libraries don't hold all books. Why?
Like that's a fact.
They trying to debate you or something.
College libraries only have so much stuff. Some things that
and each college library has different information in it. Each college library has different.
We're not going to play that one, not today.
They don't have the same books. No. Most of the books are going to be collegiate. They're going to be by peer Pearson and Western and different collegiate researchers. That's most with school. They're gonna go based on the school board and the school board approved books. So Alice Walker has never made a collegiate or a school library. Are you gonna say The Color Purple isn't a real book? The Color Purple shouldn't be read because it's never been in the library. It's never been allowed to be in the collegiate library. It's never been allowed to be in the elementary school library. It's never been allowed to be in the middle school library.
That's not a collegiate is a religious library. That's for the churches. That has nothing to do with the library. Now you trying to mix one thing with another. When they took it out of the schools, all that other
so you're
stuff.
saying if it's not in majority of libraries, most of these things are in a library. Most of these books are in a library.
Listen, is there still the place where you can go to the in the hospital and you go in the little church room to pray? Do they still have those?
Yes. Yes.
Right.
I haven't been
Maybe you should go in there and see if it's in there and stop playing around up in here, because that's not they don't do that at school no more.
Yes, they do still do that in school. They have to be approved. Have you ever been to a school board? They have to be approved, the books to be in there. So yes, they still absolutely do that in school. And you don't even have to argue with me, because every book I've represented is in a library. Every book I've ever represented is in a library. There's no book that I've ever represented that's not in a library.
Can I say something?
Hey, Brass. Hey,
Brass.
Come on
Hey, what's going on? Can I say something real quick?
Yes.
All right, listen, I'm not about to be arguing. I respect all y'all, okay? And I know we might disagree, but this ain't about men and women, and I wish I would not do that. Because you know what? You know why people have an issue with Dulcinea?
Yes,
Because what she just did.
What
What
she
she just
do?
did. What
Explain.
she just did with Sakina Ra. Sakina Ra is dead right. Dead right.
About what?
Dead right. No, hold on. Dead. Let me finish talking. She's dead right. She's right about the conversation they having. And Sakina Ra is actually presenting information that's correct. And Dulcinea just screaming. Because that's how she feel. Because that's what she think. But that's not a fact. And she does that all the time. She does that all the time. And listen, and I'm not trying to get into an argument. I'm going to land my plane and walk off.
Don't
The
do
simple
that.
fact
Don't
is,
land your
no,
plane.
I'm not saying run. I'm not saying run. I'm going to mute my mic and let her respond. What I'm saying is literally in that conversation, you don't got to go no further than that. That's how I know it's not about men or women. Just in the disagreement between them two, one was saying facts, the other was just saying what she think, what she feel, and then start screaming and start over talking and all of that. That's irritating. So that ain't got nothing to do with men. It ain't got nothing to do with Ankh. It ain't got nothing to do with Reggie. It ain't got nothing to do with none of it.
You
So at
finished?
the end of the day, no, I'm not finished.
Because you repeated yourself twice.
Go ahead,
Go ahead,
sister.
Prayers.
Go ahead, sister.
Okay, well, the reason why I'm saying it, because you still didn't explain why Sakina was right and why Dulcinea was wrong.
Exactly. And I actually majored in literature.
I didn't ask you what you majored in.
No. You don't get to do that, Brass. You don't get to do that, Brass. You just said go ahead. So you're going to have to listen now. You just said go ahead, so you're going to have to listen now. I actually majored in literature, so I actually have an extensive knowledge of how libraries work. So to say as far as that there are books that don't make libraries, that's absolutely true. No one argued that point. The argument is
because he made a comment.
The argument is that there's certain books that are not in certain libraries. There are books that don't agree with the theory of evolution that are in libraries. They're in libraries. They might not be in Oxford Library, but they're in a library. So are you saying that you can't use it because you have to verify which library is in? That's crazy. That's crazy. You cannot just go and try to invalidate something just because it doesn't agree with you, then make up something like, oh, it's not in all libraries or anything like that. The libraries only hold a certain amount of books. They don't hold all books. So everything that you teach is not in every library. Charles Darwin's book is not in every library, but people still attest to Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. So that's the point. There are books that never make a library, but they're not accredited as published books at that point.
Can I say something?
Sakina wanted to say something, and then yeah.
No, but he wasn't done, Dulcie. Let him finish. He wasn't done. Let him.
Oh, Brass wasn't done.
That
was Anton. Y'all that just talked.
Oh, okay.
I'll wait because I think I want to pull both of those things together with what you guys are saying.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
But Sakina.
Go ahead, Brass.
No, I wasn't thinking.
Oh, okay, Brass.
All right. So once again, another thing that I'm gonna stay out. That's between you and Sakina too. At the end of the day, is this. Another thing that you tend to do, Dulcinea, and I'm not, I'm trying to be very careful, but at the end of the day is this. You do understand what a bad source is, right? I mean, forget all the other stuff, the peer review and all of that, right? Let's just say you present information. I'm gonna ask you a simple question. You do understand we're presenting information that you could be presenting information from a bad source. I won't even say that you are. Just that you could be presenting information for what would be considered as a bad source. Let's just say you did agree. Would you admit it?
If it's peer reviewed by multiple
don't
people in the field,
don't distract me. Don't distract me.
No, I'm not distracting you. This is the answer to your question.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
You're not even
say
listening.
peer review.
Brass, listen. This is the answer to your question. If it's peer reviewed by multiple people that have been in the field of study for multiple years, over 10 years, it's not a bad source.
So now would you consider Reggie or Ankh or anybody, let's say, that's been in the field a lot longer than you, doing sources a lot longer than you, presenting a lot longer than you, both telling you that the sources that you pulled were false? Marcus, who does this literally all day long, both told you. Now you got 3 people telling you that the sources was false. You just gonna die on that island saying that your sources are correct.
Respectfully, they're not in the field of study.
No problem. No
they're
problem.
Not in the field of study.
Problem.
If it's in anthropology, then you would have to have someone that is in the field of anthropology.
But that wasn't
so when someone is in anthropology and they have 2 people that's in anthropology for over 10 years peer review it, it's not a bad source because someone came over on the internet to say it was.
But that's
not how that works. Yes, it is because
No. How you gonna tell me what my question was?
Marcus is not an anthropologist. Reggie is not an anthropologist. That's what you just asked. 3 people.
I didn't use the words anthropologist.
I'm saying anthropologist.
I know.
Listen, Brass, listen, because you gotta listen to understand. You gotta listen to understand, and you're not trying to. You're not trying to argue with nobody. You're just trying to argue, and you're not listening to understand.
Okay,
if 3 people that are not in the field of study say a source that has been peer reviewed by 2 people that have been in the field of study for over 10 years, it doesn't matter what the 3 people that are not in the field of study believe. They can disagree. It would be more genuine if they disagreed with the source than say that it's a bad source, because it can't possibly be a bad source if it was peer reviewed by people in the field of study.
Who the hell been in the field of study for 10 years in school?
They're not in school. They're not in school. These are PhDs. These are PhDs that are peer reviewing these things. They're not in school. They're professors. I literally used a source from a Harvard professor.
He's still in the field of study in 10 years.
He went to peer review. He went to being in the field of study means that your career is in the field of study of what the paper you're published. So he didn't peer review that article. He went to people that were in anthropology to peer review it. That's what a peer review is. A field of study doesn't mean you're in college. A field of study means you're in the career that the actual paper is about.
No, he don't even know. No, that's not what that means.
That's not what it means at all.
No,
it's like it is. A field of study means you're in that actual career.
It's an internship.
No, it's not. I am
No,
about
it's
to.
an internship.
I'm about to.
Stop it.
I'm about to.
Stop that.
That's
It's
fine.
an internship. Stop playing.
Why you saying? Why you
Fire
talking like
people.
that?
I know what
But all
that
right,
is.
so
This an internship.
No.
but that
It's
tends to
still
be
going
what
on.
happens.
Here we go. Hold on, because we're gonna
Don't
have
let
to use the
Dulcinea go ahead
definition.
and prove it.
So yes, I am.
That's
Go
like
ahead.
somebody still
This is
going
from
to
y'all
school.
favorite. This is
I'm
from y'all's
somebody
favorite
peer
source.
review.
A field of study is also called a discipline. So it's just the field of study. It doesn't mean you're in college, which it means it means a general topic of knowledge, learning, or research. That's what the field of study is.
Oh my gosh, she's trying to read this.
Says disciplines require training and qualifications.
You
Not
got
that you're in the training or qualification.
You are in the field of study.
You're in the field of study, meaning you're in mathematics, meaning you're in biology, meaning you're in classical studies. It does not mean that you are in school still. It doesn't mean you're in school still.
Nepal it just means branch of knowledge.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
Can we get some more voices? Sakina, I know you were up here before. Sorry, Anton, you were there, and then but I know Sakina had hit the link and then dropped back down. So
go ahead. Yeah, I'm here. I was going to comment on something before, but I definitely don't want to take the conversation back. I'm gonna keep it where it's at and just get in where I can fit in now. But just to say, a peer review is normally done by a board, but I'm gonna let y'all continue.
That part.
Yeah.
That
I want to kind of bring it down a little bit.
Thank you. Because that person that's doing the field of study is doing the work. Am I right, Sakina?
No.
Anton, please jump in.
Oh, she left.
Continue to come on, Anton.
She just told you what it was. That's why she left.
The board is doing the work. That's doing the form. The person that's doing the field of study. That person is doing the work, and the board.
But that's not what you said the first time.
Here's what I said.
Y'all. Here we go, y'all. Because I'm thinking y'all are listening to a lot of YouTubers, and
I said,
okay,
y'all gotta research this stuff for yourself. So no, here's just the definition. A peer review is the system used to assess the quality of a manuscript before it's published. Independent researchers in the relevant research area assess submitted manuscripts' originality, validity, and significance to help editors determine whether a manuscript should be published in the journal. It does not have to be a specific board. That's not true. Okay, Antonia.
Yeah, usually peer. Okay, so I'm gonna say this real quick about the peer review. Peer reviews usually deal with articles and journals. They don't really deal with books. So like what Ivan Van Sertima was doing, he was taking these journals and articles and things like that, and he was applying it to his study, his work on the book. Now, what I would say is this, and this is where it gets tedious, and you got to really stretch it out. You got to look up what field is, and you got to look up what study is, because when you're looking at a field, right, it's a whole field of things out there, and you got to study. To be a study and a student is they work together, and to study that field is meaning that you still haven't figured it out.
You doing the work.
You just doing the work to figure it out. You bringing it back to somebody, and then they'll tell you if they want it or not based on their agenda. Now, it gets to a whole different level when you're talking about information that you talked about. Ivan Van Sertima took to these people and they said, okay, we approve of that. Now, you got to look at who these people in this board, because she's right. Peer reviews usually deal with a board of people that are approved to acknowledge or disqualify information based on what the agenda is or what they're talking about. Now, we all know sitting here.
Dulcinea said from the beginning.
No, she didn't.
What did she say?
I said stay out there doing their work. They're reviewing your work. You still work. Yeah. You're doing the 10-year work. They're reviewing your work.
Okay. I said that's what Dulcinea said from the
No,
beginning.
she did not.
What
Yes,
did you say,
that's what I
Dulcinea?
said. And look at what it's saying. I get y'all are saying there is a board, and the board does do that. Yes, but that's not what makes it a peer review process. So look at this. This is from Oxford Academic. If you don't accept Oxford, I don't know. You're lost at that point. The only person that can tell you is on the internet, and I can't help you. So Oxford says manuscripts that are not instantly rejected are sent out for peer review. Usually 2 independent reviewers. Did I not tell you the basis of how many people had to be? It has to be at least 2. That's all. Based on the feedback from what these reviewers and the editor's judgment, a decision is given on the manuscript. The average time from submission to first decision is 8 weeks. So it's based on the editor and independent reviewers, and usually those independent reviewers are in the field of study, which is just the individual's branch of knowledge that they specialize in.
But I have to tell you, though,
that's what makes it a peer review. That's what makes it peer review.
No, I got you.
And that's according to Oxford, y'all. That's Oxford.
I mean,
right?
but the thing is, respectfully, Dulcinea, you're surface talking. Because you're surface talking this peer review in order to make what you're saying correct. And you're really saying these people who probably are not melanated are the ones that are qualifying whatever the research is, or disqualifying it. I think you're missing the
No,
point.
I said that before, Anton, y'all. If you listened, I said that the peer review process is very biased. It is very biased. It's based in the field of study and everything like that. And that's why I said, like, for instance, I brought up the intelligent design thing. If someone believes in intelligent design, right, and they write a paper on, for instance, junk DNA pointing to intelligent design, and they do the research, they gather the data, they do everything like that. If they go to 2 researchers and an editor that believes in intelligent design, or is Christian, or is anything, no matter if they're in the field of study, no matter if they specialize in the field, people are going to call it pseudo. People are going to say that's a bad source. But it went through all the normal processes. And you don't have to say, okay, submit it to an atheist for this to be real. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, so because I want to hit up those 2 topics. I want to talk about Ivan Van Sertima, and I want to talk about.
Wait a minute, can I ask her a question?
Yeah. Because I want to take it to where she was actually talking about these certain things, and you're
right. No. This is
why
the
they be
person.
coming for, why they come after sisters like that. Go ahead.
Right. I just wanted to ask Dulcinea, were you able to get in to Tri-State?
Hold on 1 second. And then you go, Anton, y'all. Let me make sure it's going in.
I'm sorry, Anton.
No, you good.
At time. Sorry.
Yeah. A ton. Like, wait,
A ton. I like that.
A ton. Yeah.
Is that my girl, Sakina? That's her.
Yeah, so
Lima.
Hey, Freedom.
Go
ahead, Anton. You got to talk. Come on. You got it. Go.
No, go ahead.
Please. No, I'm trying to let you talk. You need to. We're waiting. Talk. Speak your speech. Go ahead.
You sound like Umar Johnson. Speak your speech.
Yeah, go ahead. I like that. Now, the one thing I want to touch on real quick.
Sorry, 1 second. JB said it didn't come through. Text it again.
Wait a minute.
My God.
I didn't never send it to JB. I sent it to you, I think.
I don't have my phone. You have to send it to JB.
I'm sorry.
Oh my goodness. All right, Anton, please go ahead.
You see why I was taking my time? I knew
but that's that you got to know when to get in and get out. You feel me? You got to know when to jump in and jump out.
Yeah,
no?
Yeah,
so go ahead.
No, I'm listening and yeah.
There is double dudge.
Double dudge. Yeah. So yeah, well, the one thing that when they talk about Dulcinea, people be coming after Dulcinea, and this is what I tell some other young people when I'm talking to them. Sometimes it's that that whippersnapper type thing where a lot of older people they'll sit there and browbeat you. And on top of that, what's different is that Dulcinea is kind of fierce. You know what I mean? I mean, she's no different than Napah Shaddai. Napah Shaddai get at you too. You know, it's a lot of sisters that get at you, but Dulcinea is still kind of new, and you know, she really is really passionate about what she does. You guys had good things for Reggie because the bottom line is about the elder situation is that it's good to be able to harness that energy and be able to point it in the right direction so that way you can have a balance and a flow. But you know, outside of that, you know, once I had put in the chat, I said, if you invite a woman, you got to be prepared for that feminine energy and that fierceness. You can't invite it if you're not ready and prepared to deal with it. Don't invite it. That's just the thing that people need to understand. Don't complain after you can let her in the door and let her open her mouth. You're gonna have to deal with it. Now, Dulcinea, everything she says is right and exact based on, you know, some of this academia, and she can back it up. I'm not agreeing with most of the stuff she says because she already know where I stand. And you know, but at the end of the day, that's what I want to say about that. I don't understand why a full-grown man and then you get into an elder will sit there and go through all that back and forth with a woman. That's not happening, especially if she ain't disrespected you. Don't make no sense.
But you know what, Anton, you make a good point, right? And I, when it comes to this, I ain't got no dog in the fight. I'm going to take this as an outsider. And as you made a good point when you were talking, and you said something to the effect of, Dulcinea, we just don't know you, right? Like you're kind of new to this, and I think that is what the pushback, I think, and the energy that I pick up on is sort of like, who you think you are, girl? Who you think you is? Who you? But you know what? It comes with the territory. You're going to have to earn these stripes, right? So whatever you're saying, you're going to have to stand on. And if you are really about what you stand on, you're not going to fold. My thing is, and I said this at the very beginning of the conversation, to me, right, is that a wise man and a wise woman know they know nothing at all. So the most dangerous thing for any of us to do is to be locked into a paradigm and not grow. So what I will say to my sister Dulcie, and I've said this before, she knows, but I'll say it again just for the sake of conversation, right? It is definitely okay to humble yourself and grow in terms of your ideology, you know, but it has to go both ways. It has to go both ways. And so I think what I have picked up from a lot of the brothers is this idea of, Dulcie, who the fuck you think? Excuse my language. No, well, it's Friday night. I'm gonna do what I do with Chrome. It's almost like, Dulcie, who the fuck you think you are, girl? Who you? Who are you? And you know what? She's gonna have to take that. You're right.
Well,
you shut out office in Napah. Major salutes in Napah. She holds her own, right, wrong, or indifferent.
Right.
And I think that is what that energy is about. And so what I do want to say in terms of moving this conversation, right, is that, and this is what I feel. Not one time, despite the comments in the chat, did I hear Dulcinea go off, right? Or Dulcinea start roasting. She took it for the most part. Didn't raise her voice. She didn't start. She didn't, even though everything she says, people say she's playing victim. It is what it is. But what I'm saying is not like she responded in anger. And she was getting some heat in here. And this is, you know, this is her channel as well. And she took it. And if for nothing else, y'all, right? Iron. I think Dr. Reggie said this earlier about iron sharpens iron, but he forgot something. In order for the iron to be sharpened, that shit got to have some pressure. You can't just stay in it. You're gonna have to keep growing. And if you are too old or if you're moving too slow, it's okay if somebody else goes before me or advances before me. So if we really be real, in my opinion, that is what it's about. Who the hell you think you are, little girl?
Can I
well,
ask
you know,
a question?
real quick,
Go ahead,
sister, just real quick
You can't
on that.
say, okay.
And that's what's up. You know what I'm saying? Everything you said is what's up. But
did you get the text message, Sister Freedom?
I listen to him. Yeah, I listen. I mean, I listen to the different channels, and I listen to Sinetta channel, and I remember when Dulcinea was on there. You
sent
me
one just now?
Yeah, the password didn't work.
Oh, wait a minute. Take the number sign off then.
I tried that too. It didn't work.
Wait a minute.
Should I put the numbers before? Sorry.
No, sorry. Let me do it. Let me think again. I done messed up again. Damn. That's how I messed up
I
before.
could just do it from StreamYard. I don't know. It's giving me a pause, so that's why it's saying maybe click, but it's
I had got popped out, and that's and I had to redo it. That's what now I don't forgot what it is. Wait a minute. All right.
But I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Just for y'all to know, we're just trying to get people wrenched that should have a wrench in the chat. So we've been working on this. But we gonna get it together. Okay, sorry. You can continue.
The thing is that my basis is this: is that most of the information that is out and has been out over the last 100 years is pseudo. And I'm gonna tell you why it's pseudo. It's pseudo because it discredits us. There's nothing that has been put out there that actually tells us who we are definitively. And it is coming from people outside of us, telling our story and telling us what it is. And any avenue of study or any avenue of research or what people are doing, especially us in this day and time that are talking about this and arguing about this, need to really sit down, because you're talking about something that has nothing to do with us definitively. That's why they got us all spread out and got us all mixed up in different things. You see what I'm saying?
It sound like niche talking.
Huh?
It don't though.
You like that word definitively. He done said that like 10 times. Definitively.
But can I say this real quick at time? I don't like the remarks about disingenuous, like somebody's doing something on purpose or somebody trying to get at somebody. You know what I'm saying? Like those words don't go. Just like I don't think they really know or really use the word pseudo correctly. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. They don't really use the word pseudo correctly.
Doing something to try to
popular word
mess with them, like whoever has a different mindset. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody's trying to do that. To call somebody disingenuous and all these here kind of names, like somebody's doing something on purpose. What type for you? Where they do that at? It's crazy.
Well, and that's the thing, because when you
listen to this time too, though. I could see if there was other people that didn't agree with her, but we're talking about as many people that they do the Main Street with agrees with her too. There's people
that you get to more into
just Christian or all this other stuff, and they try to bring outside factors to invalidate them because they're not
getting into
in
feelings.
the mainstream of thinking.
See, that's where you get into feelings, because I've never Dulcinea, when I hear her, I don't never think that she's out of pocket. I don't think she's being emotional. I think she's fierce and she's standing on what she knows. And I don't never feel any type of uncomfortability or like I gotta be all shook up because of what she's saying. She's pretty much standing on a square and she's pushing it back because she knows what environment she's in. You can't say this is toughest environment to be in and then pay victim in the next sentence. It don't make sense.
It don't.
If you could dish it out, you can take it.
But see, that's what I wanted to say. I don't never see Dulcinea playing victim. I don't never hear her crying. I see Dulcinea, she do what she do. People disagree with her. Hell, I disagree with a lot of things that she say, but she hold herself well, and I don't be hearing her crying. That's why I was a little confused tonight, because maybe I missed something, because I only watch UnScramble Minds and Sinetta. I don't really watch any other channels, so I don't know if it was other channels like dogging her. So I just was wondering, like, where is the defense coming from? Because I don't really see the attack, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Dulcinea need to understand.
Yeah, you saying on her part, right?
Right, yeah, I'm saying to Dulcinea, like, I don't
attacking anybody. You see her defending herself, but you don't see nobody.
What I'm saying against who though? Like, That's what I'm saying. I don't really see. I see that,
and I do appreciate it too what you're saying, and I want to say something, and this is not to dots because I do accept that as far as, and I do believe in that. Like once someone gives you information, and it definitively is knocking out what the information you had before, you have to reevaluate it. That's why with Moore's, I'm more nationality. Like, could this help us? And if this could help us, I'm all for it. But if another name could help us, I jump ship. Because it's not just about what's gonna bring us the reparations and restitutions and that's where I'm like more as a nationality, what I believe in. I'm not into, that's why other people try to bring me into the Circle 7 to Noble Drew Ali, and the only portion that I was for Noble Drew Ali is nationality purposes and us coming together and building or anything. But I want to say this for it's like not outside of that is that I see if certain people are giving you the paradigm shift, if certain people are giving you information and you're receiving it, you're judged in this community. That's why I said before, if it was something that my paradigm shift was coming from an Ankh or coming from a brother Reggie, no one would, I'm not going to say no one, but majority of the people I think that are the most typing in the chat would be like, she's awesome the way she is, how she stands so down. If I was a pseudo killer, they would be like, yeah, she comes at these dudes and she's blah, 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 blah. They would love it. But the fact of it's who's doing the paradigm shift, it's whom I'm aligning myself with, it's whose information I'm like, okay, this information makes sense. This information is changing what I thought before. And I think that's a real big problem for a lot of people, honestly.
Everybody, but you're with Unscrambled Minds. You know what I'm saying? That's you. You guys got a whole different approach. You guys encapsulate everything. You invite all types of information because you're about melanated people first. And this is just me guessing based on what I heard. And I'm gonna lead on to this. See, a lot of people's ears don't work. A lot of people's ears don't work. And this is the problem in these days and time. A lot of people's ears don't work. They just talking. And they're talking and they're regurgitating information that they really haven't studied, researched, and really have taken into themselves. That's why I don't waste
playing follow the leader.
That part, and see, this is the thing, right? And see, and this is the thing. This is why I only go on a couple lives, and you know what I'm saying, because I know those people are grounded. You know what I'm saying? They're grounded. They really like about real things, not trying to attach to anything, and they're not marketing and advertising what they're doing. So, and you guys are one of the channels. That's why I come on here. So. But the thing is that don't get it twisted though, Dulcinea. I don't agree with pretty much 80% that you say, but I like your tenacity. I really do, and you're always open to it because the one thing that Dulcinea always says on that channel is you're not sticking to the information. You're talking about something else. Let's stick to the information, but they always run it somewhere else, and then it becomes emotional. One thing I know about a woman is this: a woman will make a man emotional before they get emotional. That's what I know. You see what I'm saying? Because the strength of a woman is something else. We always do this, right? The American Indians know about the woman. We know about the matrilineal line. This is how we get down. And it was all connected. That's what led me into what I've been before, you know, being with the Nation of Yahweh, is that we all knew that we had to hold the woman to a high standard. And we get out there in the streets and get busy. But when we come home, we know we're going to have a good meal on the table and we're going to be straight. We're not going to sit here and be disrespecting a woman on camera in the public. Not going to happen. That's undisciplined. Now, Dulcinea need to understand this. You get out there with wolves, you better be ready to get busy. You better be ready to get busy because those are wolves out there. You're in the wolves' den. So if you understand that, then you're going to get what you get. And you got to hold your ground.
I just want to say, Dulcinea knows that she's my little sister. She know I love her.
Mm-hmm.
And she know me and her always go at it. This is nothing.
Oh yeah, man, I love it. I love
Same,
how
I
y'all go
love
back
it.
and forth. Yeah, it's
No,
all good.
And we all do on this platform too. We still love each other.
Right.
They be like, y'all
Call
are
each other
adding
out
to
the
this
name
show.
not one time.
And that was the
It wa-
only thing I said that was disingenuous about even saying that they're aiding and abetting, is the fact that anyone that watches the show knows that everybody comes at everybody when they feel like they gave misinformation. So there's no point in the time where Dots felt like I gave misinformation, Sakina felt like it, Nisha, Gemini, Sister Freedom, and they didn't immediately say, hold up, hold up, hold up. What you just said is wrong. Every time. So that's what I was saying. That's fake, because I know you know that these girls do that.
He came out with a whole belt. I felt it. I was like, still getting whooped.
Just being herself.
Sometimes you
Everybody on here is allowed to be themselves. We be ourselves.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to put the whip out. Ain't nobody above that shit. Ain't nobody.
But what I noticed, and that's why I wanted to pull
everybody can be themselves.
The emotion.
I wanted to pull this article up because I think I understand what everybody is saying about peer review and all this, but I think it's pretty disingenuous, honestly, that when
Say that word
someone
again.
it's
Go with the
disingenuous,
big words, Gina.
honestly,
There you go with the big words, Gina.
because when someone introduces information and now what has been attacked about this source is everything but the information that was presented. Like, no one's talking about the information that was presented, just that he's this, he's that, he's from Russia, this, that, and the other. But what about what he's saying? So when it says here, let's go here as far as.
And don't forget about Ivan Van Sertima. We're gonna talk about that one.
Oh yeah, let's.
You called Ivan Van Sertima a pseudo. We're gonna talk about.
Oh no! I said that people call him a pseudo. People call him
okay.
pseudo.
I thought you.
No, and I said he has that book that came before Columbus. He has over 13 peer reviews for that book. That's unheard of. Like I said, most people don't go to those efforts for peer reviews. They don't. The board that y'all are talking about ain't in 13 people, ain't even 10 people. Okay, so most people do not have that many people backing them up. But because they can be like, oh, it's the people that believed what he said in the first place. That's why they'll say the source is pseudo. The source can't be trusted, even though 13 people in the field of study said, oh, he was making points, like saying they still try to debate to this day the cocaine in the mummies, even though that's such a peer-reviewed thing that they say, okay, here's where the discrepancies, but partially this has to be true because this has been found and there's no discrepancies in this. But yet, because it doesn't agree with them, they say, no, it's pseudo. They haven't found cocaine amongst the mummies. Yes, they did. They did.
How you know they found cocaine on these mummies?
They had
we're gonna talk about that one too. We're gonna talk
They
about
had original mummies that were not altered and everything.
You mean to tell me after all these years, under all that dirt,
mummies aren't under dirt?
What?
They're actually the ones that mummies aren't under dirt. These are the people. I don't respect it. I don't respect going in and unwrapping a mummy from the pyramids or anything. I don't necessarily.
I'm sorry. They
Nah, rephrase that.
I'm sorry.
Let me rephrase it for you. You telling me after all these years
they
found coke in their blood system?
They didn't have no blood.
Hair follicles.
They took the blood out. So they scraped it. They scraped the bones. Oh, them wasn't bones. They scraped the wood.
These are not fossils, though. You have to understand when it comes to mummies, the preservation of it. It's not a mummy is not a mummy is not something that's just underground and buried. That was the point of how they did their whole process. A mummy is something that they were able to take over time. That's where the introduction of evolution even started. Because of the past, they were mummifying the certain type of bird, the ibis bird in Egypt. And that's where they were like, that mummification, where they were able to go back and test the differences. And when they first started going into evolution and seeing what different regions they were, because different things were mummified at different areas or different time periods. And they were
Let me
seeing
ask you a question.
differences amongst the ibis.
Let me ask you a question.
A mummified thing is not the same as a fossil underground. I just want
yeah,
to
let me ask you a question about cocaine. I want to ask you a question about cocaine. What is the primary ingredient for cocaine?
Life.
The coca leaves.
Thank you. Now, what was they doing in order to preserve the bodies?
Our sonic said that they brought
They were using coke. They was using the cocoa leaves.
On the bodies.
Exactly, and they was using the cocoa leaves and the cocoa, all that. That was preserving the bodies. That's why it was there. It wasn't because they was on the thing sniffing.
Oh yeah. No one's saying that they did. No one's saying that to say they did cocaine. People are saying
that's
that
how they're presenting the information, though.
No, they're not. They're saying that to say where are cocoa leaves found.
No, but what I'm saying is when they was initially talking about cocaine did not exist as a word in that time. I'm talking about the people that was actually these Egyptologists that was delivering this information.
But wait, you've read Ivan Van Sertima. They came before Columbus because Ivan Van Sertima never said that they did cocaine. You know that, right?
I know he said they never did cocaine, but you used the word cocaine. That is a new word.
He said, they use that. Yeah, they use that, but they specify just specify for in the system of being the cocoa leaves. But the point of Ivan Van Sertima saying that was to say, as far as the connection between the mummies and different regions of the world, especially the Americas.
Yeah, he was using a word that was popular at that time he wrote that book.
Right, exactly. But he wasn't saying they sniffed cocaine. He was saying
but everybody like in our see, he's talking to us, right? And you know what they did. They flooded our neighborhoods with dope. So those type of things that we're gonna receive it like, oh man, they was doing cocaine. I'm from that time, you know what I'm saying? Where people say, oh man, they was doing cocaine back in the day. They talk about beer and all this. Oh, they was drinking it. You see what I'm saying? It's just it's the way you deliver the information.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm
saying?
So
do you feel like Ivan Van Sertima should have introduced it a different way?
What I'm saying is Ivan Van Sertima wasn't pseudo, but what he was he was a part of the, the whole giddy up.
You know what
does
the giddy up mean?
Wait a minute, hold on. Before y'all move further, let me ask a question, because we do know at one point that they did give the slaves cocaine in order to let them be able to pick that cotton like as well as long as they did.
Yeah, but like I said, like the cocoa leaf, the cocoa that come off, they used to pick them off the tree, and then that they eat it. It's like, that's what you use for chocolate and everything. That's why when you eat candy, you get a little hype. But the thing is, that's what they was doing. They was eating the cocoa, and then basically they'd be going out there working all day, give you energy, and at the same time fill you up, and so on and so forth. You know what I mean? But it wasn't like lines and things like that, where they was.
We ain't talking about that far advanced. I'm just talking about how they used it in slavery, and then even further, they had it at one point. It was so strong in Coca-Cola, right? Remember, in Coca-Cola, they was using it on even car parts. Washing oil off cars and batteries and all kinds of
exactly. Hey, you guys remember the movie that Chris Rock did when he was doing what was that hair movie he did about hair?
Yeah.
You guys had to see that one. And remember when the white man put the Coke can in that thing? He said, and it came out and all that stuff was taken off. He said, white man said, actually Chris Rock said to him, he said, people, black women put that in the hair. He said, they do. He looked at it like it was crazy, but anyway.
Yeah.
You know what this sounds like to me, real also this sounds more like and maybe this is a larger conversation in a good one to have. Like what makes a source a credible source, but more importantly, what makes a source good or bad, right?
Firsthand knowledge. Here's the thing: in the court of law, firsthand knowledge is wins.
Wait, Anton, hold on.
It's hearsay.
One second. So, because for the large part of this conversation, it sounds to me more like semantics, right? And I'm just listening. I'm listening.
You're right.
Right, and observing, and it just sounds like tomato, potato. It sounds like sometimes it's like an ego clash, right? But then something great happened. You just corrected Dulcinea in regards to the word cocaine and it being of a newer term. And initially, I don't think she heard you or understood, right? And you corrected her. She received correction, and then y'all moved on. I think that's the larger part of this. So when I know I keep bringing up this word of the gatekeeper. By now, my sister should know my method, right? Because I'm very precise when I'm asking questions, right? So when I'm saying, who are the gatekeepers of this information? Who are we holding in esteem? Who do we deem to be viable, to be credible? Whose work is it that we are going to uphold, that we are going to cite, right? Because who are really the gatekeepers? And when you think about that, it's like, is it really worth that argument?
Well, and this is the one thing.
It's not even yours.
But this is the one thing. And you're right, because this is the problem I have when people say this dude an agent and you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you need to get that up out your mouth, because that right there, you don't know. And if you talking about somebody agent, then you just might be one. Because how do you know? And you talking about somebody back in the day, you put a jacket on somebody like that, man, something might happen to you. You feel me? Like, people who are talking way out of bounds with some of this information, they understand how we was raised. Like, shut your mouth, ears open, mouth closed. When it's time for you to speak. But don't sit here and discredit and talk about somebody just because they don't agree with you. We get out here and we spit all day long. It just doesn't make sense. It don't make sense to me.
Can I mention something to what you just said about the best source being a primary source? And I'll use my paradigm just so everybody feels comfortable with this.
But see,
so much. You do that,
that's the issue. See, no, y'all using listen, that's the issue. Okay. I keep hearing Isonic said something about he said something where he said peer review in academia to answer you, sister, right? In terms of what is a source, credible source, but I keep hearing people use the word a good source, bad source,
exactly,
best source. That's what I'm saying.
And that's what I want to get into. And before you just assume you know what I'm going to say, just listen to me. Now, so I'm definitely a Moore paradigm. Everybody knows I've been in the Moorish paradigm. I take a lot of primary sources as far as to be like, oh, I believe that this will help us. They acknowledge Moors here and all this other stuff. But then when someone corrects me and says, well, who wrote that? Who said that they were Moors? What was their position when they used the word Moors? I have to actually sit back and say, you're right. Who did say that? And if that person is a colonizer, I do have to sit back and say, okay, no matter that it's a primary source at the time, now that loses a little bit of credibility because it's not them that said that they're Moor. It's a colonizer that named them Moors. So then I had to say, okay, is that status really worth having or anything, or really backing it up? But I have to actually review those things, and just because it's a primary source, it's still under review. You still got to know all the dynamic things. So as far as the dots of the gatekeeper, it's a lot of review, and it's a lot of just comparing and contrast and looking into all things, because even a primary source can be faulty.
But see, here's the
Oh,
thing, though,
Jay, are you
Dulcinea.
proud of me?
Here's the thing, Dulcinea, because here's what I say, right? I know one individual that was taken out based on a book he wrote, and that is George G.M. James. He talked about Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, who sat up under the Egyptian people. I'm just going off what he said. Wherever they located, I ain't about to get into all that right now. But he said specifically that they sat up under all the scribes and learned everything, and they took it back to wherever they was at and duplicated everything they did, the way of life, civilization, everything, the language, everything. They flipped it, they did whatever and made it work for them and how they speak. He was taken out for that. Now, if you read Herodotus in histories, he specifically tells you about the people. Herodotus went to all these different places and sat down and jotted down everything. And when you look at the one movie that dealt with Achilles, Aristotle in the beginning had talked to Alexander and had the map laid out on how they acted, where they was, how to get them, so on and so forth. These are your present day missionaries that came here to America. They sat out here in the form of some type of religion just to learn the people. And that's why I mentioned last time I was here, James Adair. When I mentioned James Adair sat here and learned the people for 40 years, wrote a book and said exactly who these people are, what are their customs. That is a primary source with first-hand knowledge. Everybody else is pseudo. They don't know what they're talking about. They hypothecating the information. And I dare anybody to challenge me on that. Anybody. And they damn sure wasn't talking about a DNA or anything else in that circumference. And they wasn't talking about Africa, because Africa did not exist. And Ivan Van Sertima actually made his book, They Came Before
Well, why
Columbus.
do y'all say Africa did exist? You mean maybe the name didn't
No,
exist, but the landmass existed? What?
Okay, but
Maybe
the
the
landmass
name.
existed. Yeah, landmass existed.
Okay, let's be clear, because that's
but Africa didn't.
that's pseudo in of itself. Like we know that the landmass was there. Now the name, I'll concede to,
But
I hear
Africa
that way
didn't.
too much.
But Africa didn't. I
Yeah,
got
the name
friends.
Africa. You're right. I'm saying. Okay, that's what I'm specifying.
I got friends in West Africa, all over West Africa. I got friends in the Congo, Rwanda, Uganda, Ethiopia, Eritrea. They do not call themselves Africa. No, they don't do it. They just don't do it. I ain't heard it come out their mouth.
All right, well, welcome Marcus to the show.
Hey, nephew.
Peace. How y'all doing tonight?
All right.
What's up?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. Listen, I just want to clarify something, right? Because I don't want people to misunderstand what the issue is, right? The multi-regional hypothesis and theory, right? There are scientists, geneticists, anthropologists who believe in that, who support that. They put up legitimate sources that go through peer review and are in journals. It is not a conspiracy to hide that information. It's available. If you want, I'll pull up sources and put it in the chat. I have no problem with doing that. Sources that were peer reviewed and put in journals. The issue is that isn't what is being presented. And that's my issue. The information and the access is there. If you want to talk about multi-regional, you want to talk about introgression, you want to talk about Homo habilis, right? That information is available. You can go to legitimate sources and use them. Nobody's arguing that. But don't bring the fringe, wild, crazy people and then try to present that. Now, if you want to, fine. But then as soon as you say this is peer review and we look and find that it's not, there's a problem now. You're going to get pushback from that. If you say this is a scientific article and it came from Answers in Genesis, you're going to get pushback from that because these people promote propaganda. So there is legitimate sources that you can use and read. And if you want those sources for multi-regional, right, there's two different hypotheses on multi-regional. One is they came out of the Middle East area into Europe, then back down the Middle East into Africa, right? That's one. And the other one is introgression, right? Introgression is that the Homo sapiens of the day left out of Africa and had integrated with other homogenesis individuals like Homo Neanderthal, Homo Denisson, and then they have some ghost populations that they believe in. And so, there's sources for that. There are sources that are legitimate that can be discussed if that is what you want to talk about.
Respectfully, though, Marcus, I think you may be talking about a multi-regional that is still out of Africa. There's a multi-regional that says the oldest genome and genomes and people came, like you said, from the Middle East or a region that would be still considered Africa, because Canaan is still, depending on where you're talking about, could be considered Africa. But that's not my position.
Hold on, hold on.
Okay.
No, the integration out of Africa integration is still considered multi-regional. They're just saying that a modern population came and not really replaced, but had integrated. Integration is what they really call it. With that, then there's an Anatolia one, in which the one that you talking about into Africa migrations, right? Then you have the other one that's so fringe that they don't even really discuss, and that is that individual populations of Homo erectus individually evolved with similar mutations in similar environments, and that those individuals are represented in populations today. But there's no genetic evidence for that. So that one was pretty much disavowed in 2003 to 2008. But my point is that even if you wanted to hold that, there are still peer-reviewed journal entries that talk about these discussions that you can use. And if you want the access to them, that's it. It's not a big deal. But don't bring the fringe wild people. Like, that's crazy. Like, if you want to bring it, fine, but just expect pushback when you say certain things that we look up and find that is not true.
Marcus, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question, Marcus.
Sure.
Just to get clarity, do you believe in the quote unquote out of Africa theory, or do you believe that the other way? Do you believe that that everyone came from Africa, or quote unquote that landmass? Is that do you believe in that?
I believe in the I believe in the out of Africa integration theory. That's currently what we find. That's what the newest information is leading to now that they're able to sequence the whole genome project, and that is that Neanderthals and Denisovan, I can never pronounce that, evolved.
Yeah, Denisovan, Neanderthals, and the first Homo sapiens. And you're talking about the
integration. About 100 and some odd years ago, 120 to 60,000 years ago, small group populations entered out of Africa into the Middle East and interbred with Neanderthals, and that population died out, and then another population came out after that with the integration, and that's why you will find things like Neanderthals having a closer genetic link to Homo sapiens sapiens on a Y chromosome versus the Denisesis, and I can never pronounce that. So that's my current stance, but that is based on the very relevant current information, which is why I'm saying the information is available with the new genetic testing that came out in the last
let's
3
go
years.
here, Neil, with it, because this is why these particular sources are important. And you can say that, oh, you're pulling someone's leg, but it's not, because let's go with A00. Now, what they did with Africa is they said that L is a subclad of A00, even though they have not been able to find the original or oldest A00 genome in Africa. So when they found A00, the oldest outside of Africa, they took the later subclades that they just named to be A0. They put the name on it. They did not have evidence that it was A0. They just said, based on their out of Africa theory, this region would be A0, even though they have not found the genetic genomes that are that old. And they said those later subclades were in the A0 family. So what they did for that older A00 that they found outside of Africa, they say there has to be an older A00 than that came from Africa. So when you're doing things like that, we have to actually quote the people that are talking about how misleading that is, how that can actually be false. Because if you're taking a younger subclade and then comparing the older subclade or the older actual beginning of a genome or the father, it would make more sense to say that that's the region it comes from and they migrated into Africa than make up that somehow all this young of the genome that you found must have an older one that's even older than that. They just haven't been able to find it.
Now, let me say this, right? Again, did you read that book that Reggie posted and what's that dude name? I forgot.
Mr. Jamie?
Yeah.
I'm reading it.
Did you read that book yet?
I'm reading it. I haven't read it in entirety.
Have you got to the second section?
No, I think I'm still on the first.
Okay, so I'm not going until you get to where they discuss that about the first generation, second generation, and third generation DNA sequence. I'm not going. We have to first get past that because it's not even. That's a long story. I'm not going to talk about it right now. I just want to say that if that is your point and purpose, there is sources that can be used that will help explain that. And the only thing I'm saying is you don't need to use the wild people to make that thing. It is a legitimate claim that some scientists have. Not a lot, but some do hold it. So that is where I'm at with that right now. I don't want you to think that this is we attacking you or anything like that. The real reason, the real purpose of the conversation is to ensure that we have a base level of what will be accepted to when we hold these conversations.
What will be accepted
if you want to,
I'm sorry, but this shit really is. It's like what will be accepted to who? I so get what Docs is saying. Like, says who? Like, for real, we got so many people saying one thing. We got so many people saying another thing. Just because you believe in this thing, then those people on the left, you can rock with them. You can't rock with the people on the right because you don't believe that. So what does it really matter?
But see, Nisha,
when you take this, wait a minute, Marcus. When you take this information, right? When we have this so-called knowledge, what we doing with it? It's bringing. If you're not in those fields, is it bringing you any money? Is it bringing you any peace? And we arguing and going so hard for what some people wrote that we don't even know. You got to remember, these people was getting paid for this shit. This shit wasn't free. These scientists get checks. So you also got to understand that sometimes they got to meet an agenda also at the same time. So they got to finish this here study in order to keep them grants coming in. So you also got to understand that sometimes I'm going to write yes on this shit too. You know how you go to jury duty, right? And you know that if you don't want to be in jury duty all fucking week, you gonna sometimes you just gonna say, I don't care if this nigga innocent, I got to get back to work. Even because what they paying me on this jury duty ain't gonna suffice. My check come better than that. So sometimes you got to go along to get along.
Anisha, don't be telling
Gatekeepers.
people. Don't be
Wait, I have
telling
a
people
question
my
to that.
PowerPoint in the debate, Nisha. Don't be just letting people know what I'm coming with during the debate, okay?
Gatekeepers, some information y'all willing to
Wait,
divulge.
I have a question. Hold on, Nisha. I got a question for you. Wait. Quick question. So when you sit and say, we have other things. When you sit and say so passionately, right? It's putting money. Is it putting money in your pocket? Is it paying your bills? Like what the fuck is it doing for you at the end of the day, right? So is it safe to insert that insert capitalism, that we have to have a certain amount of also business acumen or capitalism to, even complete the past, right? Like what is the past? Like you said, what is 1700s or 1600s if it didn't do nothing for you, if it didn't make you any bread, if it didn't bring you any measure of success? So is it safe to say that we're measuring those successes and what it's doing for you by capitalism, or we're saying a measure of success, in the form of recognition, or, like what form are we talking about when we sit and say, what is it doing for you? It ain't bringing you no bread. It ain't helping you meet no measure of success.
It's not. It's a I wouldn't even say a level of success. I wouldn't even use success. What I was saying is just your regular day to day, like just what you do to live day to day. Sometimes what I see in this community is that we put these books that's really not like how is the out of Africa theory going to better me? And I don't even have to speak on monetarily. How is it going to better me? How is it going to make my situation better, my life better, my people better?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Let's look at what really makes sense here. And we argue so much about this stuff. I get it. It's entertaining sometimes, but we take this shit a little too far.
We do, but hold on, Nisha, because listen, I don't want to hold on. Let me say this to Nisha first, because I don't want to make it look like I'm instigating nothing. I'm not. I'm just putting it out there because I really just want to get a flat, a general understanding. So again, when you say it's supposed to be getting us somewhere, what does that look like? Like I want you to give us a visual, like when you from your standpoint, what does that look like when we are sitting here saying this knowledge has finally reached a place, right, where it is actually working for our lives? What does that look like? What does that entail?
And we could take it's really, I look at it as the energy that we put in to, I'm talking about, we got some bad researchers, some people that could retain this information. But what I don't understand, like, what are you doing with it? And I see that, and that's what I'm saying. I get it as a pastime, but I don't see it as real time.
Right. And so
because for your okay, so I don't have kids, but for the people, for their families. So what you leaving for your families? More information? What you leaving for the next generation? More information? More of this stuff right here? What you doing? That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
Let's do this shit as a pastime, not real time.
Right. And without getting too much into why I'm so against it, though, is because this obsession with having to be first has been utilized to placate so many atrocities of of our oppression, but we're first though. But we're first. So it's cool. It's cool, all the agendas that have been associated with it, what they utilize those agendas for, but at least we were first. Like it makes no sense.
Oh
So,
yeah.
so I've already stated what the goal is and what I'm trying to accomplish. During the last show when I believe it was
I
Doc
probably
who
went to
asked me the
sleep.
question.
I probably
But
went to sleep.
yeah, but as far as that, why they're looking into human migration and things like that, for the most part, is because of diseases. That's what they're
They
using it
actually
for.
had the least of disease
So
information and different things when it comes to African and Black people. They actually are not investing as far as with finding disease. That's why I pushed as far as to say that they're really not actually connecting or doing enough research when it comes to those things. So yeah, they say they do it for disease control. They say they do it to help people, but as far as what it looks like when we go to the hospital, when we look to go to the doctor, we're looking at very old information compared to anybody else.
So
That's all.
I
That
really
Marcus, one
wasn't.
second. But
That's me.
okay,
I'm
but
sorry.
getting
That's
back to
a
Nisha's
yeah.
question,
That's a
Nisha, you
slippery
asked.
slope right there.
I'm
I was
sorry.
trying to answer
Talk about that, man.
Wait,
the
Marcus,
question.
1 second, please. Marcus,
Sure, not sure.
thank you. Nisha, you asked. I think you was asking just about like what does this mean for us? How does this advance you forward, right? But I think that depends on a person's perspective, right? That's a very personal choice, obviously, and I think it depends on what a person values, right? And that's really, really, really personal. And we grow up and we hear all the time things like, "Oh, kids are our future. We can't move forward without the past," or having knowledge of self, right? Or we hear all the time the messaging of, one of the reasons why our babies are quote unquote lost, right? Or lack guidance is because they need knowledge of self. It's because they need to know their foundation, right? So it's almost like this repairing of a person's soul. And we hope to do the repairing of a person's soul in their lifetime. And sometimes that's just not going to be accomplished, right? Because that's their personal walk. But
That's good,
and then when
Dot.
I
That's
think
good.
of, I'm sorry?
No, so that's good.
Yeah, and then when we think of, when I think of other cultures, right? So, for example, the Jews, not the Hebrew Israelites, right? But I'm saying like the Ashkenazi, the Sephardic, the Jews, those types, right? Where their whole, well, I guess the Hebrew Israelites too, right? Where they understand fully that part of the circle of life, right, includes a variance of things, right? So it includes your emotional health, spiritual health, physical health, mental, dot, right? But and part of that, they understand that their power comes from the collective, not the individual. And they also understand that maybe their heaven or maybe their hereafter, maybe they're not experiencing it on earth, but they hope, right? They hope that in the next life, if that's what you believe in, it's better. So I think it depends on a person's value. And I'm a big time history person. That's my lane. That's my lane. That's my lane. So I know, in my opinion, my own personal opinion, especially with my family, right? Like that was really, really, really important to me raising boys, right? Raising Black boys, especially in America. I feel like they cannot go forward without understanding, all the sacrifices, without
See,
the stories.
now that's so good. That's so good. That's so good because that's kind of like what I was asking. I was saying, what does it look like, right? If we're saying that this knowledge has to give us a measure of success, or this knowledge has to be working for us, in which way? Can we see? Can we? Do we have any college experiences? Any of our current people, like our nieces or nephew, which is our sisters and brothers' children, going off to college? Like, how then, how are we supposed to use this said knowledge and said information to better ourselves?
Well,
If
I
that
can give
then is the
one of
case,
my goals as far as it, because one of my goals is the fact that our golden age and I mean Black people, our golden age, we had the most scientific patents in the world. And now our children really struggle with math and science.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Told they're not good at it. They're told all this. We don't have people trying to think outside the box. They praise the Elon Musk, the everybody else that thinks outside the box and says, "Oh, I need to sit under them instead of teaching our children." You can be Elon Musk. You can come up with something different. We want to be like, no, stay in this lane, stay doing the same thing everybody's being doing. What is that producing but just more worker bees? It's not
Mm-hmm.
producing children that are gonna be innovators in any sense of the word. And with what we see is in Africa, where they're innovators, they're not teaching this.
Right.
They don't
Yeah.
believe this.
Right.
So I appreciate it. I'm about to get off the panel, but I think if y'all would like that information, at least on the integration part, uh, I'll drop the sources. Some of well, I'll drop ones that you don't need to be subscribed to any of the journals for. Um, in that regard, if you wish it for the information, but um, this is not. This is a conversation that we have to have, right? But dealing with things uh, okay, so Dulcinea brings up a point, right? That they're not doing enough in Africa, right? So you have the Africa Genome Project, right?
Mm-hmm.
A prime example of that is they just did a study earlier this year where they found new alleles or gene mutations alleles, right? And in that they found out that they had been mischaracterizing another allele based on that. So they thought that this specific gene variant was causing a disease, and they found out that it wasn't specifically that gene variant, but it was something else. So that type stuff is still being worked on, but they definitely do need to do more genetic testing in Africa as well as in the Caribbean. But
Well, Marcus, can
you
you put your
can't,
information in the back chat?
huh?
Can you put your information in the back chat?
Yeah.
Like put your email or something in the back chat?
All right, I'll do that.
Okay,
So
thank you.
no problem. So that type stuff is going on currently today. You know, the reason why we want to make sure that the information we are giving is as accurate and recent as possible is because we want our children to be able to, if let's say that I agree that the current status of medical um, the current status of medicine, right? Why wouldn't I want more Black children to become doctors to ensure that we get the best treatment possible? That's the point. Like if I say that the genetic testing has a problem, right? Why wouldn't I want Black children to engage in that to ensure that we make sure that the processes are beneficial to people who look like me? Why wouldn't I do that? So I teach science and scientific literacy so that Black children can engage in that, so that we can be the most relevant we can be, so that we can have the best advantages possible. I look at it from a business sense. What will give me the biggest return on investment? If I invest my time in teaching children how to do agriculture, will that benefit my grandkids? Right?
Yeah.
If I take the time out to teach children how to read and do math, will that benefit the neighborhood that my grandchildren may grow up in? That's
Yeah.
how I look at it. I look at it
Okay,
as
so
a
it goes
return on
back to the
investment.
same. So it points back to the same question I asked earlier, right? If we're going to use this knowledge, right, and and what does it look like when we say a measure of success? So it looks different to each and every one of us. So for you, it looks like giving back, right, in the community, being community oriented. Giving back in the form of what small mom and pop businesses or other nonprofits or what foundations. What are you saying that it looks like to you, Marcus, when you take what you have learned in science and you give back? What does that look like?
That's a great
That looks
question.
like children who have a brighter future. I work,
Daycare? Do you mean
huh?
daycares? Aftercare?
I I
That's
work
a good question, Jim.
I work
Link?
I work with the 4-H program. 4-H program
Okay.
is an agricultural program. That's what I work in because that's something that I'm very knowledgeable in.
Is that
Right?
USDA? What organization is it with? Is it through a
Yeah,
nonprofit?
that's the United States Department of Agriculture
Okay,
program.
so USDA.
Yeah,
I'm hip. I'm very familiar. So
right. And so what they do is you teach community agriculture, and they provide grants for college and stuff like that. And if you can get to a certain if you can get to a certain degree in the 4-H program, they help you get land. They help you establish urban farms, community farms, as well as royal farms, normal farm
so rural development,
processes. Yeah,
rural development, agriculture, and
right,
anything relating to it.
right. And so we try to fix the food deserts that's going on in Wilmington. Now, when y'all had Potter on here, I actually talked to her.
Do they use aquaponics in that? That's something I've always wanted to ask that I've never seen in any USDA language about the aquaponics. Is aquaponics involved in any way, shape, or form?
I grow aquaponics, and I helped at the Chester Community Center in Chester, Pennsylvania. Actually, helped them get that established a little better. But yeah, they do stuff with aquaponics, hydroponics, due to that's the new fad in growing, trying to conserve water.
Mm.
But there are some issues with that to a degree. Some of the processing it problems that come in with that. It works in certain situations. It may not work for all. The problem with that is that plants need too many micronutrients, right? And you can't get a formula that carries all of it that can work in a hydroponic system. It puts too much parts per million in the solution. So that's one of the issues. So sometimes the plants may not produce as much nutrients as they would being grown in
So,
ground. But
so have you partnered with any other aquaponic or hydroponic person in the area? Because I found that sometimes partnership works. Like we have a great big one here in the Midwest, right? And that person who has that aquaponics actually was one of the leading persons on just the same very issue that you mentioned, right? Because there's lots of research and development for this type of stuff, right? Where they really want you to be sustainable in your own communities, right? The smaller
yeah,
the community, the more that they really want you to learn about your own earth, right? Take a plot of land where an apartment, the size of an apartment or a house could fit, right? And really learn about the soil content. They want you to learn everything about that, right? Thus creating this self-sustainable system.
correct.
So you
So
really learn too what plants you can grow within your region and what you can't. So it's all trial and error, but it's very, very interesting to see what different people come up with solutions for those type of issues.
yeah, well, here we had two big main problems that happened recently in Delaware that caused controversy. We had a a program for hydroponics to help people coming out of prison, learn how to do hydroponics, and they were selling it to the store. But when COVID hit, that kind of threw a wrench in the system. Then the guy who initiated the program under I forget the Trump program that he established with Scott out of Carolina.
Mhm.
Um, they ended up having some financial problems. It looked like he wasn't distributing money correctly, scamming.
Yeah,
So,
or was he getting granted? Or was he not getting enough money coming in? Because it
well,
can look like that
the
very
initial
well.
the initial program looked like it could have been sustained with the grocery store selling directly to restaurants and grocery stores. But when COVID hit, you couldn't really do that direct sell any longer. But more importantly, he has some the program fell because of fraud. So
Yeah, and people padded their pockets. Let's be clear.
yeah,
Let's be
yeah.
honest, right? People padded
So
their pockets.
Right. So that's the issue with that. And then we now have this other urban development program that I've been sitting in on the meetings with the local uh, ag department, county representative. That program looks like we'll be able to do some things. There's some laws in Wilmington right now that is preventing um, certain type of ag programs. So we'll be reaching out trying to fix those laws and have those passed um, in Wilmington now, so that we can get animals, even if you can just have a
Yeah,
few
so you
chickens
can,
or
yeah,
something like
and
that.
start, and they do. So wait a minute, I don't want to cut everybody else off or alienate nobody else from the conversation, but I wanted to just sit and make it clear. So when we sit and say, measure a measure of success in these changes that this knowledge and information is supposed to be bringing to us, you're saying it looks like to you in the form of agriculture, children in agriculture.
No. What I'm saying is that in all fields. So I just because I'm into agriculture, right? There could be somebody else who's into medicine, right? It could be somebody else who's into whatever you feeling like, you know what I'm saying? And and
But no,
and
no, no,
and
no,
then
no, Marcus, hold on. You're getting ahead. So that's the collective. So that's why we go to each person. That's why I'm asking it to each person. What does it look like? Because when it comes together, right, that is how you unify and get the one. See, it
right.
always
So
goes back to working together, putting your money where your mouth is, right?
Yeah.
Everyone
And
is
what I
always
will
talking about, yeah, getting together, but don't know what that looks like. So I just decided to put some visual to it. Like, let's ask everybody, what is the measure of success for all this knowledge and shit we talk about on Black YouTube? How is it benefiting us? What does it look like? What
Well,
is
so
I
that
so
want to
small
say
measure of success?
something to that because I think it's greater than black faces in a row, and people can disagree all they want with the jab. The jab wasn't good in its showing. It was a black face, and I believe they had that black face on purpose for the jab because who's going to get the
Mhm.
blame? Who's going to get the blame as it goes downhill? The black face. But
Mm-hmm.
if we had our own research facilities, if we had our own people that saying, hey, we don't necessarily have to do this go along with the get along when it comes to medicine, when it comes to science, like there has to be a greater thing than just teaching what they're saying is all the way correct when we see it's harming us.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
okay, so
Because you
I'm
need to be saying that we
with
are
with
information,
that be
Marcus.
with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and get a bow on out. I'm not going to engage in the conspiracy stuff. So listen, ladies,
She
I
Wow.
wasn't going
appreciate
with,
y'all
no,
letting
she
me
was
up.
not going with
I'm out of
conspiracy.
here.
She was
I'm
going
not.
with,
I'm
she was actually going with innovation. She was not going with conspiracy. She was going with innovation. Innovation is what you create from the imagination, right? Or what you create using what your God given knowledge, right? You are this advanced with this level. Some type of creativity has to hit your being so that you can have a purpose to fulfill more than just yourself.
Right. Right.
so I appreciate that. If you want the some sources, you can just ask, and we can y'all can read them and do whatever you want. The book that was recommended by David Reach is an excellent book. It's one of them. There's a couple other ones that if you're interested in, you can read. Some of them there's free PDFs for. Very interesting. Read them. Find out about the difference between first generation, second generation, third generation, genomic testing. Um, like I said, I'm big into health and wellness to a degree. Healthy eating and making wise, conscious decisions on the choices you made. Shout out to you, ladies. I appreciate
You
some of
are,
the
you
work
know
y'all
what? I
doing.
will send you my material, Marcus, when I come back from when I'm attending this workshop for bioscience and biomedical from Baltimore. It's like the bioscience at Baltimore University, right? I'll send you all the material that we get. I'm sure with the ladies first, but thank you for that because we're how sometimes y'all don't think over here we're all pseudo and we just don't have no hookup. None of us are doing anything. But thank you, Marcus. Thank
I
you.
don't use the pseudo that often. I don't use it as often as others do. But I have no problem. I have no problem saying it when
Thank you.
you do. But I don't use it that
Thank you.
often.
We're gonna be learning over here because we do have the hookup. One of
All
us
right.
is the whole hookup and some.
All right. So listen, I appreciate it. I'm gonna step off. I'm gonna go ahead and head back to sleep.
Yes. Spend your Saturday sleeping. You got this.
Yeah, no, I gotta go work with the kids in the morning.
You
I
do.
put that on here.
You do.
All right.
Saturday link is imperative.
But you see what I'm saying? I know, Nisha, you just saw that.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying about it? Like RNA.
Okay, yeah, I was just waiting for him
Girl,
to be
listen,
done.
when I come back from that work, when I come back from that
tests are
conference, I'm
good.
gonna hook
We
you up
don't
with
know.
all of that
We
info.
don't
I'm
know
gonna give you
enough
all
about
that bioscience medical
and as soon
information.
as he heard, oh, you're coming against the new RNA conspiracy, pseudo.
Conspiracies, where he went with that. Did you hear that? How did he even get that from that?
Like that.
We weren't even talking about that was
Wait a minute. I
insanity
got a
that he
question.
used the very word conspiracy.
Wait a minute, what's going on?
I got a question. Who was mentioning gatekeepers earlier?
Dots.
Yeah, Dot.
Okay, thank you. There you go. There it was, right there.
There it was.
There it was.
There it was.
So there it is.
It is so crazy how they just assume that six ladies over here, you don't to really know, like Nisha always say it. Nisha always say, you don't know my background, you don't know where we come from. That includes a few of us. It's like it's absolutely insane to always insinuate just because you can be a little bit more passionate about what you believe in than me. Like for me, I'm not gonna do it. I can tell you now, this Gemini is not gonna do it with you. You will information over fucking those before I do. Because I'm gonna tap out at some point in time because I don't need to be that goddamn right. I don't need to be that goddamn knowledgeable. I don't need to be number one on that front. Knowledge will never ever end. Never end. So when you die, it's still gonna be going on. People still gonna be learning this shit and more.
Right.
Ask me that question.
I want to ask y'all
ask
really
me
quick
that
though.
question.
Everybody, does it bother you that knowledge is kind of like stalled? Does it bother you that we're not really having new things or new innovations or anything like that, especially us as Black people, that we have like this kind of stall and like where they say year after year, like every decade, the children are the future, and then the children end up becoming adults, and we become adults that are just doing the same old thing that we were doing 10
That
years
are just basic and average people. Yes.
Right.
That's right. Because you know why? Because it has to be taught like everything else. So this is why you make it a point. Because seriously, you have some children that come with some ability. But what I'm learning, even with my children who have ability, is I have to guide them as well. So if no one's guiding them or they lose their guider, which was their father, right? He was their main person to really believe in them and a different way from myself, guide them into their destiny. Once you lose that, what do you replace that with? So yeah, there are bigger things to talk about in this community other than being number fucking one.
Right.
Being right all the time.
Right.
Where are leaders that need to step up, saying that they love this community so much, they love our skin and our melanin so fucking much, but a lot of us are out here still single.
Come on.
Nobody's sitting here saying, "Hey, babe, I really do like you. Let's try and build." Right?
Right.
When's the last time you fucking heard that? Like, let's keep this real. You hear, "Oh no, you must be trying to play a game. You must be this. Fuck all that." You saying you love this community. I'm saying I love this community. You're saying you want to sit here and build something to see the Black people finally fucking grow. I'm seeing it. I want to see the same thing. Right? We are lining up. So what is the problem?
Right.
Yeah, I want to answer that question. I want to answer that question.
What happened?
The question she asked him. I want to answer the question.
I know ain't nobody messing with my sisters. Because I'm here now.
Yeah, go ahead and answer. Yeah. Were you talking about the jab or which one?
No. The question is sister. I'm on my phone. Hold on. The one that was just talking about what
That's
does that
that's
look like?
me. That's Gemini.
Yeah, Gemini. What is
Don't say
the
that's
question
me.
was? What does that look like? What is that? My sister Paula is a Gemini, so I'm good with that.
Mhm.
So the question was, what does that look like, right? The question
Which
is, what
part?
does that look like?
Which part?
You
You have to
said
be
like
specific.
the information. I mean, the dude was just running around in circles. I kind of lost the question you was asking. You said, what does it look like of what we're doing
Because he
with the
couldn't
youth and
answer
the
it. You know why?
information,
Because he
right?
hadn't thought that far ahead. That's why.
Right, exactly.
And I love Marcus, but
And
he
I
didn't
do.
think that far ahead. Yeah. So he couldn't answer the
And I
question correctly.
Yeah, but I can answer that question
Okay.
because the question was, can you just ask that question again so I get clarity?
Yes. Yeah, so earlier we were discussing about Nisha had brought up some good points about what is this information doing for you, right? If you're gonna
Right.
be up
There you
here
go.
on the internet all day long, pumping out this information, how then is it changing you? How is it making you money? How is sitting here learning and being so knowledgeable giving you a measure of success? And then took it a step further. Yeah, so what does that look like? What is your measure of success from all that you're doing, all that you're learning, all of this knowledge? How is it transformative in your life?
Right. So the first part of the question is, it really doesn't do anything. In my field of work, it really doesn't do anything because my thing is that like because Dulcinea had said something right behind that when she said there's people that can't do math and read and things like that. But I deal with people on a physical. I deal with the youth on a physical training. That's how I teach life skills. And a lot of these people, and I used to work in special ed, back in the late '90s, early 2000s, and basically working with some of the youth that was getting kicked out, coming out of prison, so on and so forth. My method of teaching people
You work
math,
with kids coming out of prison.
yeah, yeah, high
What
school,
kind of kids come out of prison?
high school.
Like
We
juvenile.
talking about
Yeah,
South
the
Central.
family system,
Yeah,
juvenile
we talking
family
about
system.
yeah, we can talk about South Central. And as soon as they was
Delinquents.
the whole situation is that they was automatically diagnosing them with emotional ED, emotional disturbance,
Okay.
and then the ADHD too as well.
Ain't that some
So
shit?
that was the thing where they can get bread, so on
Katie
and so
knows about
forth,
that kind of stuff. She's
and
worked with them before.
So you
entice.
talking about the parents were coming out of prison?
No, the youth.
No, the children. There's prison. There's juvenile prison for children,
Like
and
Yeah,
delinquents.
Yeah,
they
you
they
have
with
you have
family division.
and stuff like that.
yeah
And
you have
usually by the time they turn 16, 17, sometimes they can be tried as men, especially black young boys.
They don't
Yeah,
call
they're
that
coming out of
Yeah,
prison.
prison.
depending on the
They call
severity
that
of the
prison
crime.
for children.
Yeah, there's still
Yeah,
there's
but
a
it's
lot of
family division.
it's
yeah a
family
lot of them
division too, but
yeah
there's like a sector for prison and there's jail,
yeah
even
but
for
a lot of them
juveniles.
yeah a lot of them was caught for holding. You know what I mean? They was holding. They was on the corners. You see what I'm saying? And
Mhm.
basically they was still underage. So what they did is they put them in a diversion program. So you had this spot called East Lake, or what they call Mid Central, out there in South Central LA. And a lot of them used to come through the school. So they started making these bungalows and stuff for the youth. So how I used to teach the youth in mathematics, right? Because that's my thing, right? I mean numbers. That's what I do. So
Okay.
Where you teach at? Where
so
you
what
teach
I used
at
to
over? Are you over in Watts? When you are how far over are you? Are you right on the cusp of South Central LA? Where you at? What street?
well when I was doing this back in '97, '98, it was at Manual Arts right there on
Oh,
Vermont
okay.
and King. Yeah,
Yeah.
right there on Vermont and King. And
Mm-hmm.
then that was Manual Arts, and then I was teaching sometimes over at Mid Central East Lake over there on the east side off of the 10 freeway and the 5 by Cal State LA.
Yeah.
So I was
Mm-hmm.
yeah, but the thing is that if you teach them dry, well, I call it bologna sandwich type conversation or teaching, they're not gonna get it. You got to relate to them on how they're gonna figure out the math. So I just teach them the math on the streets. Okay, if you got this much and somebody do this and do that, so on and so forth, then they will get it. They will look at me like, damn, I get that. And the bottom line is that if you get them youth, if you actually just sat out there and watch them youth get busy on the street, I guarantee you their money gonna be right. They're gonna add it up. They're gonna understand the language. They're gonna be able to deliver it back. But I think it's the people that are actually teaching our youth that is the problem. That's my thing.
So you're saying giving back is what it looks like for you, community program.
Yeah, you got to be boots on the ground. That's bottom line. If you're not out there talking to them,
so grassroots, grassroots are already established community programs, or a little bit of both.
Yeah, but they all start out with the fire of good ideas and wanting to do
grassroots.
Something. But then once they get that grant or once they get that money and they see that your grassroots organization to do something, they're gonna pull you in and then they're gonna dictate the program or what you do and how you do it. Next thing you know, you pushing paper.
Well, because more money just comes with boundaries and rules. Yeah, it's already built into the grant.
Exactly. So, like my program, we never ever had grants. We've always done it from the people. We never advertise. We never market. So everything is word of mouth. Huh?
Sakina,
yeah.
Is it too late to eat apples and caramel?
Yeah, we talked about this earlier. I just sound like deja vu.
But yeah, too, I wanted to say too, and I do believe in relating to them and actually teaching them different math. Like this new age math is stupid, and like just really seeing what the
girl, I can't do none of they damn math. I don't even see how they. I would have never passed.
They do left. It's horrible. Like
yeah, I would have never passed this grade.
That's crazy. But what
I'd have been in 6th grade 5 times.
Is Pythagorean theorem was never solved. They knew that Pythagorean theorem was a thing, but they were using sine circular theory to actually solve it. But they could never really solve. How are they doing this with triangles? So 2 young Black girls in St. Mary's Academy in New Orleans solved it with trigonometry. Wouldn't have been able to solve it if people didn't believe in them to go further than what is taught in schools.
Absolutely.
And that's my point.
Exactly. And the one thing is that, you know, we actually have so many successful people that are doing and inventing good things, but the patents and everything, like Dulcinea mentioned about all those patents that people have that are suppressed, and then they're putting a face, you know, a white face in front of it. You know, my thing is on the overall is the actual institution of our own schooling. In our own schooling, sister, that's just what it is, Gemini. That's the foundation. You got to get to the babies.
Okay, I mean, so we are who we are. Patents don't have nothing to do with school. So we're talking about math, science, and English, or are we talking about patents? Which one are we talking about?
Okay, the only way that you get to the point of a patent that you got some skills of understanding and knowledge.
A patent is a specialty subject. School is math, English, and
I get what he's saying because he first brought up intellectual property. So he's like,
so then he's not talking about school at all. He's talking about a specialty subject because a patent and anything along trade is specialty. That's not what they teach you in school at all.
Okay, so let me say this though, but that's not true. I'm gonna tell you.
Is it a trade school? Is this a high school with a trade school? Because high school is still your basic and core subjects, AP classes. I have a 19-year-old daughter who just graduated from high school. Right? She's in community college now, but she's almost done with that. But I'm just saying, when did that change?
I'm gonna tell you, it's never changed. See, the bottom line is just about how you go about it and what you deliver, and what your objective is when you go to college.
Are you making this up? Because I understand college very well, and I have 2 kids in college.
But I'm gonna tell you from experience.
You're talking to an experience. So I'm trying to say, make it make sense.
Experience. I'm gonna tell you
because your core subjects, even to graduate, is not gonna be patents. That's gonna be your major and your minor. Then in order to graduate, you're gonna need core subject matter.
You're still talking about their institution. I'm talking about our institution.
Just what you just said,
how we deliver. No. That is.
No, he's saying us creating our own institution.
You
And I
hear what
think
you
it
hear. You
was
fired up.
just
I get it. I get it.
focusing on intellectual property. So teaching them
Yeah,
as
when
far
you
as
get
their intellectual property.
So he
look
okay. So
when
he's
you
saying
get to
a
the
charter
point.
school or something.
Look, when you get to the point, right? Let me tell you for myself. I'm giving you my
Are you talking
experience
about a charter
personally.
school? What kind of school are we talking?
Okay, let me get to that. Let me bring up
Okay.
to it. You putting a rush job on me. Hold on. You
You
know what I'm
talking
saying?
about
Yeah,
part.
I drive Cadillacs. You know what I'm saying? So I ride slow. I cruise. So the thing is that when you get to a point where, like for me, right? I wasn't nothing but a jock. All I did was play ball. But I had my own mind. So at the end of the day, once you get to a certain point, when I got to college, and then I knew that everything wasn't there. There's an echo. There's an echo.
Okay. We muting up. Go ahead.
Yeah,
There's an echo. All right.
everybody's
So
muted.
when I got to a point where I knew that sports wasn't the end all be all, and I wasn't gonna play it until I was 100 years old, I had to figure out what I was gonna do. So then what I did was I actually talked to my mentors. You know, I talked to some elders, and they said, "Well, you need to figure out what you want to do, and what you want to make good for yourself, and what you want to bring back to the world." So what I did, I took what I knew, and when I was in college, when I finished, I took that information and I developed something, and I ain't had a job in 20 years. I've been my own boss. And that is the thing that I'm bringing to my community and to my people through my organization. What I'm doing, I'm telling them how to be self sustained. Take the information, know what
How
you
many
want to do.
employees at one time can go home and feed their families real good?
What I'm saying is I'm telling them you ain't got to be an employee. You could be an apprentice. You could come study up under all my people that got all these different trades of what they do. You come study with them, you make your money and learn at the same time. And
So
when
are
you're
you
done,
teaching
you
them,
get
selling
busy.
them, coaching them, mentoring them? Which one?
I'm not selling them anything.
I asked, I guess I gave you a variety of options. Selling, teaching, mentoring. Are you
Okay,
educate? What are we talking about?
everything but selling. What I'm showing them, right? What I'm coaching them, what I'm teaching them, basically what I'm showing them is that this information that you get, if you go to university and you want to be a student, whatever you do, your major of what you're doing is something that you want to be the boss of. You're going to come up under somebody, and we're going to send you to somebody that looks like you, that's going to show you what to do. And then next thing you know, we're going to send you out there and we're going to show you how to set up your own business, how to set up your own thing and be your
So
own
is this
boss.
continuous education, or is this in a school? Is this link program? Is this a nonprofit after school program? Is it a program on the weekends?
Is it
What
in
are
your
we talking?
backyard?
Yeah,
Yeah, I get what she's saying and asking from both standpoints, because I can tell you
all
what
that,
something I'm gonna do is
all
I've
that
actually
encapsulated.
looked into research facilities and everything, and I want to save up. I want a research facility in the name of my parents. We've already had a scholarship in their name before, and what I want to
That's
do
it.
is help kids or young people with that, so they'll have the resources to actually innovate, do different things, and then at there they will be able to learn as far as the process for getting their patents, making sure they get patents, so they don't go into a job or the workforce giving their boss those that intellectual property and signing that away.
Right,
Right.
I
So
would
right.
that's the
here.
one thing, because I want to get there with it, because
So
I know she's passionate about what she's saying, and it's good.
right, right. Well, you
But
know what?
because at the
I
end of
used
the
to let
day,
me tell
but
you something. Let me
you
go
gotta
back. See, I used to
hold
sit
on,
here
let me
and
finish.
listen. Like
When you
my
get to the point where you're in capital, what I was saying, what your questions, I never got to, you know what I'm saying? Dulcinea jumped in, which was cool. She basically saying what I'm saying. Everything you're asking me, it everything you saying, it's all encapsulated. You got to be able, and this is what a lot of these organizations, melanated organizations, are not doing. They're not encapsulating the whole thing. They're just doing one thing. Our organization
Hey,
will
hey,
capture
to the brother that's on here
everything
speaking.
that you're saying.
Hold on.
Everything that you're saying. Everything that you're saying. Because a lot
Well,
of
let me.
people
You know why? Do you know why I'm
they
asking it
don't
this
have the
way though? Hold
fortitude.
on.
They
Because
don't have the
listen, there was
fortitude to
a
be able
time
to
like
do it.
really like my background is in business, right? Nonprofits specifically. I've helped lots of people open up nonprofits. And I've helped lots of mom and pop stores, right, with business development. So it's important to understand that when we're talking about said subject matters, right, and we're sitting here saying that because the whole premise of this conversation was Nisha saying, what are you doing with this information that you're spending with all your time online? How is it helping you, or how is it helping the next person, or how is it even helping your community? Right. So then when people sit here and so quick to put down others, and then we run that back to any one person about a business that they have, they don't even realize that you do have subject matter experts on the panel that fully understand that lane. And we're gonna ask you, and I'm gonna ask you, what are you doing? How does it look like? Who, what, where, and how? I want to understand this because again, if you are saying, right, it separates the people who call people like me and us, right, we're pseudos, right? Said other people are not pseudos, right? They have it all together. So then, as a pseudo on the pseudo side, and we get to think outside the box a little bit more than other people, then let's lay it down. Let's start to build that foundation that we claim we're all working towards. Otherwise, like Nisha's
I
saying,
mean, we looking
just
in the
falling on
same
deaf
direction.
ears. You're doing a lot
We
of
looking
Hey
talking.
in
brother, hey
we
brother,
looking in we looking in the
before you
we
start,
looking
brother,
in
I
the
just want to ask you something right quick.
hold on, man. Me and the sister dialoguing, brother. Hold on a second. What I'm
Right,
saying
but
is
I'm just saying though,
we looking in
John,
the
you
same
have been
direction.
talking for a while. He can't
No,
get
she
one
was.
question in.
I just want to
All
ask him
right,
something about his apprenticeship. That's all.
let me finish. Let me finish because the sister is very passionate about what she's talking about. All I'm saying is
But
we
that
looking in the
last
same
question,
direction.
I got a question
All I
myself.
was saying is we looking in the same direction. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm not on
Yeah, to the
YouTube.
brother,
I'm not on YouTube.
I just want to, I just want to ask you, what type of apprenticeship do you have?
What type of apprenticeship do I have?
Yeah,
Is that what you asking me?
yeah.
Okay.
I speak very clear. What type of apprenticeship do you have?
Do you want to get down with it?
All right. Okay, thank you. Dulcinea.
Yeah. Exactly.
Hold on. I thank you.
Exactly.
Hold on. Can I sing this for a minute? Lies, 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 all lies, all lies. If
Do
you
you
ask
know me?
somebody what type of apprenticeship do they have, they would tell you I have an electrical apprenticeship. I'm with the IBEW. If you ask somebody what type of apprenticeship they have, again, they would tell you they have a plumbing apprenticeship. You're not, what the sisters are arguing with you about is they're saying you're not being very clear. You're sounding very abstract when you're talking, and you're not very concrete on the things that you're saying. All right, they just sound like
Is
talking
that what
points.
they said? I mean, is that what
Yeah,
they said? Let them
yeah, that's
speak
what
for
they're
themselves. Is
saying.
that what they're saying?
That's what they're saying.
Okay, well, let me see if we
Okay,
see.
let me see if that's
But
what they're
here, I
saying.
did
If
want to
that's what
ask
you're
Dulcinea a
saying.
question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe you. You're a Hebrew anyway. Okay, so let me
Nobody
ask
cares.
Dulcinea a
Okay, there it
question.
is. There it is. All
Yeah.
right, good.
So if you don't
Yeah.
mind, hey,
Yeah.
yeah, Dulcinea,
Let me ask the
the
next question.
debate that you're having with what's her name? I don't
Nepal.
anyway.
Craig.
All right, yeah, her. Yeah, her. The debate that you're having with this sister here, you don't believe that you're a primate? Is that the argument here?
Right. Exactly.
Okay, cool. All right, and also I just want to be clear on this. You're saying that life originated in America. Am I correct?
No.
No.
Okay, good. Are you saying the earliest bones are in America?
No. So far, the earliest DNA genome was found in America. But no, I'm not saying that life originates from one single source. It doesn't.
Okay, because I just want to know what all the commotion is about. So you're saying the earliest genetic testing took place on a set of bones in the over here in America, in the Americas. Is that what you're saying? This brother got a
No.
bad boy
The
shirt on.
A00 genome, as far as the oldest that has been found, and of the Y genome, was found in America. It's the oldest that's ever been found in South Carolina. But I don't say that is the source of human life. No.
All right. Before I continue any further, because I'm not about to try to debate you on this right quick. That marker, what person was that found on?
Albert Perry.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I want to know. Okay. Thank you.
But
You guys go ahead.
Anything that you might want to say or anything else? I mean.
And how you doing, MVP?
No.
How you doing? We ain't
Hey,
spoke.
what's up? What? Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, always I like what you guys are doing. Always be very clear, be concrete, be very stern with your questions, because we got these grifters out here. We got these guys always trying to sound like there's something that they're not. And I really appreciate the way y'all drove that nail in the coffin when y'all kept saying, what is it that you're doing? Who, what, when, and where? Anybody that has an apprenticeship, they would say, I have an electrical apprenticeship program that there you go. You automatically say it. You know what I'm saying? Not some Are you interested? That lets me know right there you're lying. So you can call me corny. You can call me whatever you want.
Yeah,
you see how he's interrupting?
You was a weirdo.
Right. Right. Got you. Cool. Huh. You sure I am. That's why you call yourself a Semitic god. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Right.
I'm going
Right.
home.
So
I'm sorry to interrupt you, MVP, because I've been kicking it with my family all night long. So freedom, you guys. I would log back on when I get to the crib. See you guys in a few minutes.
Okay, baby. Hope you had a good time.
Weirdo.
I did.
Can I get 5 minutes with this dude?
See you soon.
Can I have 5 minutes with him?
Are y'all
and
not
yeah,
going
you still haven't told us the apprenticeship that you're selling.
Wait a minute.
I'm asking the sisters. This is the sisters.
Hold on, let Sakina go. Wait a minute.
Let me ask my 2 questions, and then I'm gonna need y'all to.
It's all
good. He asking the sisters 5 minutes to talk to me. I don't even want to talk to you. No, thank you.
Yeah, I know.
You're weird.
You weak.
Okay. All right. Sakina, go ahead.
You got exposed.
Okay, so my 2 questions is one is you said that you don't operate off of grants. Is that right?
No, everything is grassroots.
Oh, that's crazy.
So that means your community.
I don't beg the government for money.
Okay, that's grants are not begging for money, but anyway.
Well,
so
for me, I do.
You get it off of what? What do you get it off your pockets? How do you get funded?
No, it ain't about being funded. It's about the simple fact that we get members, the parents participate. We have local communities, local businesses that participate in what we're doing. It's a collective.
Donations.
And all the acronyms. This dude is talking about the IEW. This.
No. I'm not.
We don't do none of that.
So you're working off of donations. Let's go layman's for the people that don't know. We're not gonna play semantics. So you're working off of donations, because if you're not getting grants, then you're doing the granted work. So you're going out and talking to people and asking the people and corporations and asking them for the funds.
A lot of the people that I deal with have their own businesses. They're all connected within our organization.
You're asking them, right?
No, I'm not asking them. We're together. It's a collective. That's what a collective is.
So they own a portion of your business.
My advisory board, they do a lot of different things. We have a lot of different events.
So they donated toward the board to be paid. So there are investments. The investment owners of your business?
No, they're not. We don't call it investments.
What do y'all call it?
We call it a collective.
You know me,
I
say call it what you want to just call it, because
it's a collective.
Okay, they got stock. You say collective. Okay, well, so that's where the money comes from. So do the other
basically it goes in and it goes right back out.
They also work there as well, because you have to pay your employees.
No, we don't have employees.
Oh. You say so the people that work there are the parents?
No, the parents don't work there either.
Well, who teaches the children? Just you?
No, the people that teach the children are the ones that have the professions. So that's what we talk about, the apprenticeship. right? So basically, let's say we got somebody that fix ACs, we got somebody that does flooring, we got somebody that does painting, we got somebody that does any type of other type of merchant type of business.
Oh no, they
What
pay.
we do is we connect them all. We connect them all through that. My
Okay, so
program.
your taxes, are you 1099? Are you excuse me?
No, we do stipends. We do stipends and subcontracting with the businesses. So what happens is that the businesses work their own program. What they do is they come up under us as a lead agency. We're the lead agency, and what we work on is they get their money coming through us to them. We pay them based on the memberships that we have. Now, a lot of people don't understand this form of. I've been doing this for since 2004. I have developed a specialty on how to do this without getting government grants or state grants. I want to make sure.
But listen, what sense do that make? Because really, if we are trying to build a community, and there are plenty of grants out there, it ain't about begging. It's about money that you ain't got to be going out there and what you doing to these businesses. That's begging. These grants are.
You said what is begging? What is begging?
It's so many people on that organization that it's not funny. Like he owned 2% of 2% of 2% of 2.
You're so mean.
Listen here, I'm all done.
Hey, I don't even be tripping off that. I don't trip off people that don't know. I don't trip off people that are institutionalized in their thinking and thinking that the only way that you can succeed and be successful in what you do is by asking the government for money.
With the IRS, you don't know who's who. Because
y'all reading the wrong books.
Well, my thing is this: in all due respect, I'm not tripping. I don't get mad at people that don't know. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is, if that's the way you go about doing your things, and you
go ahead and do your thing.
Don't think it's real, I appreciate that. I appreciate you letting me do my thing.
I appreciate you doing your thing.
Yeah, and that's what it is.
I just hope when you get locked up, they let you out.
Okay, so my thing is this: you could go to the
17 years.
You can go to the housefoundation.org.
I know what you're trying.
Okay, listen, you go to the housefoundation.org. You go to the housefoundation.org.
I know exactly what you're trying to do.
Two people talking is bad.
No, but see, that's the thing. I mean, people, you know what I'm saying? Like the thing is, people get upset.
I'm not
because you are. You know what I'm saying?
What?
But my thing is, because you said you're see, and this is the problem. What was going on, boo? You know what I'm saying? It's like this is the initial conversation where people get mad because people do things or say things or approach things that is not a part of their wheelhouse or what they understand. People are afraid. And fear is a major thing of what people don't understand. When you don't understand something, you in fear. You say, nah, if you're a 501c3, you gotta do whatever you gotta do. You know what I'm saying? I'll tell you right now, the House of Infinite Ability. Look it up.
Are you a 501c3?
No. Absolutely.
So a 501,
I said
501c3 comes with you got to have a board. That's mandatory.
Look it up.
What you mean? I don't have to look up something I already know. What are you talking about?
Stop all that jibber jabber. Look it up, sister.
Listen here, Nisha.
I just told you the House of Infinite Ability. Look it up.
Listen here.
That's what it's called. Is that what your
website?
The House of Infinite Ability. The House of
it only makes a nonprofit where he don't pay taxes.
Look,
that's
the
it.
House of Infinite Ability Youth Foundation.
Still have to get his taxes done.
Hey, I'm not even worried about what she's talking about.
I know he's not.
To answer your question, it's the House of Infinite Ability Youth Foundation. Look it up now.
Y'all listen here.
She's telling me see, this is the difference between me and the people that Dulcinea was talking about coming you know, being mad or something like that because somebody says something, is that all you got to do is look it up and verify it. Secretary of State of California, and look it up.
501c3 has to work.
I said thehousefoundation.org, the House of Infinitability Youth Foundation. Look it up right now. Look it up.
Donation.
Look it up. Look it up.
Tax free. Everything that they get.
So hold on. Your name is J. Thomas?
That is my name.
Okay. 501c3s work off of
You see the first page that you see that brother with that, you know, drumming. You see the people in the front.
You get donations everywhere.
You see all that? You see all that? You can look me up. You can look me up on the. You can look me up.
You can get donations everywhere. Go.
Okay, all you gotta do is go look it up
and get donations everywhere based off of.
See, a lot of people want grants and do big things and look for millions and do all this and do all that to say this and say that. But the bottom line, that's not what it is. That's not what it is for us.
Come on, both of y'all can't talk now.
Let me talk because
well, the bottom line, I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to sit here and let her be disrespectful.
I'm not being disrespectful. I'm trying to talk. I didn't interrupt you on Gemini.
But she's sitting there telling me about locked up and all that.
No, I didn't say nothing about
being locked up. No, you just said that. You just locked up. You just said that. Locked up. You just said that.
I said, well,
why are we arguing about this man's business?
I'm not arguing about nothing about his business. I'm trying to explain what a 501.
Nah, she said I was lying. She said I was lying.
I don't get it. Well, can the subject switch now? Because God, today.
I mean, please, can we switch?
All right, let's go ahead and this. And I mean, he proved that he has a 501c. He proved it.
And look at, and you see the face on there. You saw my face the last time, and you see that face. All right, there
or anything. I think we just get very, and you know, we want to know all the credentials. Are you doing it or anything like that? But I mean, at the end of the day, no one beat down Marcus to be like, is he really doing it? Proving all this other stuff. So
I don't know what the issue is. I don't know what the issue is
when we do this for real. I would just say let it go from here. Let's move on because everybody's gonna do things their own way. I get what you're saying, Sakina and Anisha. I think you guys are saying like, what is the big deal? No. But let me finish what I'm saying, Sister Freedom. I think they're saying, you know, there's grants available.
Yeah, we're not knocking.
They're not knocking the business. They're just saying there's stuff available. They can even grow it. They can even grow it further. If you hold on, Sister Freedom. I'm talking. Just hold on 1 second. What I think their point was there's grants available that he wouldn't owe back, that anything that would build his thing. So why turn down the money? I think that's
what I'm saying.
That's all they were saying.
I be about that money.
What I'm trying to say is maybe he doesn't trust the government and things like that.
That's so crazy for if he don't want the money.
And so instead, you would rather go
this route. I mean, the one question you should be asking me is, why don't you want the money? I don't need the money. I got money.
Well, can I have some? We want some. The Cash App is at the bottom.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right, hit that Cash App.
Yeah, that's
I'm gonna tell you, I don't care how much money I got. I ain't turning down money because I'm gonna utilize that money to make more money.
That's up here trying to upset the apple cart. We talking about knowledge. I wasn't even talking about that. I was asking the sister's question.
Okay, well,
you know, I do things from the ground. I do things from the soil. That's just how I get down. I love this. What I do, I love it, and it ain't about the money for me.
But what I am saying is, one, you're giving percentage up of your building for nothing when you could do it the other way around, and two, you're losing out, and it sounds underground dirty. And you playing yourself, and you might end up getting yourself in trouble.
Like I said, look up my corporation. It's been up since 2004 and has never been down. So you tell me if I'm going to go to jail. If that's the case, I'd have been in jail a long time ago.
Not necessarily, because it takes an audit to do it.
Well, the bottom line is that if you want to get an audit, go tell the people to
Why
come
would I
audit
do
me.
that?
All right, because you talking about that on this wire. This is what I'm talking about. So if that's what you
Why would
want,
I do that?
go
Well,
call the
I think,
folks.
but I will say that you're taking offense to it, and
Yeah,
what I'm
because that's
telling you
fear
is I
mongering.
don't
That's fear
think they
mongering.
mean it.
That's fear.
I
That's
don't
fear
think they
mongering.
mean it
That's fear
That's why
mongering.
I'm saying that. Yeah,
But if
that's
you know
fear
how to
I
get
mongering.
the
mean it to
money,
Let's
offend
believe
you.
it. I'm not
I
mad.
think
I'm
she's
not
saying
mad,
she
sister.
has
I'm not
expertise
mad,
in this
sister.
certain thing, and
I'm
that
not mad, sisters. She ain't been doing it longer than me. I guarantee you
Yes, I
that.
have.
yes,
No, you
she has.
haven't. How long you been doing it?
17 years.
I've been doing it for over 20.
No, you just put you answer first. We know that game. You
No.
answer first.
I was
First up.
doing this before. I was doing this before I set it up. I was doing this back in '96 while I was
That's
playing
what?
ball. I've been doing this. I started mine as a sports academy. Everything I do is through a sports academy. I'm teaching them life. That's what I said to the sister in the beginning.
Oh,
I'll deal with the youth and teach
manager.
them life skills.
I
And
was
then
a
what I do is I create partnership. I create partnerships with all.
I was
Look,
administrator.
I got people.
Payroll.
Look,
Right.
man. Let me tell
I
you
did
something.
business.
Y'all not even.
Right.
well,
The sister's not even listening.
Sakina,
Because we
Tyrone
can
trying to
actually
sign you up.
build on this.
Tyrone
See, the
says
bottom line.
I can use you. So
Well,
Tyrone,
brother,
The
I
bottom
also
line is.
wrote grants,
The bottom
Tyrone.
line is you guys
I
let that
also
brother
wrote
come up
grants
on
for
here
the
and do
PRF.
that.
I got all. I can show
Like
you.
I said, I sit here and I build all day long. I'm not mad, sisters. Trust and believe.
Brother, no, I was just looking out for you, but that's okay. Let me sit back. Tyrone, I write grants too.
Brother, just by looking at your site, I'm gonna give you props for doing something in the community. I'm gonna give you props for that with our youth, and
That's correct.
And that's the utmost. Just
Yes.
giving you props,
Yes.
doing that all day. Now you don't want to take their money. I'm taking. I'm gonna get what I'm gonna get.
I know that's right. That's what I said. Don't
I get it. You don't need it,
that
but
money.
I'm gonna take the money I
Yeah,
don't
right.
need. That's all I'm saying.
No, I hear you. I hear you.
Give me
I hear
more
you.
money. I ain't saying no.
Unscramble Mind is a 501c3. See, we need the money to start little good stuff.
Tell you what, if y'all need to set up your 501c3s, if you need anything,
Already got it set up,
that's what I'm
baby.
saying. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
There it is. And my thing is about collaborations. We doing things and we
It's
getting
an
real
LLC
bigger.
and a 501c3. Both.
Look, my thing is, and I'm going to share something with you. Community Development Corporation is the way to go. It covers everything. What the sister was talking about, the Gemini sister, what she's talking about. This is the expansion. This is where you get into the real things of what you say, okay, if you understand Community Reinvestment Act, if you understand all these different codes and acts and things that need to be handed out, then that's where you can tap in. And you don't have to ask people. You go straight to your bank and they got it. You just got to understand what bank is doing what and who does what and who's qualified. See, my thing is, I'm not here to advertise anything. I was just answering the sister's question. That was it. Now, what I do is what I do. It ain't for nobody to know.
We want some
Wait,
of it.
and I'm not asking just to you or
that's just where
anything.
it's
This
at.
is more so
That's
to
just
the
where it's
panel
at.
for educational purposes.
I
Better
give it.
to go
Yeah,
to.
y'all. If y'all
Wait,
gonna
no.
ask me
I'm
questions,
just
y'all get in my
asking.
mind
I'm
all
at.
day
No,
long.
it's
I'll
not. It's
tell
not
you
for the
everything you
show.
need to know.
It's not for the show. It's really for educational purposes. So, is it better to go to the bank than it is to get a grant?
If
No,
you
it's
could, if
better
you could,
grant.
Hell no.
That's what
well,
I thought.
no.
You don't
No,
gotta
my
pay
thing
back
is,
some of the grants.
You don't have to
she
pay back
asked me
the
to.
grant.
She asked me the
Okay,
question.
yeah, I was asking
Sisters,
everybody, but yeah, you. Yes.
let me. Okay, oh, my bad. But my thing is this: if you're dealing with a community, right? So we're talking about community development, and you're talking about getting people off the streets. You're actually getting scholarships and doing things like that. It's always best to go to your community bank. The community bank deals with reinvestment. It's called the Community Reinvestment Act. Look that up. You go to your community bank, they have funds through the government to be able to give you the money. All you gotta do is show that you're doing community development. That's it. LA is one of the biggest locations, really California, but LA is one of the biggest locations that deal with community development. It's called the CDP. If you look up the CDP and you look at the banks in your area that actually are qualified to give you those funds, it'll actually show you.
Okay, and they give you just free money with that.
I'm telling you, the application is like ABC. It's so simple. It ain't nothing. All you gotta do is have an organizational budget. You gotta have narrative of activities of what you plan on doing. And you just have, you can give them a pro forma and all that type of stuff that you can actually do and slide it in. If you have that all together and you got somebody like the sister that would beat me across the head that know how to write grants, she can make that shit happen like easy.
Anything you need for
It's not complicated. It's really not complicated.
Okay, yeah, that's cool. Because I'm gonna do both. I'm still at both.
This is what I'm saying.
Okay.
This is what I'm saying. But there's not going to be a lot of. But my thing is not going to be a lot of oversight with the banks. They just going to make sure that I'm just going to say it's not a lot of oversight dealing with them directly because they already know that all you got to do is make sure you have a physical location in the community that you're working with. That's it.
And with the grant, all they do is they distribute the money out because it depends with the grant. Some of them offer maybe up to $2,500. Some offer a little more, right? But they distribute it out maybe 2 times a year. But you can hit up, they have a book and they have all the grants that's in your area. And then there's some to go out. And so they are specific. So you might have the one based on children. You have some based on elders. You have some based on disabilities. You have them based on churches and ministries, and it depends. So you can get grants from all areas, depending on the area for what you serve.
But the code thing, though, sister, is this: when you come under CDP, right, the Community Development Program. Man, it covers everything.
Right. And
it's a big umbrella. And they talk about M's. They ain't talking about 25,000. They talking about M's.
Exactly. I said 2,500,000. I said 250,000.
We talking about M's.
Right. Because I work with a community-based residential facility. Okay.
Okay.
So that's why I'm talking what I'm talking.
Yeah, and I've heard that too. Like if you kind of look into what your
maybe it might be more because we're in Cali. Yeah.
Exactly. You're in California, and then and one of our bosses came from California. So I understand what you were saying, but that kind of money, what you're talking about, that program we didn't have, but we had the grants, and so you can operate several grants and they come like that, so you can get them like that without going. I don't know about the program you're talking about, but we can get them like you can get them like that through the grants and funding, and it can operate in and out, and you still can get donations without services rendered. And there are other programs, that you can get off of that, because churches as well run off the same 501c3, and it's not tax based. So because of that reason, with no services rendered, you can still get the donations off of the same 501c3.
Sakina, are you still doing grants for people?
When I do those things, but
that's what I'm saying. Do you charge people and do grants for them?
Yeah.
Like now they do that here. I'm just asking because you need to let people
grant writing. Are you familiar, Sakina? Like I seen someone, and I don't know if it's a grant, but they had like an organization like that, a 501c. It was like, I think Mexican Heritage or something that they had, and then they were able to rent out a facility for just $1 a month. Have you heard of stuff like that?
Once you gotta, we talk about this scope of area, and the plan. You have to have all of that kind of situated, organized, and then we can get into writing the grant for it.
Right. Okay.
Right. This is not just something we just scratch our head and just.
Oh yeah, no, it was because she was like, at first she was just trying to get it together, meeting at her house, and someone came up to her and was like, the state offers help for this, and then she ended up getting a whole beautiful facility and paying $1 a month for it.
It could have been because of the impoverished area. You see, and you trying to bring something back to an impoverished area, then that could be because, right, you could get a house for $1 because of the area it's in, and you're trying to bring something back to that area. So of course they're gonna help you to bring something back to help bring that area back.
Right, because it was like a history group, kind of like I said, like a Mexican heritage group.
Exactly. So they will do something like that to help bring that area back, especially one that might have been hit by gang violence or something in that area. So you're trying to bring a mom and pop store like Jim and I was talking about, or
Right.
you trying to bring something back in that area to bring people back to that area, to bring beauty and things back to that area, like what he got going on with the children, bringing something back in the community. Right. And that's why they'll help you to do that funding and whatnot, because you're bringing something back to the community. That's why when we talk about, we say rebuilding the community instead of trying to build a new community. No, rebuild the community.
Right.
So let me ask this, because you know me, I like to read and research. So I'm noticing on your site, Anton, it says that your executive director, she assists with fundraising and grant writing.
Uh-oh.
What?
Uh-oh.
What?
I'm just reading. So I just wanted to understand, because who's she writing the grants for?
Well, maybe she just get the money, so he just seeing the money coming in and was like, we got money, and she like, yep, we do. So hey, kudos to that woman. Sometimes it takes that woman in the background, like you don't need to know all the ins and outs, just know it's happening. You getting money, okay? And I'm gonna get it to you.
Was that? I didn't hear. I was on mute. What
On
happened?
your website, it says the Violet, your executive director, actually assists with fundraising and grant writing.
Okay.
Okay. And moving on.
What is the question?
Well, we would just say based on that, Violet might bring a grant in or two, which is cool.
Well, we're not closed to that. I mean, you gotta actually state that. You know what I mean? It's like you say that you wanna, you're not closed to grants or anything like that, but that's not our priority. It's just popular.
I think that was confusing. We just thought you like,
I'm not
if
confused
someone
at all.
offered you $200,000 of free money, you were like,
y'all
nah,
can hold me to that.
I'm good.
Hey, look, let me tell you something. You think I'm gonna turn down $1 million? But I guarantee
so that's what
somebody said.
What you not gonna do is flip your shit. You not gonna flip
on me. You just went off on me. You just went off on me. You said I called you.
We thought you were seeing the check and you were like, nah, thank you. I can do it with that. I got money already.
About y'all.
Yeah, come on.
This thing about women, y'all so literal is crazy, boy.
Come
y'all
on.
take that thing and y'all jump out the window with that shit.
No, don't play no word games, because we ain't so.
Yeah, you and then you
look.
went
I'm not gonna say nothing about that. Hey, y'all got me.
There on me.
It's on it. Look, I don't do my website. I have people create. I have.
Listen, you can't clean that shit up. Don't clean.
I don't know.
No, I don't think you do your grant writing either, and that's what I
want me to have them take it down.
I understand it. Don't take it down. No, because Violet does do that. Because I understand what women's role is. Women's role is don't worry about it. Just know I'm getting this money. Okay.
Let me tell you something. You know who? Hey, y'all know who opened doors? Women. Look.
Listen, don't flip that shit.
When they
You got
look
caught.
at my face, when they look at my face, look, I'm the brains and the brawn. They don't like seeing me coming in that door asking for money. I'm not gonna come in there and ask for no money because I'm gonna tell them what we
Right,
need. You know,
exactly.
it's about
That's
what it
That's
is.
basically what I'm saying.
You
That's
come
exactly
on,
Let me
what
tell
I'm
you
saying is
something.
that she's telling
Stop
you.
sending him Dulcinea. Stop
No,
it.
but
You gonna stop
Violet is
Let
it.
me tell you
saying,
something,
You gonna
man.
Violet is
stop
telling
it,
him,
Dulcinea.
Nah,
Violet's
Dulcinea,
telling him,
let her
don't
go
worry
ahead.
about that.
Let her
Know
go
that
ahead.
the
Dulcinea,
president
you
is
gonna
She
stop
taking
been
care
whooping
your
of
up.
shit.
Look, she been whooping up on me.
You
I
gonna
ain't tripping,
stop
man.
your
Let her go
shit,
ahead and
though.
get that
Wait a
shit.
minute. Let me
Hey,
hold
let her
on,
get
hold
that
on,
shit
goddamn.
in. Oh,
Dustin,
I
you
said go
gonna
breed the
stop
record
your shit
for the
and,
record.
and let me bring out them lies, honey. Cause guess what? We ain't turning down no free damn
God
money.
damn.
We gonna get it, cause I'ma get it all. Any way I can get it, I'ma goddamn get it.
And then he
That's
cussed
right.
me
I
out.
heard
I ain't
that.
too proud.
I
I'ma
heard
get that shit. Cause guess what? It's owed to me. Let me get
that. I
that.
heard that. I heard that.
Right.
Hey, we got something for that too. Let me
He
tell you
told
something.
me
We do a whole lot more than what you see on the website. We do a whole lot more, and
I
it's not
bet
to be
y'all
talked
do.
about.
I bet
It's
y'all
not to
do.
be talked about. But
I can
I
understand.
tell you what, I tell you what. You know what I'm saying? You know, in the private, you know what I'm saying? You can holler at a lot of people in South Central about me. Feel me? Trust that.
Mm. I understand. I ain't never been slow. I got you.
Oh no, we talking
All
about
I can
elders.
say is do your thing.
We talking about elders and everything. We've been on
Guess
Channel
what?
4.
Do your
We've been
thing.
on we've been on NBC. Man, I'm telling you, this is what we do. You know what I'm saying? Like them pictures is real. You know what I'm saying? What we do out there, we do a whole lot for the community. It's real.
That's fine. And do your
You know what I mean?
thing. But guess what?
That
I ain't
right.
mad at
So
you. Do
don't
your
make
thing.
us do not put us in the money scheme. We're not with that. We're not with that.
Yeah.
We're not with that. We're not
Whatever
with
you
that.
say.
Trust and believe. We're not with that.
Well,
Of course you
moving
gonna say
on.
that. You YouTube.
Yeah,
I mean,
we
look, my thing is what I say is this. After people listen to this and the sister actually said my name. So now you know that the Eitan Yah is not no made up name. She said Jayaton. You know what I'm saying? That is my name. So the bottom line is that, you know, people gonna hear that name. And I know there's gonna be a lot of people like that dude that just left gonna go Google me and do all this extra stuff and so on and so forth. Yeah. Have at it.
I stand
Have
by.
at it.
Violet doesn't have you worry about these things, okay? Violet is taking care of business in the background. Shout out to Violet. Now let's go ahead and
Taking
move
care of
on.
business.
She
Yeah,
taking
You know what I'm
business
saying?
in the
Hey,
background.
Let's
go
move
to
on.
Candid.
She's
So
like,
we'll
Hey,
be
go to
don't
go to
worry about
Candid.
none of it.
Yeah,
I
you can
got
go to
you.
Candid. Yeah, you know, in another website you look up, it's
don't
called
put your
Candid.
no, don't tell nothing else. You done told
Candid
enough.
Learning. Stop it. Boy, y'all cold, boy, I tell you. You better be lucky I got sisters. Yeah, I would be
We
sensitive.
should play
I'd
you.
have
We
been,
should play you
I'd
when
have been
this guy
crying.
came
I'd have been
on Wednesday
crying.
night. You probably missed it because they're being
Cursing
nice
y'all
to you
out.
right now compared. Because if I brought back what they did to skinny hair, they were so mean.
Hey, look.
You did that.
They
See.
tried
I
to
think,
play
I
a
think
song
y'all,
and
I think
everything. I
y'all
liked
chat,
it.
y'all know, you know, yeah. I think y'all chat know that, you know, I come straight. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about any type of clicks or anything. Like I don't know what none of that means. And I ain't even got no channel. They can look up that Eitan Yah. They can look up all the different type of stuff. And when you actually look at my YouTube channels, you ain't gonna see nothing but basketball games on there for my youth program. You ain't gonna see nothing with me talking about nothing.
I know, cause you I know why.
You
I
got
tell
my
you,
name.
I shit. Listen, I
You got my
understand.
name.
You are the face. I get it. Please believe it.
Yeah,
Please
you
believe
got
it. I
it.
understand.
Shout out to Violet one last
You see
time.
the face. You see the face on the first page on the home page with that man drumming with that little afro. You know what I'm saying on that djembe. That's me.
Okay, we got that. Now stop before you get yourself in trouble. We be looking at you on American Greed now, and let's go on to the next topic.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right.
Yes, ma'am. I
Go
still
ahead,
been
Dawson.
wanting to talk about Ivan Van Sertima though.
You never made an assertion. You said something about he did something, and then I tried to ask you, and I was like, well, what are you saying towards that? Like, you said he's not a pseudo. What is he?
Well, he's not pseudo, but what he did do is he actually took they came from uh they came before Columbus from you guys heard of Lerone Bennett?
No, I didn't.
It's a book called Before the Mayflower. And that's where he got his information from. He actually quotes him a couple times, I think, in that book, in his book. See, a lot of the brothers have taken a lot of information that came way before them. Lerone Bennett was a guy that he did articles, I think, with the New York Times and things like that. You know what I'm saying? This brother was actually talking about people that was coming in, and it really was focused on the trade that was coming into America and about the people that was already in America when Egypt and all these other things that they was talking about was at its height. Like everything that was being done across the world was actually these people was coming into America to do trade. I mean, I want people to understand that, and not you guys, because you guys ain't like that. You know what I'm saying? You guys take the information, but the bottom line is that America was great, and it always has been great. You know what I'm saying? It's not a baby. It's actually the progenitor of all the satellite offices that you see around the world. And they all pay their homages if you read their books. If you read the Per Im Heru, if you read the books up in Europe, if you read the books in Hindustan and those places, they actually always give homage to the Negus, the Negas, and the Mayans. They tell you exactly who they come from. We talking about Samaria, you talking all these places, and people aren't ready. I'm not going to come out and debate anybody, have a conversation with anybody until they're ready to address me on that information. If they're not ready to address me with that information on a calm, sophisticated, and scholarly, or I would just say intelligent level, then I can't talk to them because they're not qualified. And I'll tell them they're not qualified because they're going to get into their emotions. And that's why I was talking about how they come out Dulcinea. If you're older than her and you're a man, why are you so intimidated by a woman bringing information and she coming with fire? Now, like I said, I don't agree with Dulcinea on a lot of stuff, but at the end of the day, at least she's coming with stuff that I can say, yeah, you right, based on what you presenting. You got scholars, you got authorities. If you got scholars and you got authorities, what you're backing up, points of what you call points of authorities of the information that you bring in based on peer review and based on firsthand knowledge, then you can't doubt it. If you're going to call her pseudo, or if you're going to sit there and be disrespectful with what she's bringing based on you saying her age or that she's a woman, that's out of pocket. That's just out of pocket. And I wouldn't debate those. I don't debate women. You know what I'm saying? I just don't do that.
Let Sakina Musalima, you wanted to say anything because you've been quiet for a while, sis.
No, I just been listening.
I feel good. I think you did a wonderful job.
Not you, Sakina.
Oh shit! I'm
not
sorry.
you,
little Sakina.
No, I'm just listening, and I'll comment when I feel. But right now, I'm just listening because when I first came on, I was going to say something, but y'all kept going, so now we somewhere else. So I'm just listening now.
You can bring it back. It's fine. It's okay.
Yeah, go in right quick. Say something.
My bad. I was trying to get out that headlock. You know what I'm saying?
No, but I think a lot of his information is true. I mean, I'm very confused.
No, the way he went
how
in,
you tie the Hebrew Israelite to it. But taking that aside and throwing out that thought process of how you're tying that, I guess my question would be, is the Mayans. So do you know the group that was before the Mayans that's older?
Well, I mean, you got the She people, right? You got the XI, the She people. You have a lot of different names that you had, but what history did is they encapsulated into one. Now, my thing is that there were so many empires
Okay, got you.
in North Central South America and adjoining islands that, you know, what they did was, and this is what they do, I'm just going to say they, is they try to put it into one basket. And it's not that simple. It's more complicated than that because what they try to do is try to simplify the North, South, Central, and the adjoining islands into some simple thing of Olmec, which means rubber, and it's the representation of what they've always done. Just like the Moor, they give a name of a Moor. They always give us bywords because that's their understanding. They are
Right.
children to us. They don't understand the language. Just like for instance, like like when the people were saying they was pointing at the boat and they were saying Wata, they thought they was talking about the water when really it's Awa. And you look at the boat is actually called Wata. And it's just simple when you get into the language and all these different type of things. So it's like, I mean, this is why I shut up on this situation. That's why I try to be cool like I did with, you know, when Apostle was on the other brothers. I just came on to balance the scales with Apostle because he was being attacked. Now the brother that
He
came
was
on saying
okay.
yeah, I know, yeah, I know, but I like to balance the scales a little bit. But the thing is that like the brother saying, well, you were just a Hebrew Shemite and all that. I'm like, nah, I'm not even that. I don't deal with titles because when you get titles, then you get put in the trick bag, and I don't do that. But the names, nobody knows. Nobody really knows what actually the names were. But if you actually look at all the states or countries on North, South, and Central America and the adjoining islands, those names go way back. Those names
And
go
that's
way
what
back.
that was going to be my next question. And salam to you, brother Law. So if you're comparing it to Samaria, are you saying like basically it's happening at the same time and everything is basically the same age? Or are you dating old world America to be older than Samaria or Sumer? And then if you are, like what dates? Where are you seeing the dates might be possibly?
See, what I do is I actually connected. Basically, how I can get dates is based on the mammals, based on all the mammals and the fish and everything. How far they go back, that's how far we go back. Because you can't really say a number unless you know about the mammals because certain things don't lie. And when you talk about there was mammals on this earth at a certain point in time, and if you equate it to what the Bible was saying about naming the mammals and all that type of stuff, you bring all these books together and make it into one type of understanding, then you'll know that's how far we go back. Now in Argentina, right? In Argentina, I think it is, or over there by Peru, they actually said they had found bones or whatever. They had found mummies over there older than the Lucy that or whatever that they found in Ethiopia of a million years. It was over 2.5 million years, and Runoko Rashidi is the one that brought that out. See, a lot of these people they talking Pan African, but they're not using actually the details of what the Pan Africans was saying. And this is going to Ivan Van Sertima, Runoko Rashidi, Ashraf Kwesi, John Henry Clark, Yosef Ben Yakinen, and to Giap. They really not giving you all the information that they were saying. See, and I'm of that age that they are, so I can actually tell you that they are leaving out pertinent information, and I don't know why they're doing that. Now, the just disingenuous, the big words, Gina, that you be saying, now that's disingenuous because they're actually, I ain't gonna say they're lying to the people. What they are doing is they're leaving out pertinent things that these people that they're bragging about that they were students of was saying. All they did was they put Africa on it, and I think that was just understanding that they had to have amongst their peers who was reviewing what they were doing, because these people came out the box like heavy. And these people are students of your Noble Drew Ali, your Elijah Muhammad, your Malcolm X, your Marcus Garvey, who was in the teens in the 1800s, was given that information. But they had to figure out a way to where they can bring them down a little bit and say, well, you know what? Hey, we fighting these people over here because they're over here right now. And I want to be really common sense with you guys, because you ladies, you know what I'm saying?
Good
I
night,
want to be real
Round
common
Table.
sense with you.
Good night, Jay.
Yeah,
Sorry, just say good night.
no, you good, but yeah, I want to be real common sense with you ladies. You know what I'm saying? Because the bottom line is this: why is everybody coming over here when everywhere else is supposed to be great and this place is supposed to be new? That's the common sense question everybody needs to ask themselves. Ask yourself that question. And why we can't leave, or why they want us to leave. That's a common sense question. You know what I'm saying? But these people at that point in time, they was coming out with heavy bolos at that time, and they had to dumb them down. Even W.E.B. Du Bois, all these people that they saying was agents and all this stuff. Me myself, I beg to differ. You know what I'm saying? But I understand where they coming from. John Henry Clark was not an agent. None of these people were agents. The bottom line, they said, hey, get down and lay down. You can speak your truth, but this is how we going to do it. And they said, well, okay, let's see if people, and what they did was, let's see if the people can be able to pick the fruit out of all the little trash that's in there and get what you get. Because the one sister said this, and this is what Malcolm said too. Every time you get up in the morning, you lift up the blinds, the sun shines in. Even if the blinds are closed, there's sun that's going to come in and it's going to shine on you. You got to be able to grab that shine. If you can't do it, then you're going to stay in a position of what? You're going to stay in a position of, woe is me. I had the word in my mind, but I just lost it. But you're going to stay in a subjective position. And then you're going to have fear, and you're going to have emotions, and then you're not going to be able to build with your brother or your sister. And it's just not, and this is where we at right now.
All right, Sakina Musalimi, you wanted to say something? I'm just checking, sis. I'm just checking. Sakina Ra, Sister Freedom sleeping.
If you guys don't have no more questions for me,
No,
sisters,
I'm just
I'm gonna
listening.
go. Yeah, I'm gonna
So
go.
what I will say though is, and I definitely understand, I think a lot of people do feel like this landmass has been undervalued and other land masses have been overvalued. But I think, when it comes to looking back at it in an objective way, like we really have to see that there's like land masses all over the world and they all had stuff to offer. I mean, obviously, it had something to offer for there to be trade in the first place. They had to get something. So, I think we limit it down to be like, oh, one area was great, one area is the greatest, blase, blase, blah. But I think it's just more so about having pride about your area, but knowing the whole world was great, and they really have colonized the whole world, not just one section.
Exactly, and I agree with you 100%. See, I don't subscribe to that. I don't subscribe to that. What I will say is that when you look at the whole circumference of this world, I believe it was connected. But you got to go read the manuscripts of these other ancient books. And if you know how to read the books, it'll tell you where it started.
Okay, so let's
That's
go
all.
over
That's
there.
that's
Like
that's
the
that's
ancient
that's all. That's
manuscript,
all.
you
That's
have an
that's all I'm
ancient
saying.
manuscript, and you have a third party that's saying this is the translation, right? How do you know what the translation is?
Okay, so the Per Im Haru, coming forth by day and by night, the Book of the Dead, tells you specifically what the pharaohs are saying, where they came from, and where they want to be buried. I will smash any Kemetic person talking that stuff because it tells you specifically where they wanted to be buried, where they came from, and where they wanted to be buried. Tahuti of thought told you where he came from. These people actually, if they're going to subscribe to these books, they got to read them correctly and they got to disseminate the information to the people the correct way. And they're not going to do that. Dulcinea, they're not going to do it. When I started studying back in the 80s, late 80s and the 90s, I was like 19, 20 years old. The bottom line was I did not accept any information. I used to get my ass whooped from my mama for cussing out teachers. The bottom line is you got to make it make sense to me. I'm not going to follow you. That's it. And when I started getting the information, when I got the information, I was told exactly how to study and comprehend what I was reading. That's when I took off. And at this point in time, I'm telling you, Dulcinea, these people do not want it with me because I'm going to make you bring your doctrine out and we're going to dissect it line for line. And you're not going to, we'll sit here all day. I'm going to tire you out. Full court press. And I'm going to have layups on you based on the full court press because you're not understanding or you don't have comprehension. If you have comprehension, you have understanding, then you're lying to the people. Those are your two options.
No, she just don't fucking agree. God damn.
And I wanted to say a point.
No, that wasn't for Dulcinea. That wasn't
like anybody. I think she could see, but like anybody.
That wasn't for Dulcinea.
But no, I just want to say something though to that, and back to the
sister. That wasn't for
the broadcast of what it's about. Like, I think I mentioned this in one of the first presentations that I did on Sonetta, and I think it's one of the things that really bring down our community, that we're so unwilling to say we believe in something, and we want to say once we believe it, we know it. It's I know. And we're never able to really separate the things that we actually know and the things that we believe in. And we want to act like it's just stuff that we know. You know, you believe in it, that I know. And it's like, no, we all have some beliefs and we all have something we know. And I think it's totally fine to be like, you know, have those beliefs and everything and stand on it and all this other stuff. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think just we throw that in people's faces because, you know, just like it may sound wild, what you're saying, that's how the primate theory sounds to someone else because it's still a belief at the end of the day.
Y'all can have that. I don't even get down with that. I'll be
okay,
like,
so you see what I'm saying? That's how you believe on that. Other people, so I don't just goddamn.
I don't understand why you getting all excited, sis. I don't even understand.
Listen, this is me. You don't know shit. So it ain't about getting excited. This is just me. This is who I am.
Excited.
Take it or fucking leave it. As simple as that.
No, I'm not
Okay,
I'm not taking it or leaving it. I just want you to understand what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with Dulcinea. I said I agree with her.
We get in this. It's just crazy. It's like let her think how she want to think. It ain't hurting her. It ain't hurting you.
It's not. I'm not.
It ain't hurting nobody. I'm speaking in general.
Okay. But my thing is this: I'm actually talking about your topic, about people that's disseminating this information and what it's going to come out to, what it's going to make. But you know what I'm saying? I'm with you on that. It don't make.
But respectfully, you know, when it comes to my topic, you know, as much as I would love to be like the Anunnaki and all this other shit, like I can't do that for my topic. For my topic, I have to stick with science. I have to stick with what can be proven. And when you start to go and go back into Atlantis is in America, you know, I'm a lose talking like that. I gotta stick.
I don't even.
But I know, you know.
I don't even talk like that. That's what I'm saying. I don't.
Well, I mean, it's similar to say Hebrew.
I wasn't there.
Israel is in America and Atlantis is in America is the same thing. It's still a belief. But all I'm saying is like I have to stick with information, the facts.
Exactly. That's it. That's all.
Well, y'all been talking about this same man's business for like an hour now, 2 hours, 3 hours.
Right, and you cussed me out along with him. And
I never
did not cuss
you out.
you out. I did not cuss you
Why
out.
you say I cussed you out,
She said this
Sakina?
about me. She said this about me, and he got a
I'm
grant
gone.
writer. I just know grants.
I know daggone well I didn't
I
cuss
know
you.
about 501c3s. And
I don't even
I
use
gotta
it.
go to my website because
I'm the only
I
girl
didn't
on
even see
Unscramble
Don't
that.
Minds.
send
Don't use
nobody else to
it.
your damn
Who the hell
website.
is
Stop it.
And then it's just listen to what I'm saying. I was just trying to, make sure that we getting the best for our people. And you went against me for the best of our good. And so I'm just making sure. And so in doing that, and you went so hard against me. And so
Hey, look, I want to tell you though, sister, and I was thinking about the last time we was on here, and I saw you. I looked at your face. You look like my cousin Edith.
See, I always look like somebody.
You look like my cousin. No, you actually look like my cousin Edith in Texas. She's about like 4'11", 5 feet. How tall are you?
I'm 5'7".
Oh, okay. Well, yeah,
See,
she about. But you guys got the same features. I say she look like my cousin Edith.
and she probably don't play like me, and I play, but I don't. But I do, but I don't. See how that sound?
No, I don't know what.
I get it.
I don't know what that was. That was quick. You gotta say that again 3 times.
You ain't caught it the first time?
Nah, I didn't catch that. I didn't catch that.
You gotta be quicker than that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Hey,
Anyway,
I ain't trying to run that speed with you. Hey,
next time I want you to do this, Anton, because I love you. I want you to check with me before you try to check me, okay? Because you might find out we on the same page.
I don't do
Because
that.
I'm never trying to go against you. I'm trying to get with you, but not like that.
No, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not. Look, I'm
okay,
not.
because you thought I was trying to tear you down when I was really trying to check you out.
Yeah, well, I say you was beating me over across the head.
I got money. I got money. And see,
you was beating. No, I didn't say. I only said it. I only said that once.
No, you said it more than once. That's why Nisha had to check. So we ain't finna rewind that tape because I don't want Nisha to come back on.
Run it back.
I don't want Nisha to come back on.
See, I said,
you bragged it a few times before I even, and then we was going there. So I don't want to do that because I love you. I said that now. How many times you want me to say it now?
All right.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Sakina Masalina, Chuchakalina. You got something to say, boo? She sleeps.
No, I'm here. I'm just listening. I don't hear nothing to
Come
say.
on here, girl. You better say it then. No, I'm still here. I'm just you got a little pretty voice. You don't got nothing to say?
No, not right now. I'm just listening.
You woke?
She sounds so nice and pleasant and sweet. That's how they be wanting us to sound.
Right, and it ain't gonna come out like that.
They ain't gonna come out like that.
Right, facts. That's why I don't even know how to say it. Why Sonic? Whoever in the chat going, Sonic? How do you say that? Talk about he's a
was they beating me up in the chat?
Oh yeah, that's one thing.
I know they was.
Yeah.
I know they was.
I think it's just weird that people that aren't on the panel, right, and that are guys and stuff, just stay on you guys' mind. Like, why don't you go to their channel and debate them if you have so much problem with other people? Because we're Unscramble Minds. Ain't nobody
here to want to get beat up, and just to see if we'll beat them up. I don't think because they don't. I don't know.
I think they do. They're into it. They're into BDSM. Right. They want to be tied up and spanked and stuff.
They be like, I ain't scared of them, and then be like, and then we like, what the hell? Because we're not even mean like that, but y'all just come in and stick your chest out like, like what the hell? Why do y'all do that?
Dulcinea, I do have a question for you now that I think of it. So I don't really know too much about science and none of that, right? So, but the last few days I've been listening to the back and forth. So, from your opinion, what is the big deal? I know with the out of Africa theory, the other theory that's I guess opposing to that would be the multi-regional theory. But even with both of them, it still originates from Africa. And I think with, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, the only difference is the out of Africa theory, they say that they evolved, the humanoids evolved before leaving. With the other theory, they say they left first, then evolved. Is that the difference? And if that is the difference, what is the big deal and what difference does it matter? Like, far as agenda wise and perspective, how is it slighting someone's view or not either way? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And that is what I was trying to convey to Marcus, because you're correct. I do not believe in the multi-regional theory. The multi-regional theory does say it's still out of Africa.
Right.
And my point is there's not a singular point of origin for people. People sprung from many different places, and that they have the whole evolutionary track wrong because they're trying to put apes in that evolutionary track when humans would have a evolutionary track for humans the whole time. So basically what they end up doing then is denying civilizations that existed long before. They want to say ancient civilizations, things that were being built, how even people survived the ice age, the technology that they had at the time. They deny all those things because they want to say that we're apes. And one of the main reasons they did it is for an agenda. And you can't separate out of Africa from the primate debate. So once you're addressing primates, then you're addressing the out of Africa, because the out of Africa is based on those primates.
Now, question: when you see agenda, right, as far as the ape agenda, um, I used to think that the ape agenda was like directed towards Black people, but from further research, I come to understand that that's humans. Period. It's not down to a race. They're saying white, Japanese, Chinese, Black human beings. Period, are primates. Now, only thing my thing with that is it's easy for me to accept that, because if you would think about it, if you was talking to like a 7-year-old child and you told them that they were an animal, they probably would have issue like, an animal? I'm not an animal, until you explain it. And then we easily accept that we are mammals because of the categorization and how it's broken down. So when you get deeper down to primates and you understand why we're categorized as that, I don't really see the issue, I guess, because they're not saying that we are monkeys. Well, I've gotten to that point where I've understood that. And I know they're not specifically talking about Black people, it's all humans.
Yeah, but first you have to take out the evolution is linear. So yes, they're talking about all humans, but they are talking about particular races being the oldest and more primitive, and other races coming later and being more advanced. It's linear. So as evolution goes, the better people come later. The first people are more primitive. So then you have to actually research found found these fossils, what company was funding them. Um, you start to see only one company funded it all. And then you've got to see the affiliations that this one company had with Linnaeus, Darwin, Bochum, every single organism that is part of this theory is from one company.
That's something to look into.
But I think what happens is people want to separate it from the history, and you just can't. You can't separate it from the history. You can't separate that these things were being founded in the 1700s and everything, and how they utilized it to discriminate against us, because They did. And even though they said, "Oh, we're all primates," they made a distinction between. And if you look up Linnaeus and just see what he said as far as the Homo, because he broke it down more to say Homo Americas, Homo Africus, Homo Europaeus. He broke it down more, and he had different qualities for each one, and they utilized that to be like, "Oh, they're primitive. We need to teach them. We need to be the ones that are going into their land and civilizing them based on these theories."
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm gonna look into that because I do know that I never looked into what you call them Linnaeus, but like with the whole Darwin theory, that whole argument, people were saying like he was racist and things like that. Um, I don't really know because to be honest with you, I didn't start doing this research or looking into anything until recent. So you guys and Sonetta and I'm started because this is not my field. But from my research, what I was able to come up with was that majority of the research that Darwin was doing wasn't even really about humans. It was more so about plants and animals and things of that nature. And it seems like after he passed, people took his research and they drew conclusions. And yes, maybe some of them, well, not even maybe, they were racist. A lot of them were racist. And I'm not even saying that Darwin wasn't. I'm just saying that the conclusions that Darwin actually documented did was not racist. It was the conclusions that people drew from his research that was racist. So they used his research in a racist way. I do agree with you with that. But
Well, it gets more into the company and the fact as far as that the company is having them say certain things. So just like you said, he was doing something else and then really into plants and everything, and then all of a sudden they're like, okay, go from plants to humans, and we need you to make this be your story or be the story, and why they made it to be the story. So everyone says as far as that oh, it's his cousin that's racist and that was doing things and all this other stuff. But no, you have to really dig into the company and know that Darwin was a proponent too. It wasn't that he was just like, oh, I'm looking into it and I just want to know the science. No, he got a lot of money. He got a lot of research sources to say what he said. But I do want to answer the Albert Perry. Why is it more important? The digestible explanation. So Albert, well, one thing about it is that like when you're talking about DNA and stuff, again, the DNA ties back to these stories. So when they're trying to say that we are inferior and evolution is a linear track, um, the genome is not necessarily saying that. The genome says that when you say there's 98% of junk DNA, but when you actually take all of the 100% of DNA and say, oh, okay, that's the other DNA that they didn't understand, but it's just as important. Now we're seeing a different kind of evolutionary line. But the big deal is Albert Perry, the Y chromosome he has is 340,000 years old. So he's the oldest Y chromosome, and now he is defined as Adam, the Adam Y, because that's the oldest Y that they found as far as for the chromosome. So now you go from A00, oldest being found in South Carolina. What they do as far as the genetic markers and haplogroups is, even though they haven't found older A00 or just A00 beginnings, they take another subclade and say, hey, we're going to name this subclade A0 family. So basically what they did is no different than someone saying, okay, we're going to name the Europeans and say the Europeans are A00. And then now when they start to look at markers or anything and say it's in that family, they build the markers to look like the A00 and say, oh, okay, then the original one must have came out of this region around this time or anything like that. So pretty much it's just that's made up, how they're connecting it back to Africa. If you believe that, okay, it could be genetic mutations that happen and those subclades are in the A0 family, then now you have to say, okay, well, this is way older and this is way younger. So now we need to actually possibly look into this area where we found the oldest, because we're not finding any in the area that we say it should be coming from. What that will lead to is when people are saying, oh, genomes are telling us diseases and they're solving problems. Well, how are they solving problems for people that you're not even willing to give the truth of what you're finding, and you're just making up genomes and markers? The Y chromosome is traced to Central Africa, like I said, because they take the L and say the L is in the A0 family. They have not found the A00 in Africa.
Is that African blood A00?
A00 is, as far as we know, what we know is it's in America. It was in South Carolina. And we don't know what blood it is. We would have to know how far back he goes as far as his family.
So,
and then they would have to.
I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
Things.
I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
We would have to know where his family's from.
Exactly.
So you gotta
need to do research.
Blood in you to be kin to the Keys,
huh?
So you saying in order to be related to the Keys, you gotta have South Carolina blood in you?
Not necessarily, because, for instance, maybe he's not from South Carolina. Maybe he is from somewhere else or anything. You'd have to do the research.
You saying A00 blood from South Carolina is related to the Keys?
The Keys? I don't know who the Keys are.
Monkeys.
The what?
The monkeys.
Oh, no. I believe, as far as that's given us better indication that it's not, because again, we have to go into looking at these genomes and how they're saying it. They're saying, oh, okay, because this is a whole genome sequence that they found as far as within Albert Perry, be 340,000 year old. What they're not telling you is they're not finding whole genome sequences that often. They're finding very broken up genome sequences, missing different letters, different things like that, and then they're making predictions of what it should look like.
Who is A001 blood or DNA?
That's what I'm saying, that the oldest what we have as far as A00 is just Albert Perry. But past that, they've done no research other than labeling a group in Africa and saying they're in the same family.
And those people come from South Carolina.
The oldest came from South Carolina. The people that they're labeling as A0 and they just put the label on it are from Africa.
Again, so most of the people from South Carolina are from Africa.
No, you wouldn't do that, because let's say it's true and it's not just a label, right? And you would say, okay, that is a genetic mutation of A00. Anyone logically would say the oldest, and then taking the mutations that are younger, you wouldn't say the mutations show that someone had to exist 400,000 or 500,000 years ago that were actually older than that in this region. No, you would have to say logically, okay, well, if this is older and these are related, but they're subclades and they're younger, now you have to say all the hypotheses that it could be. So doing it that way, you're saying the hypothesis is that someone started in Africa, all this other stuff was the oldest, where they cannot find the DNA, and then it's the out of Africa theory, which is pretty much there's always this migration out, migration back in, migration out, migration back in waves.
And when they came back in, where did they go? South Carolina?
No, migration out and migration back in means they're coming back to Africa. They're saying that Homo erectus migrated out, came back in. They became Homo whatever, migrated out, came back in. And at the end, they become Homo sapiens sapien, and that's when they migrate back out again and all this other stuff in waves. That's the out of Africa theory. There's the theory that there is someone that existed 500,000 years ago and lived in the Cameroon area or in that region for so long, and then got taken in the transatlantic slave trade and ended up in South Carolina. And then there's the theory that somehow that is the actual oldest and came from there, and then the that are younger would be genetic mutations that came into Africa. So there's all these different theories based on what the DNA just told us. So now what we have to do is actually run experiments, do testing, do different things to isolate it, which they're not doing. All they did was they found it, they named the subclade it, and said we're done. So yeah, that's not.
Now, let me say this before I go. And this is what I was saying when I first started. This is why they scared of you, Dulcinea. And I'm gonna tell you why they scared of you. Just based off what you said. Now, they can flip it over there to Africa, they can say this, but basically based on Albert Perry, oldest people is in America. Now they could put it to South Carolina, okay, that's cool. But the bottom line is they never touched that. And they won't touch it. Why? I don't know. But this is why they're scared of you. So, with that being said, you're going to do well, and I think you're going to win. And to that, peace out, sisters. I'm gone.
All right. Peace out.
But I would say another reason why it's important is they always say sickle cell has only been from Africa. And really, they're doing no research into helping people with sickle cell. They really placate sickle cell when it comes all over the world. They tell you all the time, we can't do anything to mitigate your pain. All you're going to do is be getting excessive painkillers until you're over your episodes. And we hope you make it past 18 because most of you won't. So what they're not saying is in America, there's a large number of people, not just North America, South America, Mexico, they have sickle cell trait as well. If they were actually doing real research like they wanted to know, then they would be collecting all these genomes and trying to find some sequences and different things. And they would be looking for those sequences, not only in the 2% DNA, but in the non-coding DNA. Because now that they actually are researching the non-coding DNA, they have made so many more strides in under DNA than saying that DNA was junk.
So are you saying DNA is? Hey,
and I will say too, I can't give everything away, but I will say that non-coding DNA is what they said eventually made us humans and made them be monkeys and apes and everything. So they're acting like non-coding DNA just appeared one day.
Okay, well, I'm gonna leave my questions out.
Right. Just disappeared and reappeared.
Disappeared. Right. Exactly.
He said, "Is Africa?"
But they usually do that when they don't understand things in science. They are lying about Africans and the sickle cell. They wouldn't catch malaria. Oh yeah, they say that sickle cell is a trait that mutated because of malaria. But again, they would need to actually research all the regions that have sickle cell, which they're not. The debate is going to be on the 18th, and it's going to be, are we primates?
Is this a paid debate?
Yes, it's $25 to get in. And what they found in South Carolina was Albert Perry's relatives, and they tested the blood, and it goes back to Africa. Again, Brazilian, no, it doesn't. It doesn't go back to Africa, because you would have to say, if it goes back to Africa, then it would mean that there is older DNA that goes back to Africa that shows that it's in Africa. And that's not true. There's younger subclade DNA that they're saying are in that A0 family. So again, because of that, you would have to be truthful of the hypothesis then that you claim. If it was that they found a 450,000 year old genome that is A00, then okay, that's understandable for you to say, hey, okay, well, we found this 350,000 years old, but we actually found older in Africa. That's not what they're saying. They're saying they found younger genetic mutation than that. So now we have to go and look into all a hypothesis of that and say that possibly a possibility is that the older DNA migrated into Africa. That is a possibility that they have to research. But how can you give the younger DNA and say that it is the origin of the older DNA? You're going to have to do more research. Brazilian, whatever sources you have is not A00. I've seen them. That was my point in bringing up Anatole, which people can hate on him all they want as far as it. He gives you the whole history breakdown of how A0 wasn't found in Africa, but they just named it and said, hey, these people are A1 from this region, because we say that because of out of Africa, this is where life originated. So we're going to say this region has the A haplogroup.
Who is tell Marcus come back up?
Oh, he went to bed.
Oh, who is you talking to? Because it sounds like
it's Brazilian monk. He was saying, yes, it does. No, it doesn't, Brazilian. No, it doesn't. It will say that they found A10, A10B, and when you look into what A10A, or A00A, A00B, A10A, A10B, those are L.
You can't
that is the
link.
L haplogroup that they are talking about.
You can't drop the link no more.
No, it can. I don't think Brazilian will ever come up though. He never comes up. It's Brazilian.
Brazilian, come up. Don't be scared. Come on up. Don't be scared. Come on up. You ain't scared of Dulcinea. Come on up.
He stays in the chat for the most part. I see him or anything, but yeah, no. I know where you're getting your sources from, Brazilian, and I'm telling you, you're wrong. You be on Q Butter, you be on Chris's, and you're wrong. First of all, Chris just started studying this yesterday, and he admits to that he just started studying this within this month, or not within this month. Let me not exaggerate, but within this year. This isn't something that he studied for years and years and years. And then in everybody else, as far as it, the A00, if you're saying the A00 haplogroup, you would have to find A00 there. They haven't. They find L, which is a subclad, supposedly, of A00. I do. The A0 goes back to Cameroon. No, you don't have a source saying that. You have a source saying the subclads prove that the A00 must be most likely in Cameroon. And someone asked, what's your third great grandmother's name? But I get that too. I mean, I felt when Skinny Head was talking about it yesterday, I really was like, or Wednesday, it's kind of sad to me. It's sad to me that people would say trying to find family members is equivalent to trying to find a street name, because this isn't something that's new to me. Like when I was always like the African and everything, my whole goal was to find my family. I don't get anyone who that's not their goal. I followed Mama Baina Bello, and she's still one of my favorites of the historians ever. And she would preach that has to be the goal. The goal has to that you find your family in Africa. So for people to just be okay with just putting continents together, being like I'm a whole region and you don't even really want to know the family, I can't relate. I don't get it.
How long it's going to take for your test results to come back, Dulcinea?
A couple weeks, I think, like, or a month, 3 weeks to a month.
I can't believe he said all that stuff in the chat. I'm going back. Brazilian monk. I can't believe it. You let Dawson, you mean to tell me you let this girl sit at the head of your dinner table
and talk to you like that? Facts. No, Brazilian monk doesn't come up. That's why I said I see him in all the channels or anything, and I know he says he's done the research, but the research that you done, hun, is about L, because I've done the research. And the research you're talking about is about
really research. He don't just research. He really research.
Oh yeah, he really researched. Like he's not reading the same sources that's gonna say he not reading Medell and the mitochondria DNA and out of Africa, and it's like, okay, yeah, sure. There's only certain people that's saying it. There's only so many people that you can put it down to when you're looking at it, especially Albert Perry. You're looking at Mendez.
Tell him if he don't come up here, we ain't gonna read his chats no more. tell him we can't read. Brazilian mom, come on now. You come up here whisper so everybody can hear just
But at least, like, I'll be honest and say, because I know most of the people in the American paradigm, they throwing the whole thing out and they saying that the oldest one comes from America and F y'all. But I will be truthful that right now this is in the hypothesis stage and they need to do more research on it. But them just defining it and saying that it's past the hypothesis stage is a lie. No, he doesn't. And Brazilian is not of our skin tone, I'll just say. So I don't know how comfortable that makes him too.
Who?
Brazilian monk.
Oh, he Brazilian? For real?
No, he's white. He's a white boy.
Oh, that's why he's scared. He all over here. He chestnut. Come on up here. He probably from down under. Do you come from the land down under?
Yeah, that's what I said, Marcus. A00 has not been found in Africa. You can say subclades of it have been found in Africa, but then once you say that subclades of it have been found in Africa, I'm going to tell you, prove it. Prove that those subclades are A00. I just clarified that he's going to see that there are genetic markers. He's going to say genetic markers from 160,000 years old to, let's say, 100,000 years old are genetic variations of this DNA that's 340,000 years old. And I'm going to say, prove it.
Hey, as Brazilian monk, what is a bitter man sandwich? I hope I said that right. I've always wanted to know when I heard that song.
That's facts, Sachi. You know, Sachi came in very aggressive the first time. Well, I would say he be dropping gems in the chat nowadays.
Really do.
Yeah, DNA period is in the hypothesis stage. You're absolutely correct. They don't know enough about DNA to have developed a good scientific theory on how DNA works. They just finding out 98% of it is not junk, and that's yesterday, like 2 years ago. They're like, oh, this DNA might be important. You think?
Oh, he said he got mixed blood. What is it mixed with, mama and daddy?
Oh, did you find so what's the mixed?
Mama and daddy. A little bit of sugar and spice and everything nice. Add a little sugar, honeysuckle rain. What do you mix with? Salt and pepper. Salt and pepper's here, and we're in the mix. Won't you?
But I always find it funny too that when you're looking at every other taxonomy group that they have, and you're looking at it, and they're like, "Oh, these groups prove the other group." Every other taxonomy group has microevolution. Like a domestic dog and a wolf.
They're the same.
They're not the same. They're not the same.
They're not the same.
They have little changes.
They're both canine, though.
Exactly. They're both canine. If you look at the ancient whale, if you look at the ancient dolphin, no matter what other taxonomy group you look at, felines, all this other stuff, you can see it. It's like little changes. They might have different fur. They might have a different structure or anything. They look like how, we look as humans. How we have these different groups that Asians look different, Europeans look different, and all this other stuff. But for somehow, we're the only one that have a shared group with apes.
Oh, Brazilian monk, we apologize. He said you running wild with BS information and calling him white. You didn't heard this.
Well, no, I asked you that before, and it's Lex that originally said that you were white, Brazilian monk. It was Lex Vortex that said you were a white boy, and then you said yes. But I know you did your genealogy, so is doing your genealogy, have you found out that you're mixed or what?
You probably knew already.
And then why would you let Lex Vortex call you white? I've never seen a mixed person say, oh, I'm just white. Or let someone call them white. I have mixed nieces and nephews.
Oh, shit, brother, lie cussing and
Right.
Oh, shit. Oh, I thought Sachi was cussing.
Oh, no. He talking about the tribe he's from, his mom's tribe.
Yeah. He said Cherokee is his mama tribe. Mindy is his material. So he's been teaching me stuff.
Well, I would say that's kind of incorrect, Cooking with Billy, because who's original? Maybe not original to one land, but none of us are the ones that live back there. But how can you say one group is original?
Okay, Billy, because we could say Billy is not original, William.
I don't know. Lex Vortex disappeared. So I would know. We are all mixed, especially those of Latin Americans and or the Caribbean. Yeah, but usually when people say that they're mixed definitively like that, they're talking about parents or grandparents, I would say. And then if they're talking about further down the line, like your
They
parents
reaching.
are white, your grandparents are white, but you got a great grandparent that's black, you ain't mixed. You can't
Right.
say nigga. You better not say nigga. Like, you coming out with your genealogy like, look though, I can say nigga now. No, you can't. You still can't say it. But yeah, we're all mixed.
I didn't ask you that. That was Dulcinea. He said he did say something. He never heard him say that though. He probably said it. I don't know when he said it because I don't follow Lex Word text like that. He must have
said it before I had a debate with him because he said the only reason you were agreeing with me was because you were a white boy.
See, that's probably because he looked at the name Brazilian monk and just assumed.
Right, and I asked Brazilian if he was what it was he, but I was like, "You're white," and he's like, "Oh yeah." I never said Brazilian was original. I guess he's mixed with Brazilian and white, but I think then it would be important to know what stock of Brazilian still, because it's not like white people don't live in Brazil.
Oh, he come brother Allah. Come on, smooth chicken.
Did y'all ever come to Delaware with Sister Freedom?
We weren't able to, but Gemini was there and Dots were there the 20th.
Mm-hmm.
What happened, brother?
Oh, he came up and then dropped. Sachi says you can have DNA from anywhere and it don't change your lineage. And it's like people don't even understand how much they don't understand about DNA. Like, first off, they lied about the percentage of chimpanzee DNA that's alike. They lied about it. So you're looking at DNA that is similar markers where they're saying you're 98% alike with a pig, you're 98% alike with a cat, you're 98% alike, or you're 90% alike with flowers, you're 85% alike with a hot dog. Like, it's just like where they're really going into these markers thing. And I can pull it up.
Yeah, I want to see that because from with DNA, with those percentages, from my understanding, most living organisms, we share the same DNA with a lot of things. It's just more so the organization of the genes within the DNA is what puts us in different categories because we start having similarities and then they break it down based on that. But we share the same DNA with mostly all organisms. We have the same things that are fundamental for life.
Yeah, and they say that based on the fact that they don't understand DNA. So they're saying of the coding. So when they're looking at it, they're looking at 2% of your DNA and they're saying 100% of DNA encoding human genes are exactly the same as the encoding in pigs. So they are looking at what they do. They say they look at those different markers and they'll say, okay, like we'll see, like you said, the letter sequencing and see what is most alike. Well, they've tried to do the letter sequencing of coding DNA to predict other things, and none of it has worked. So they cannot make predictions of any qualities based on looking at the letter sequences. And that's a major part of science. Is supposed to be something that at least you can find a prediction and it'd be like, okay, this prediction then would match up. But what they're finding is when they were going by those coding DNA letter sequencing and saying, okay, this should be true, this should be true, they were finding it wasn't. So they don't really understand the coding letter sequencing. And then they went back and said, okay, that's when they started navigating junk DNA, and then saying that junk DNA is more important, or is more important to your identity than they thought before.
Okay. So I don't know about that.
What they found with the junk DNA, that's now they're calling it correctly, which is non-coding DNA, is that because of that non-coding DNA, that's a lot what separates us from other animals. And with the research on that, we're no longer 98% alike with chimpanzees.
Did they give a new percentage?
Yeah, but that's going to be in the debate. Sorry.
Ooh, okay, y'all. I'm about to go to bed.
Right. I don't know what happened with Brother Law. I was going to be like where he can say or anything, but yeah, Marcus, we already see that you're biased. So you going to say it's really bad. You going to say it's really bad, like you went and probably got the jab. I don't know what else we can say to that. An adolescent male carried a rare Y chromosome haplogroup A00, found almost nowhere outside Western Cameroon today. A00 is best documented amongst EBO and Bango ethnic groups living not far from. And those are L1149. Look up L1149. I wouldn't say you're lying, Marcus. I don't say it like that. Someone's lying. I say it that y'all
Drop the line. Drop the link for Gemini.
I'm dropping it again. I'm saying you're in belief, and it's okay that you're in belief, but you're gonna say what you believe is what you know, and it's just what you believe. And then when I say MIT has already found that the jab and RNA isn't as good as they thought it would be, because they can't really predict what RNA will do, because they don't understand DNA like that to say that it will give the correct coding. You're going to say that's a lie, or that MIT person is biased. So we already know the game here. A person introduced something to science from MIT, Harvard, Stanford, Yale. And if it doesn't match up to what you already know, that person is just going to be invalidated, and you're never going to address the actual science that they gave. And really, there's no conversation to really be had from that. Address the science. No, Brazilian monk, prove that it's not L1149 that you're talking about.
She ain't in the backtrack yet?
They got a COVID-19 compilation fund. Yeah, like Joe Biden was like, we need to get a new shot.
Y'all keep on getting stuck.
I know you about to go to bed, but I was just putting it in the chat. No one's gonna come up.
I was talking about.
Come up.
I said I was talking about the thing in your arm. I was telling y'all keep on getting stuck.
Right, for real. Y'all keep on letting them just tell you anything. That's on y'all. Finally, it's worked. Peace, Brother La. Why, Sonic? You in the wrong chat. Top Cats comes on pretty much, I would say, possibility on Mondays, Tuesdays, maybe. Maybe not Wednesday. Usually every Friday he comes on. You go to his chat and talk to him.
Peace, brother.
La.
Peace. Good morning to all of y'all.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I was just listening to what you were saying in regards to the jab, but you know, a lot of folks here, especially in New York, if you ain't go get the jab, you wouldn't have no job.
Yeah, that was wrong with what they were doing. But wouldn't you be able to submit no to religious purposes?
I submitted it to my job, and they told me that if you do not, we're not taking it.
Wow.
When I walked in, because besides myself, there's a couple of other Muslim brothers that work for my company, and we all came in with letters. And the guy that was in charge over the human resources was an older Jewish man. He came in. We all came in at the same time, so it wouldn't be an issue problem. He told all of us, if you don't want to go get the shot, we are going to let you go.
That's crazy.
It was easy to retire somebody because either that or the unemployment went up real high.
They
Because
tried to do that at my job too. I work for
yeah.
the government though. So we was already working from home. So they was pressing us to get the shot, and a lot of people ran and got it because they was threatening. I didn't do it. They did threaten my job, but by the time it got to the wire, they changed the ruling and we didn't have to. So people was mad because they was forced to take it, and everybody ain't take it. Like I didn't take it and I still got my job.
By the time they had told us at my job and whatnot, it was too late. I already went and got the jab, so.
It's real.
You only did the first one though, right? They're not making you do boosters.
No, I'm not doing the boosters.
Yeah, that booster should be outlawed. I remember. I can't say I remember, but I remember. Well, I can kind of remember. Let me just be quiet and move forward. But when they gave the booster shots out, it looked like a little barrel, and it put these marks on people. Um, um, and so they gave all these. It was like 5 or 6 shots at one time, right? And come to find out, a few years later, that shot was messing people up. And this was probably in the 60s, mid 60s, early 70s. They were giving out these booster shots, and then they stopped doing it.
I'm going to just let you guys know now to be mindful of what you say about this jab because they will monetize your channel. So just giving you a heads up about it.
Well, you know, they've been giving us booster shots all our lives.
Right. But I don't know if they've been hitting everybody since because I mean, the MIT thing isn't false. And Joe Biden did say they are doing another one that should be coming out soon. Probably, I've always predicted maybe in the next 10 years, they'll do the normal vaccine. And I don't have any problem taking the normal vaccine. The normal vaccine would have a strand of COVID and it would have the immunities for that strand. And then you would feel a little sick, do anything as far as to get over the strand of COVID. When they have that vaccine, I would take it.
No, thank you.
You wouldn't take that one either?
No, I don't take any of them.
Me neither.
Yeah, I think it's like
because I feel like I feel like when COVID first happened, everybody was running around with six feet and wear a mask. We did that for about what, a year and a half, 2 years. I did that all that time, and y'all done sent everybody back to work, and now all of a sudden y'all come out with this vaccine. No, I'm gonna go ahead and keep my 6 feet and my mask. No, thank you. So I didn't feel like it was necessary because I've been managing.
Right. Which I don't believe in the flu shots, but I got the mandatory ones. I got the polio. I've never had polio. I've got the chicken pox. I never had chicken pox. I got the malaria, different things like that. And I should be good to go to Africa and just different things that
Well, you
protect
must be
me.
young.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you ain't get the
I mean,
chicken pox.
But the
yeah.
crazy thing more so about getting the jab, I was doing the same thing, sis. Masked up, traveling. I was leaving New York, coming back, no issues, no problems.
Yeah.
As soon as I got the jab, I'll say about maybe 2 weeks later thereafter, I caught COVID.
Say, and but listen, then when you did, and this the other thing, I felt like I had COVID before, but I felt like my immune system did what it did and I beat it. I feel like everybody had COVID, whether you got diagnosed with it or not. I feel like it was too. I feel like everybody got it. Some people beat it like a common cold. Some people ended up on a respirator. I mean, a ventilator in the hospital. But I
Yeah,
think,
some people didn't have any symptoms, but
yeah,
I saw a lot of people. I know they tried to say it came out in 2020. A lot of people got sick 2019,
yeah.
myself included, and they said it was the flu. It was a weird strand of the flu that they said that came out at the end of 2019. So I'm thinking a lot of people got COVID at that time. But all I would say is if you do want to travel to Africa, there are pills for malaria, but those pills are not like the malaria shot. And my husband has told me, like seeing someone die from malaria, you gonna want to take that vaccine. But other than that, when you're going traveling to certain places, I just feel like the technology of getting a strand, because listen to it, what it's saying. They put a strand of the actual sickness in you, and they give you the immunities around it, so your body gets immune to it and can fight it off better next time. So you have a higher chance of, if your body has never experienced being in Africa, then you get somebody that spreads malaria to you, then you're going to have a horrible time or even possibly die, versus like the RNA that you're hoping that the coding will work out to be like good at the time. So I personally have no problem with taking the vaccine once it is the regular one, once it is the COVID strand that they're using. Bye, Sonic. Why are you just going so hard? Where are you in right now? You say you're in West Africa right now, East Africa, or are you somewhere else? And I tell everybody this because this is gonna make you super mad. My husband says Top Cats is like one of the best information in the community.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Are
Talked to
you
him
really
for
serious?
hours. Yeah, he talked to him for hours and was like, he's literally one of the best in the community.
Lord have mercy. Mm. Wow.
Africans don't believe in all this abstract shit that Americans believe in. And Africans are really big into that the colonization has taken them from their culture, taking them from knowing a lot of stuff that they would know because their grandma or whoever that was like, oh, you're Christian now, you got to believe in Jesus, and all that other stuff is demonic and not real. And they want to know as much as anybody else what the culture was before.
So because somebody mom and them tell you something, it's supposed to be facts?
Um, Is
No.
your mama tells you something, or you research as far as from parents and parents line, and you research the villages and you find out what the culture was before? Which one are you? saying? Are you saying they're just going by what their mama tells them? Because their mama's telling them follow Jesus. Their grandma's telling them follow Jesus. So no, they ain't going it by that. Younger Africans ain't having that, especially as they're seeing more and more culturally, they're losing the aspects to it other than the little villages that are left.
I'm speaking about Aboriginals. I'm not speaking about Africa. I'm speaking about a lot of the information that Top Cat spews. You're perceiving or telling us that not yourself, your husband, believes he's one of the top guys in so quote unquote this conscious community.
Yeah, because he's not Aboriginal first, and his premise is genealogy, which, like I said, a lot of people will resonate with around the world.
With a
More
gold
than
grill.
huh?
With a gold grill.
With the gold grill. I don't think he cares about gold grill, but my husband's been in Texas since he's 15, so that ain't nothing new. Having people with grills.
Me personally, I can't speak for anybody else. Me personally, I just see it as a facade that most people, especially black people, are gullible to getting anything other than Jesus Christ because a lot of people has been going to churches their whole lives. It's been pursued upon just getting a hope and a gift and a prayer coming from somewhere and ain't seen nothing. So they get a little glimpse of something that makes them happy or whole and they gravitate towards it.
I think that's what people are doing with the DNA. Tell me this. How is it that finding out that you're from 10 different regions helps you and gives you more of who you are?
I mean, you got to take into consideration some folks, especially black folks, just want to feel whole, feel accepted.
So why not find the names of your family members and feel whole and accepted through that?
For some folks, they know what avenues to take, and some folks, they don't. They do both, really, for the most part.
Well, I guess that would be the answer of why he says that Talkcast is the best, because that's what he pushes. And
He don't do both, though.
on those avenues, huh?
He doesn't do both.
No, as far as to be like push for people to find their family. Like I said, Africans don't do both for the most part. Africans don't do DNA. They're not paying for DNA tests.
You have to take it from the standpoint of why would Africans search for doing their DNA when they know they're from Africa?
Exactly. So the bigger picture for them is family.
Okay, but we're speaking about Top Cat. His family, allegedly, he's not from Africa, correct?
According to his genealogy, he says he's not.
He is sometimes.
Basically, that's what I'm saying.
He says he hasn't found any African relatives in it. But again, still where I'm confused is if I end up knowing who my great grandparents are, how is that lesser than you just claiming 10 regions across Africa as far as who you are?
Unbelievable.
I think where people are like, oh, this is just to play, and because people don't know what they are, the DNA test is that, and they're making billions of dollars from it because they get to placate. They get to say, hey, you're from, like I will always say, Sankofa's map. I had my husband look at it, and it was he was like, so basically, he's just not from the Arab countries, but he's from everywhere else. Like basically. So that gives you more understanding of who you are to just see a whole lit up continent of Africa.
I just find it ironic that somebody can come out and speak in regards of being Aboriginal or Indian when they all the phenotypes as looking as an African or Black American. I just so because you define yourself as an Aboriginal or a so quote unquote Indian of this land, or your kinfolk is the same, and do they define themselves as being the same?
Most of them don't go by phenotype. Like, so for instance, my husband is Zimbabwean, so it's not about phenotype or him looking and being like, oh, you look Zimbabwean or you look Zimbabwean. It is about you being from Zimbabwe, even if you look completely different. They don't care about how you look. You got to be from Zimbabwe. And most people don't just in Africa don't have a looker, oh, we're from the same place. Like my husband used to play soccer. And even in America, the different countries in Africa have their own leagues around here as far as where they have enough teams of their own nation of people where they play amongst each other. So there is a pride as far as in that, and they don't really go by phenotype. It's really only us.
That's crazy because I always wanted to do my DNA, but it was for different reason. I never wanted to do it to find anything out about Africa, which is crazy. I always wanted to know because I already knew I have African in me. That's clear. I'm a black girl, but I wanted to know where I get my complexion from or, my features. So I wanted to know what else I had in me. So I wanted to see them other percentages over in Europe and stuff because I know I got something, but I don't know what it is. That's what I always wanted to do it for.
Mhm. I think too, it always confuses me because culturally, even before I was married to an African, I've always known culturally your ancestors are everything. And I think that's what makes it different for me. Like people probably have a lot of their family left, where a lot of my family has transitioned. So family is way more to me than just saying African American. Like the big, like who my parents are, who my grandparents are is who I am, and I don't feel a lesser of not knowing further, but I do like I want to know further. Like for instance, I don't feel like my family's not special already with who I know, but I just want to know further. And I've always been like I want to know, the family I was taken from. I don't understand people. I really don't get it. I don't get how people are okay for just being like, you don't want to know. You definitively say you were in the transatlantic slave trade and your people were stolen, but you don't want to know who they were stolen from at all.
I mean, well,
Wait, hold. I
and
think.
then what though?
Go ahead, Sakina. I'm gonna
I'm
come in after you.
sorry, Dot.
Uh-huh.
So, well, question to you, Dulcinea, are you? Well, it's different for you because, like you said, you're searching for family. I guess to learn more about your direct history because you don't have a lot of living relatives where you can get that information from. So, I'm guessing you're going to reach out to those family members that you do find that are reachable. But as far as finding out, you know, what tribe I was stolen from and anything, I mean, what would I do with that information? Because I'm definitely not going back to Africa. So, what would I do with that information anyway? I don't really understand the benefit, I guess.
I guess I could see. I well, to me, like for instance, if you are like cultural wise, African isn't a thing, right? Um, there's so many cultures in Africa, so when you're searching for these cultures and you're just like, I'll wear a dashiki and a medallion and I feel closer. Um, it's just not as close as the real thing to me. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Just doing the outside thing, and I guess if you don't care culturally or to have that, it's different. But there's so many people that are searching for culture. They're
Mm-hmm.
wearing fringes. They're doing this. They're doing that. So to me, it seems like the biggest thing would be family because that's going to give you your direct culture.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What were you going to say, Dots? I thought you were asleep.
Hey, baby, oh, girl, listen, I was right. I thought I was watching y'all. Found out y'all was watching me. My behind took a nice little nap. Woke up, and here we are. Oh goodness gracious. But I wanted to jump in real quick and say that okay. So Brother Lodge just had said something when you was asking him, like, what would it do for you, like, or what would it do for anybody necessarily to like find out where their ancestors are, like, let's say in Africa, for example. And I think La said it's because maybe obviously it's because they want to know more, right? And I think that point can't be understated, right? So like even putting things in context, I feel like, if a person is born, let's say, like how you mentioned your husband, right? So he was born in Zimbabwe, for you said it's Zimbabwe or what have you, or Uganda, pardon me. And he's growing up. He has a he will have more of a stable foundation or a better understanding. The questions that he may have for his family is going to be different than the questions someone who is in the Americas may have for their family. So I think when a person don't know, right? When a person is seeking for more information, I think that's why it's important to do a DNA test, right? I also think that part of building or part of growing your tree or breaking these generational curses, right, is, how do I say? So if we take so our genes determine a number of things, right? So our personality traits, our physical traits, right? How we process things, all of that comes from your genetics, right? Those are really, 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 really important. Dulcie, give me 1 second. 1 second, y'all. I have an emergency. Give me 1 second.
Okay, yeah, no problem. And yeah, I guess my question though to define it down is that the DNA test is not going to give you, it will give you family members. That's what I understand at that point of like, yeah, do it for that. But the DNA test is not going to give you what my husband has. The DNA test is going to give you a whole bunch of regions. So it's not going to give you what, it's not going to like let you know. It's just going to say, hey, your DNA is from this area and this area and this area and this area and this area. So that's where I'm like, I'm confused because what it's giving you is not what everybody else has. And if that's really what we're all searching for, or maybe we're not all searching for, it seems like a lot of people are searching for how are they going to gain that, which is knowing a whole bunch of places.
Sorry about that, y'all. My bad. Um, so to your question, I think that a person doing their genealogy, a person choosing to take their DNA or what have you, is just as important, I feel like, than, let's say, the Aboriginals understanding of who and what they are, right? It's on both sides. The reason why they keep talking about their history, or the reason why they are talking about the fact that they're native to America or they're indigenous to the Americas, it's parallel, right? It's parallel because if the argument can work for one, it has to work for all. So if you don't, and I've said this so many times, but the confusion I think comes in when we are looking to someone else outside of ourselves, be it YouTube, be it whomever, right, to tell our story for us, and and the person just cannot, right? Like, so when Nisha did her DNA and she was able, and she was, I always remember that because for me that was a big thing when because she was very vulnerable. This is social media, it is a public platform, and she's showing that what her great Nisha, what was it, like her great grandfather, what have you, came from, and she was able to do that. And for Nisha, that was a really kind of powerful thing, obviously. So
I
it
mean,
is,
absolutely. That's the only niche is the only reason I got it. So it was powerful to me too. I was like,
yeah,
"You're
right.
that's
So that
right.
you
Like
answer the
I'm gonna do
question.
it."
Right. So that's so you just answered the question. That's why it's
Well,
important.
oh yeah, I get that. Well, I said
If you
that's
don't
why I
know.
define. That's why I define the difference. Like I get it for when you're going back and you're finding these people and everything. I'm saying, how do people feel that when Sankofa showed his map and it showed his map everywhere down from every single country that was not a North African country. And it said his DNA is from those places. I don't get how people will feel like that's the same thing as knowing their culture.
Because that's a part of culture. It's not separate. It's a part of culture.
But I guess what Dulcinea is saying is not knowing anything because it's such a big of a region that it's not all one culture anyway. It's
Right.
many different cultures, so you still can't zone in to really know who you are from it. And I guess it, but is that what they're searching for? Because I thought it was more so just to know your ethnicity,
Right.
like
It,
to
But
know.
your
it's a
ethnicity that it
personal.
gives you is a multitude of regions. So like, and that's why I say, and it is a different thing because Africans have been colonized. So, but they're from different regions. So a lot of them don't care to be like what other regions are in their DNA. They don't care. But they more so care to be like what was life before colonization? What did our culture look like? What did different things look like? That's more so what they care about. So even if they really had the money to spend, that's why you're not going to see a lot of born Africans spending money on that, because
Right.
like a lot of people have a stance of what does 300,000 years matter to see that on your DNA, even if it was true.
Yeah. But yeah. So I don't know. I just think that if you know, great. If you don't know, then that's why I do it. You do it. Nisha has done it. I don't know anyone else has done it. And I think that that's a really beautiful thing. And also, it's I just like to remember what was the whole point of it to begin with, right? You know, we're only. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna land the plane. It's late. I'm gonna go back to bed, you guys. Hey, La, how you doing?
I'm doing good, sister. How you doing?
I want to repeat the conversation all over again. I didn't even realize you.
My concern, or actually not my concern, I wanted to know in regards to taking a test, is it primarily just based on a swab or is it blood?
It's spit,
Just the saliva.
The
Okay.
saliva, yeah.
Okay.
and you got to spit up to a certain region, and then you take that off, put the cap in, and they have the solution that you shake, and then you send that in.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, just me personally, I don't care about any of the percentages, but like that's where I think it's interesting to get people's perspective on the percentages. But I guess for instance, all these Africans like felt some type of way about Black is King. I love Black is King, but they were just like culturally Black is King didn't like definitively show a culture. It just really looked like American culture masked as African culture. So, that's a lot of their perspectives. They're from Africa. So, when it comes to it and you're getting this region that you're from, are you going to dig into these different regions to find things culturally, or are you still going to be more so like the pious, what they don't like about us anyways, of just being like, I'm African American, I can go buy a daishiki from Amazon and I'm cool from there.
Well, why would you? Okay, I'm confused, Dulcinea, because that's a lot of assumption, and like when
No,
you talk.
I'm just asking because I know Africans that see Americans like that.
No, I got you, and you're absolutely right. Like, especially, I feel like especially back in the day where where I've even heard, my best friend, one of my best friends, godmother of my children, they're from Ghana, right? And so I understand, and you're right. They do not necessarily see Black Americans or the connection to themselves, but that also is because of colonization, right? That's also because of just the history of it and who's in control over it, right? But because most of the time it's the victorious one, or the victor is the one who tells the story, is the one who has the opportunity to say this is what happened, right, wrong, or indifferent.
But I mean, I don't mean that to be like they're judging that you don't have culture. That's not true. I see a lot of them being like, you're not coming to us directly to get the culture. And that's what I'm saying. Are you gonna go? Well, I know you're not gonna go back to Africa, some people, but I'm saying, are you going to research every region and really dig in to get the culture and experience and the story from actual Africans? Or is it good to get the percentages? You have the history from books and you're good after that.
I'm good.
Yeah, I think it depends on the person. Honestly, I think it depends on the person. I think it depends on what it is that they're seeking, right? Because you just don't know. You don't know what you're going to uncover in that rabbit hole. And for me, I think that's the most exciting part about it. You know, that's just how I see it, and I think that is just as important as anyone else outside of this sort of paradigm, right? Seeking to find out where they're from or who they are. I think it depends on the person, I guess, what they're seeking to find out. So that's a personal thing, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not important, right? That's for that individual to choose.
Oh yeah, I'm just trying to understand what they're actually seeking for. I'm not saying what's important or what's not important. I'm just trying to get the mindset of what are you seeking, I guess. Kind of like I get what Sakina said. Like I kind of want to know because I want to know where features came from, or being like, oh, this may have been this, or see a region that is like, oh, I wouldn't even ever have known that. Then that makes sense to me. And I can be like, okay, that's why you're doing it. So I would ask everybody to be like, okay, what once you're taking out certain things, what exactly would you be seeking from it?
I see what
The
you're
same
saying.
thing that's okay. It's the same thing. Let's say than a person who's a Moor, and a person who identifies as an Aboriginal. It would be the same as a person who identifies as dot 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 dot. Fill in the blank, right?
No, not necessarily, because you have to go into whether you call it a doctrine or not, what they're seeking. So like I get that it depends on what more or anything, but pretty much when you're talking about the Moorish paradigm, they're seeking unity of people under the nation war, so you can get restitution or reparations. There's no that with the DNA test, so you can't really say, oh, everyone's seeking the same things in it, because they're not. If like a Hebrew Israelite, they're seeking to be good with the Most High and follow their statute, laws, and commandments. So you can't say that the Hebrew Israelite is the same motivation as you a whole bunch of regions in the continent. There would have to be a motivation that and they have their motivations, and everybody's kind of making it clear. But that's where it's like just asking other people what are your motivations, because it's not the same for everybody. It's not the same for the doctrines. Everybody has different motivations, and why people say they're Aboriginal or Indian or Moor or Hebrew Israelite. It's all really different, and it's not just knowing themselves. They all have different motives behind it.
Yeah, that's what I don't see what I said that was different, Dulcinea.
Well,
That's
you
not
just
what I
said
was.
it was the
Hold
same. It's
on,
the
hold on.
same as
No, I did not say.
before
I'm
or
sorry.
after.
Let me explain. What I meant because you keep saying, what is the point of it? Why? And I'm saying it's similar to any other group, right? Or any other collective, or help keep it to the individual who identifies as part of a larger collective, and as a result of that, they're seeking more for whatever that reason is. But so I didn't say anything different than that. That's what I meant when I said that.
Oh yeah, and that's what I was
never
asking
make
is,
a blanket
are
statement.
people seeking more after
Yeah,
that,
no,
or
but
is
it's
it
a personal
stop
reason.
once you
Yeah,
get that?
yeah, it's a personal reason, and whatever that reason is for them is valid. That's how I feel.
Right. I
What I
didn't say it
what I
wasn't valid.
what
I
I
just asked what is
what
it.
I what I think it is, God, is basically boiled down to this, and this is something that I've noticed more so with Moors, as a person can follow their religion, whether it be Christianity, them being Muslim, there's Islam, things of that nature. Moors don't define themselves as having a religion. They believe that it's a nation, a nationality. It's just they isolate themselves from everybody for the most part. If they definitively define themselves as a Moor, if I'm correct. Dulcinea?
Yeah. Yeah, because it's something like nationality. That's why I was like saying that we can't say everybody's definitive end goal is the same. So that's where I get the motivations are similar, but that's why I was asking, does it stop here? Because for instance, when you're a Moor, it doesn't stop like, okay, I'm a Moor now. It's like, okay, you most likely joined a Moor because you have nationality um, motivations. You want to see the group move as a government. You want to see different things in that realm politically. And the group that's giving you answers politically are the Moors. You want to know why the slave trade happened, giving you reasons as far as how you end up here and how you can get right and what the Most High wants and all this other stuff. You're going to end up most likely a Hebrew Israelite. So, and then you're going to continue to go on after that, not just be like, okay, I'm a Hebrew Israelite now. So now I'm going to follow the law, statutes, and commandments. I'm going to believe in the prophecies, so on and so forth. So that was just my question, that everybody has a motive, and then the motive isn't like, oh, I just defined myself and now I'm done. There's always a definitive line, and then now there's work to do past that.
Okay. Now that being the case, and it being based on nationality or of some sort,
Yeah.
the endeavors and issues or problems that African Americans who define themselves as Moors can't have the same relationship with other Moors that may be white, because there are white Moors. That definitive line of the transitions and hardships that white Moors family members in the sense that he's come from didn't go through the same that my family and my descendants went through. So what type of relationship can I have with him in trying to truthfully have some type of engagement of conversation with him? What can we, I mean, what is the basis of the conversation? Just what us just being based on as being Moors? I'm just trying to understand why definitively Moors just isolate themselves from everybody. Furthermore than that, there are some Moors that definitively define themselves as being Muslim.
Mm-hmm. Which is part of the religion. But again, so when you're looking at Moors here, they're looking at the Black Laws Dictionary, they're looking at the Constitution, they're looking at the Library of Congress, so on and so forth. So they're not looking at Moor to be like, oh, what's the white Moors doing? Or let me reconnect with other things like this, other than let me reconnect with Morocco to have some political power. But mainly, whether people have a religion in the paradigm or not, their focus is law. That's what Moor is. Their focus is, okay, in these certain times, people were able to be a freeman based on a Moor status. They had definitions of Moor in the Black Laws Dictionary, so on and so forth. And there's all these different aspects of different policies, different things as far as that they have at the Moors, through the Moors. So they're like, okay, how do we restore and get back to this or anything? And I don't really think Moors would care less if they were some. I mean, some do. Sabir Bey like goes around and travels and talks to different people that say, yeah, we acknowledge that Moors are in America and they're different color of people. But for the most part, I don't think Moors are just like, oh, I want to be a conglomerate all over the world. No, I think most of it, they're attracted to it because of the law, because of the political status, like the Taj Tariq Bey talking points.
I think but you know what? Here's the thing too with the Moors. Like, how do you and this is for anybody who might want to answer this or whatever, but like, do you think that the Moors have been successful? Do you think that all the work that in terms of a collective, and I'm being very general right now, you know, on purpose, obviously, but do you think from, you know, from its heyday to now, do you think that they've achieved their goal? Do you think that as a Moor, the group achieved its goals?
No, I would say absolutely not. You know, you see some benefits definitely with the Moors of today, in comparison to the ones that were back and stuff like that. It kind of melts together of the benefits between the Moors and the Aboriginals, being like the taxes, Indian not taxed, or
treaty.
their stuff to not be taxed as a Moor, but and then just group group economics and feeling within a group. But as far as when it comes to their actual goals, I think mainly when you're joining the Moorish doctrine, you're just looking at everything else and saying, who do I think is closest to reparations and restoration? Honestly,
If everybody did law and everything like the Moors was taught, we wouldn't have no problems. None.
yeah, because I think it does take. Well, I don't know. I don't think it takes all of us, but I think it takes a conglomerate of us, a big group. So, and then there's the whole point of now you have to have the group that was subjugated against. So when you're looking at it, I would say most people that are attracted to the Moors, honestly, they're looking at the Japanese Americans, they're looking at the Jewish, they're looking at these people and saying, okay, well, this is how they were definitively said that they were oppressed, and the UN took their cause and said, hey, you have to do this. Not we recommend, or you guys should consider doing it one day. They said, no, you have to do this or we're writing you off. So a lot of people, no matter if it's more or anything, feel like the lack of that happening is because we're not coming together. So I would say that's why they don't blame the Moors to say, oh, it's the Moors' fault that they haven't gotten together. It's kind of the same with any kind of group. They feel like it's that the people haven't come together and they haven't been able to move past their goals, past to their goals.
Okay, now you being a Moor, would you definitively would you definitively define Noble G Ali as being somewhat as your prophet, or see him as being God? Like, I know a lot of people that follow the NOI, they look up to Minister Farrakhan as being somewhat as a prophet. Some would even say as their God. How do Moors look upon Noble Jew Ali?
So it definitely depends. That's why there is this definitive line between a lot of Moorish science tipples and Moors in them, the Quran, and the Moors that are more national. Because there's definitely Moors that look at Noble Drew Ali as a god. But I would say me personally, because I can only speak for me, I see him as a prophet because I think a prophet as a messenger, and there's not one singular, this is the prophet. Like more people are prophets than they know.
Now, definitively, if a person define themselves as being a Moor, can they also fall under another school of thought as well, but definitively still keep the title as being a Moor?
Yeah, there's definitely those as far as it, because like I guess that's why I use Sabir Bey as a real example of it, because he has gone strictly into the law and to be like how I travel, how I do this, but he's not into any religion. He's not into super the Noble Drew Ali side of things. He admires Noble Drew Ali, but that's about it. But he goes into strict history and law. So a lot of people have their own kind of views, points in the paradigm, and they can do whatever. There's other people, for instance, I guess Commission's more a combination of like Kemet and maybe even a little bit of Sufi, while there's some Moors that feel like,
And this is, the reason why I'm being honest, the reason why I'm asking these questions, because the dialogue that I'm holding with you now and engaging and asking questions, I would love to hold with Commission, but I don't know enough in regards to Moorish science to engage in an intellectual, not even sparring match or debate, just questions. Because Commission definitively defines himself as a Moor. He also defines himself as a Sufi. He also defines himself as a Muslim. And he also finds him as being an adept. Now, an adept is somebody that's enlightened, and that's the gift. And if I'm not mistaken, Sakina, an adept is a chosen one in a sense, correct?
Adept,
Yes.
like a priest.
Yes. So if that, and if an adept is seen as being a priest, what definitively are you a priest under what school of thought? Is it you being a Moor? Is it you being a Sufi? Is it you being a Muslim? Which, in that fact, if you're defining yourself as an adept and seeing yourself as a priest in Islam, what school of thought or what family, what are you falling under? Are you falling under definitively just defining it as a Sufi, a Sunni, a Shiite? What are you definitively defining it as? These are questions that I have. But because you're a Mormon, Dulcinea, I'm asking you. I can't have these questions with Commission because at times it goes left.
Right.
As you
So
guys
I would
all
say
know.
under the Moorish paradigm, he can do it like that because there's different conglomerates.
Right.
His is the government. So his is they're more so into the political work, but he does teach, so he can be like a teacher under the Moorish sciences and say these are the Moorish sciences, with including Kemet. There's other Moorish science temples that include Kemet in being like that's part of the Moorish sciences, and any other stuff. Then there's the Moorish people that feel like the only political power you have is if you are a Sunni Muslim, because Sunni is where all your laws would be under the Quran. So they are like, we should be strictly Sunni Muslims and exert our power that way. And so there's so many different people that view it differently.
Sakine, I have a question for you. I want to ask you the same question I asked in reference to Morse, like about Kemet. Do you think that, would you say as a practicing commission that you guys have achieved? What goals have you guys achieved in terms of that practice? I would love to hear your thoughts.
I'm sorry. What goals have we achieved?
Like, do you see progress in terms of that ideology? Have you got, like, what are some of those highlights? What are some of the things that you feel has been achieved as a practicing commission?
Since I've been in the shrine, excuse me, my voice going out. Since I've been in the shrine, they've been to Egypt 3 times. They've opened up another shrine. The latest priest graduated. I believe it was last year. So that was a total of I believe 3 priests. One was maybe 2 males and 1 female. We had another set of initiates other than myself. I was in 2022, so we just had some initiates just graduate this year. Again, like I said, it was 3 trips back and forth. And Teddy Jabari has been teaching in the colleges. I've took 2 classes in Africana studies and 3 millennium. I forget it's called 3 millennium. There are 2 different Africana studies in Egyptology and Africana studies history. I've also took a metal netta class with Dr. Anika. There's several different groups that involving music. We've helped in a sister pattern where I've reached out when I helped out with one of the other members. And so there's a bunch of things that we do separately or and corporately together as far as us being in the culture. Was that the answer you're looking for?
What do you mean is that the answer I was looking for? It's your answer, girl. I asked the question. You can answer it however you like.
I mean, because that's my answer. Honestly, that's my answer. If that's what I'm
Do you
not.
know if he has dual citizenship, like between Ghana and here?
Yes, he does. He also because he also Jabari is I don't like calling him just Jabari, but I'll say Dr. Jabari. He's actually a Kemetic priest, right? He does have dual citizenship. He also can preach there. I believe he may have a little temple that they allow him or they gave him that he can actually do priest there. I want to invite him to come here and do a show or, teach a little for us, please, if he would. But he actually does when he goes there as well as here. He's married couples, right? He's done a lot of works in and out of the Americas, right? He's done a lot of tours. He's been to, I would say, all 7 of the 7 wonders. I know the last one I know about was, I believe it was in France. I think that was last year, around his birthday. So, no, Jabari's not a lion MF. I'm sorry for you, Sachi. This one I don't disagree. Jabari has proof for everything he's done. The only thing you might want to say is maybe Jabari can't translate the metal nature, but Anika can. Jabari can do so much, but Anika got his back. So therefore, that's the duality of their relationship, their partnership, their marriage. See, when one can't do it, the other one can. See, that's what makes it work. So no, Jabari don't have to lie to kick it.
I think that was a real dope move, in like on Ghana's part, right? To offer dual citizenship. That was a very smart business move. Um, and
Keyword business plan.
come on, La. Okay, okay. But I can't even knock. I think that's real. That was really that strategy for real, for real. And as a result of that, the migration patterns we're seeing that right now, right? Where we have a lot of people, wherever they from, however they identify, going to a country like Ghana, for example, because of dual citizenship. And that right there is powerful because it allows them, as you know, when you have citizenship to a nation or to a country, right? You are able to purchase land, you're able to move as if you're a citizen. That's power. That is political, that's strategy, and it's smart. And as a result of that, Ghana, has been receiving a lot of money and resources, right, from our demographic, if you will. So I just thought that was a dope move on Ghana's part. That's all.
It also speaks
At first, they
volumes.
were trying to say you were required to get stuff, but now they've even taken down those requirements. So I think it is a smart move on their behalf of like people to go in. I think people need to research though, especially it depends on like I think Brother Jabari is doing it the smartest way. You're gonna want to come back and forth. You're gonna want to have the means to be like travel, see things, but you're probably gonna still be American, and you're gonna want to come back to America. I don't think a lot of Americans can really uproot themselves and go. I think it's a lot harder for a lot of them, and you do see a lot of people coming back afterwards just because they're just not used to it. They haven't done the research. So I guess that's where I'd be like, oh, the end goals as well. Like if they do want to repatriate, what are they looking into that? Are they looking into different places and the cultures there, et cetera, et cetera?
Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
If we were to build Africa to look like America, will we be saying the things that we saying right now? Or are we tripping on the way Africa appeals the eye right now? Because
As far as to say what Americans are used to, no. Americans that go there are not used to the culture. Sometimes they do not do enough research about the culture, and then they have I guess a salty taste in their mouth about what happens culture, like because they're either sometimes taken advantage of because they're American and they're green, or like I was talking to Sister Freedom the other day, and like this one girl that was trying to go to Tanzania and she was going to stay for a long time, and she thought she could date like in Western culture, which is you date for a while, you have fun, and then you drop them. So she was doing that for a while. He was taking her out on dates. She's having fun, but she was just like, yeah, after a while, she was like, it's just not working out. I'm not feeling you like that and stuff like that. But his goal after so many dates was like, uh, you were on my way to being my wife, so pay me back, or like giving her threats. And he sent her a video of a woman getting her head chopped off, and she got scared and had to come back. Like the culture is different. um Wearing shorts, tank top, you can't do that in certain parts of Africa, especially if they're more into maybe Muslim or
you take
different
me
religions.
where I'm going. Let me ask you a different question. Let's say if we went to the ruins of Italy, or right, because some of that is so scary, it's beautiful, right? Because I like buildings, and the older the building, and stuff like that. I'm just into that, and so some of that you'd be like, oh my God, I could not, I would love to go there and visit, but I don't know if I could stay. By the time the sun go down, I gotta be gone. But I would love to be there in the daytime and just walk around and see, because those are the oh my God moments. This is beautiful. As soon as the sun go down, I gotta go. Because they don't have real windows and all that stuff. But this is what I'm saying. I'm just saying this, me for real. But I'm just saying.
I'm trying to figure out where you're going with this.
Yeah, I'm
Listen to what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying, because we're in a whole nother country. These things are beautiful. Understand me. However, because it's not America, you're not used to this. This is somewhere else. So these things, let's say if we go to Scotland and you see these kind of old buildings, knowing that this was an old war ground. These are old buildings, an old war ground, but you still see the pretty green grass, and it's almost blue. You still see the trees, but you see that old army building. Right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So this is the stuff I'm talking about. But it looked like that all over.
Right.
Who would want to live there?
And I don't think it solely looks though, because for instance, like you brought up Italy, which I would say Italy is different from Scotland, but I maybe have to do some research of the
I'm just
tourist
trying
thing.
to find.
But a lot of tourists go
to
to
thing in your mind, so that we don't have to always think Africa. But I'm just saying, in a ruins area, where it's just
Right.
it's
If
not
it's so, like if they were going into a ruins area and being like, let's get some land
like
here,
where they
whatever, try
fighting
to
at right now. When they let's say they're not fighting there right now, but you see how tore up it look right now.
right.
And you would still live there because some of the houses and stuff
Because
is
it's so cheap or something. So I get what you're saying as far as like if they were to buy this and go here and all this other stuff and culturally. And I would say, yeah, if you're going where the ruins are, it would be a little different culturally. But then if you go into if you're traveling into the city and different things like that, then that's where you're seeing a lot of the tourists. That's where a lot of the clothing isn't going to be different. If it's hot outside, you can wear shorts and a tank top and they're not going to look at you differently or anything because the culturally it's so integrated with different foreigners and everything, the different people there. It's just, you're just walking by doing your own thing. If that happens in Africa, it's different. You have to assimilate, especially if you live there. You have to assimilate to the culture where you're around. Or not only are you going to stick out like a sore thumb, but you're going to get the wrong type of attention because of the fact.
Yeah, but Dulcinea, it's anywhere.
exactly. So my point is
Well, it's
it
not anywhere. That's why I said in Italy it would depend on the ruins, but it's
Like
not
it's
anywhere.
about just
You can walk outside with
rebuilding
shorts and a
the
tank
city.
top in
No,
Italy.
I'm talking about rebuilding the city and making it look like America. So would you be better if it looked like America over there and then you would be comfortable and say, yeah, I could live there because it looked like over here? Is that the problem?
But the key for most, but Sakine, I'm sorry for breaking your train of thought. Go ahead, I apologize.
That's
Well, I'm telling
no,
you,
my question
no. I'm
is
telling
the
you the
problem.
stories like you can look at it.
No, the
This is not
problem.
something
Point
I'm
is,
making up. Look up repatriation stories back to Africa, and then you can look it up of Americans. And like I'm saying, they're not aware of how much culture they need to actually assimilate to, and then stuff like that. Like I said, standing out like a sore thumb, and then it's like you're
But like,
overcharged for things, or you are being assumed that you're a prostitute because you're not wearing the right clothes. You have to actually go into those, know
but
about what
if
region and everything.
that really to Dulcinea, but to be honest with you, that really, I mean, if you go outside, whether you in America, you in Africa, if you go outside with poom poom shorts that's halfway cut up your butt cheeks, got half of your ass out, they're gonna perceive you to be a hoochie mama anywhere you go.
It's not halfway shorts or anything. Certain culture, it's just shorts. It's just wearing shorts and a tank top.
Wait. Hold up.
I know
So
these people that
how
are
can we
repatriated.
hold
They
on, hold on.
have to get the
How can we
stories.
compare though? Hold on. How can we all right, so Italy is a country, right? As we all know, and Africa is a
Exactly.
continent, right? With over 50 plus countries.
That part.
The fact that we're
Right.
even throwing out these stereotypes and these assumptions is wild to me because in my opinion, right, I lived in as an expatriate, if you will. The reason why anybody would leave, let's say, to go and relocate somewhere else is because they're looking to do something different. They're not looking for the same thing. If you're going to expatriate to another country and you're looking to bring America with you, if you're looking to feel like you're in America, then why do it in the first place? And to La's point, I agree. That goes for anywhere you go. You have to acclimate. So what? But
Right.
that's not to say that because a person has on shorts and a t-shirt and when they walk out in Africa, yes, in some countries and even in some places, yes, but
But that's what I just said. I said you have to depend on where you go. And I said, listen to the stories. I didn't say Africans are saying this about it. I'm saying
not what-
Americans go with a preconceived notion, and there's a lot of repatriation or returns that come back from Africa to America. So
And there's a
just
lot
know
that
what
say.
you're going into as
And
far
there's
as
a lot that
But what I
say.
think, like Dulcinea, the example that you gave about your friend, like I believe honestly, like your friend was treating him like a trick. She got his
Oh, that's
bread.
not my friend or anything of that. The story of the shorts and anything is a friend, and that's why I know a Hebrew Israelite went over there, so I know the shorts wasn't her booty out or her tank top. It was just that she needed to be in more traditional garb when she did, always wearing skirts, always wearing this because they looked at her like, what's going on? But that's the region that she was in. The other girl, these are stories that you can just listen to as far as looking Americans that repatriate to Africa. And they'll tell you just different stories of what they go through. And that's why I said that I blame her. I don't blame
Yeah,
them, I blame her.
yeah,
You don't
because
know what you're getting into.
if you really think about it, like I was having a discussion with one of my coworkers, you have women that's over here that dress erotic and things of that nature, and there are guys that are appeasing in other countries. Like prime example, you'll have rich Saudi men that are in Saudi Arabia and that are in Dubai and places like that, that will see these girls on Instagram and see them as quote unquote somewhat being Instagram models. They go overseas, they'll set them out in hotels and all of that, and they go to parties and they'll do all kind of wild, crazy stuff to them, give them a little money and ship them right back home. It happens all the time. So definitively, do you define it as girls just doing it for the moment, or people just going to have a good time, or people just using it as a come up? What do you define it as?
Well, yeah, I mean, like if you they do that Dubai, when you're talking about Dubai, those girls know what they're getting into and all this other stuff. But it's the same type of thing though now, because now you got to talk about a girl that kind of knows she's doing something, but she may not know to the extent that she's doing it because someone promotes to her, hey, you just go, you come and make this money, and they not telling her the extent of it. And there's lots of girls like that too. That it's like you gotta know, like you gotta be getting the answer because they'll just reach out to you and they do it both with men and other girls.
Yeah, they
And
do.
like, oh, I got this Rolex from going to Dubai, and then they reach out to, like you said, those IG models to be like, hey girl, come make money. And then they don't tell them to the extent of that you're gonna have to meet with sadists and they're gonna want you to do stuff that you may feel like that's the worst thing you've ever had to do in your whole entire life. So yeah, you wherever it is, you gotta know
Defecate
what's
on
going
you
on.
on all types of crazy stuff. I done heard some stories, but I mean, some
I
people is
was
willing
talking
to.
more so about the amount of Americans that complain, and I blame them. I wasn't blaming Africans, I was blaming the Americans. But there are a lot of Americans that complain, and I think it's because, and I admit it, that being American is a different type of attitude. You do have a different attitude, but Sakina, to your point, I don't think it's just how things look. I think it's you have a different attitude as an American, a lot of us, it's kind of known that we have this American attitude. So not everyone comes humble or all this other stuff. And then I don't know. I wouldn't blame, like the American that it was in Ghana and his whole business got burned down. But there is a question to be like, well, what happened? Why they attack your business like that? But there are all those stories.
I think it's entitlement for the most part. I mean, a lot of Americans feel that they're entitled. Like they're supposed to have the best of everything. They're supposed to do this. They're supposed to have this. They're supposed to have that. Whereas if you're making a transition from American to other countries, that empathy or that humility to just want to adjust and be, whether it be one with nature or one with the land, however you want to define it as, a lot of people struggle with that transition. And that's what's in fact brings them to the avenue of saying, you know what, this is not for me. Let me go back to my own country. Most people that I know, when they go to Ghana or go to other African countries, they fall in love with it. They don't never want to come back to America.
That's right. Yeah. Me- Yeah. I when two I think what was it 2 years ago actually, right? My sister and I we did a sister trip and we went to Tanzania, right? Um and before going there, whatever, you again, like you have these sort of preconceived notions, not necessarily knowing what you're going to, see, feel, what have you. And it was just like another reminder that, you know, those are some, you know how they say when you make an assumption, you make an ass out of you and me kind of thing, because, you know, and I've only been to Tanzania. I haven't traveled to any other African nation yet. However, they're absolutely advanced, absolutely technological, lots of diversity in terms of how they dress, right? That the women certainly are not covered up unless they do practice Islam, right? So you see all of these little different mix of flavors, right? Even with Sachi said something about not, you know, like the culture that's over there doesn't match anything that we do over here. And that, at least for me, that's not true. Actually, I see a lot of similarities in terms of how we dance, in terms of like how we move. There's a lot of similarities, right? But for me, I think that's why I do enjoy traveling a lot. And I try to do it as much as possible, because when I do have those experiences, it completely shatters any and everything that I thought that I knew. And I think that's I'm highlighting the thing of it being a personal journey, right? And it being something, so whatever those questions are, whatever you're seeking to answer, or it could just be that you're trying to just travel, right? And live your best life, whatever those intentions are. Just make sure that it's good and that it's pure, but ultimately that's your choice to choose, you know? And I must say, out of all the countries that I have had the opportunity to travel to, right? I would say Tanzania was probably my top 3 for sure, by far, for many reasons. Blew me away. I mean, just imagining, you know, like just being surrounded by the Indian Ocean, no matter where you are in that country, right? Just seeing the abundance of diversity in terms of like features, facial structures, just the different dialects, you know? It just, I don't know, it really just sort of dismantled and shattered even more of what I thought I was going to see. It was amazing experience. Amazing experience, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
And Victoria
and
Falls
I
is
feel
in
like if you
Zimbabwe
can make it
or
in America, you can
Zambia.
make it anywhere. Right? Like if you can make it here, you know, especially being identified as a quote unquote melanated being, if your ass has been able to survive in over here in the United States of America, I promise y'all gonna be all the way good, no matter where you are. We are in the belly of the beast for real. Believe that.
I think it's a saying, if you could
It's
survive
the
in New
belly of the
York, though, if you could survive in New York, you can make it
come
anywhere.
on. If you could survive, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely,
because y'all are different. Like it's way
absolutely.
different to this. As we have Southern hospitality. I've been to New York. You know, my family's from New Jersey, so I've seen them bust through women that carrying babies, carrying all this other stuff, and it's just like, yeah, we got places to be, but it's kind of different. It depends on
Really,
where you at,
no,
and
Dulcinea, I think it's more so like a lot of folks is here in New York. Granted, we got 24-hour transit, whereas in Texas, you got to jump on a slab, and it ain't no. Once you get on the slab, you got to just ride. Like you can't take no bus somewhere. But certain areas in Texas, there ain't no buses stopping over there.
exactly. So yeah, so it's
Uh,
like if we don't even experience some things. I mean, you're really looking at certain areas that you're in. Of course, there's that, but it's like really not. I wouldn't say it's in comparison. Like, oh, you can make it in here. You're in the belly of the beast. You're really not in the belly of the beast in Texas.
I lived in Texas for a little while.
That's right. I
My
was gonna
my
say
my experience
yeah,
living in Texas wasn't really too
I
good,
haven't. Mm-mm.
so I had to leave.
What part of
Another
Texas did you
assumption.
go to?
I was living in San Antonio.
What what did you think of it? You were around a lot of Mexicans.
Yeah, I stayed over, and actually, I had gotten a property over in Converse, and I was dating somebody at the time, and things didn't work out. And the thing that got me out of Texas was I got into a really bad car accident. I
Oh yeah,
just,
that's the thing. It's the belly of the beast because people can't drive here. That's definitely that's probably the worst part of Texas that they don't know how to drive.
Texas was cool, though. I miss going to HEB, and it was cool, though. for some
That's
parts.
what I'm saying. Like, yeah, you're
It's a
really
lot. It was
not
a lot of. It was a lot of
experiencing, I
Mexicans in
guess, like
San
how
Antonio. Though.
people. I have like preconceived notions going into Tennessee, and I've heard people have preconceived notions like that coming into Texas. Like, oh my God, white people are gonna just be like this or that or all this other stuff. It's like, yeah, none of that happens.
Yeah, a lot of brothers go to Texas on vacation and leave on probation.
That's true, cause yeah, you gotta be on your P's and Q's depending on where you at. But then there's a lot of people that aren't, depending on the part. Really, in San Antonio, you saw a lot of, cause for
And
me, I guess
it
in
was more.
comparison, I
Yeah,
live
it's
in
more.
Austin and San Antonio. In San Antonio, a lot of police officers just be like chilling. They didn't really go just because like, oh, I'm gonna stop you because your tags are off or anything like that. They're gonna really give you time. Like, okay, if it's just like if it's a far date, like, oh, it's been 3 years and your tags is off, I'm gonna stop you. But
I think it
in
was more
Austin,
so.
it's
Yeah,
at
I
that
think.
first month. Your tags are off. They stopping you, and they stopping you everywhere.
I
I
think it
used
was
to live
more
in San
so.
Antonio, but it's like a military city. It's a bunch of
Yeah, it
military
is.
and
It
Mexicans.
definitely is.
I thought Dallas was nice. Dallas. I thought it was really nice. I haven't been to any place outside of Dallas, but it was like very clean, very orderly. I was impressed with Dallas. I really did enjoy myself when we were out there.
I think it was more so a little crazy for me going out at the time when I had moved out there because of the simple fact of it was right after Katrina. So the influx of a lot of brothers that was living in New Orleans came on out to San Antonio. And it seemed like the crime rate spiked up. This is right around the time when FEMA was giving folks that little bit amount of check that they was getting, and a lot of people that was living in New Orleans had to uproot and leave. And a lot of them was shipped off, whether they was going to Atlanta, some people went to Birmingham, some people went to other places, but it was just a lot of folks just came to San Antonio, and then the crime was at the time it was crazy out there.
Yeah, that's true. Definitely right after Hurricane Katrina, that definitely happened. I don't know if it's more so how they said like with the people that escaped from prison or anything, but I think tensions were just high, and yeah, there was a lot of conflicts because of that. That kind of mellowed over, but yeah, at first crime definitely did go up. A lot of fighting went up, stuff like that.
Because a lot of the brothers that was out there from San Antonio wasn't accustomed to dealing with brothers that was from New Orleans. Like, it's one thing to be from the South, but it's a different animal when you dealing with somebody that's from the South that's on go time. Like, you don't. It was a rarity. It was a rarity for me to see another brother engage in an argument, have an argument with somebody, and engage in a hand-to-hand fight. That kind of stuff you don't see in the South. You don't really. It's rarely you see a fist fight in the South. It's a rarity for you to see a fist fight in the South, whether it be in Atlanta, Texas, or any other way else for the matter.
Yeah, and it's just the differences of like, cause I've been in a few hoods of Texas, and they are no lie a hood, but the hood in New Orleans, it like is definitely different. Those are different type of people, and not in a bad way. Just the stuff that I would just say that they've seen, can deal with, or they different. I don't think
It's
certain
not.
people was ready, especially like when you think you can assert certain things, like, oh, this my hood. Like, no, New Orleans people, they different.
I mean, like here in New York, you'll see more people engaging in hand-to-hand combat, whereas in the South, everybody got a pistol, so the playing field has changed.
But I think certain things like that change, like why, like New York, it's a city that doesn't sleep. New Orleans is kind of like the southern, you're up partying, you're doing different things. They're always out and about. When you come to Texas, Like people get shocked, like we're done at 2:00. You may have something that's like open to 4 if you go and smoke hookah, but at a certain time we're gonna go to bed. We ain't
Or
gonna
either that, you go past the Tex-Mex spot and get some food,
facts, get some tacos and then go to
get
bed.
some tacos, and go to bed. Yeah.
I think it's more the times too. The times has changed because where I'm from, growing up, everybody fought, but nowadays all the young bulls, all they do is shoot now. So it's more the times too. It's
It definitely
changed.
is. I mean, I have conversations with a couple of young brothers that I work with all the time, and the thing now is that's scary for the most part, especially here in New York. You'll have a 90-degree day, and you'll see brothers with a whole full Nike Tech sweatsuit on with a full mask, and it's 90 degrees outside. Now, from the era I come from, if you see somebody masked up, hoodied up, and gloved up in the 90-degree weather, it's a dead giveaway. He got that thing on.
Yep, a big one too.
So, especially with older brothers now, they don't want to engage in a conversation with a younger brother because essentially, if you say something out of pocket or he perceives something as being a little crazy and wrong, he might draw down on you or he might feel a certain type of way. So, a lot of times, a lot of older brothers don't engage in conversations with young brothers. They'll give them a piece, they'll give them what's up, and keep pushing. Like ever since this COVID thing hit and the masks, they implemented masks, especially in New York. A lot of people has been getting away with a lot of stuff due to that mask.
Sachi,
Yeah, we had a lot of
Sachi,
them
why don't you
white
hit
people here that
Sachi?
was like,
Nobody's making.
why should we have
I'm
to
American.
wear a mask?
So we
Some of
all
those
are
videos
actually.
were out here actually.
Mm-hmm. We all are American. If you were born here, Sachi, of course you're American. So am I. So is everyone else on the panel because they were born here.
Yeah, so that's all I meant before too, because it does happen in other places, but I just see more of the people, and it could be because too other places they're more isolated or anything like that. I have seen some some privileged Americans complain, like this one girl that said she was getting kicked out of Indonesia because she was gay, but um, come to find out, you get the backstory, and it was the stuff that she was doing, stuff that she don't know that she's supposed to do, and all this other stuff. Or like, don't know, hey, you're not supposed to show public affection with a man in Dubai. Like, you got to know where you're going, what's happening, because it's not like just like, oh, I got money, it'll be all good. Like, no, respect where you are. I'm not African, I'm all Americans. Yeah, but I mean, even as all American, you can definitely travel still. I still want to travel. And like what Sakina was saying, I would want to go to those places that, have ruins. I don't really hear what happened as far as Spain, if there's a lot of land and ruins that they're selling, but I know in Spain they have like really good priced ruins. I'm like, hey, I would buy some of that to just be like, have land in Spain. I would do it.
Girl, Spain ain't no joke. You go right on ahead. Let me tell you something. That shit, it's on another level. Them Spaniards, they are no joke when it comes to how you identify. Same way with the French. If you in France, you better speak French. They not having it. If you in Spain, speak Spanish. Period. Okay, they have a very superior kind of sense of self. It's a lot of fetishizing that goes on of black women, right, by a lot of the Spaniard men, and it's some, the systematic. I think the systematic oppression, if you will, of people who are not Spaniard or who are recent to the country, immigrants, if they're wherever they may come from, very little tolerance. And but you can see that culturally, right? Because Spain also was one of those huge colonial powers. So, they've always sort of been in their ego, so to say, you know? And France, even now with France, what they're dealing with politically, and in the past, I would say five years or so, with the protests, and the marches and all of these things, because France has always taken the stance of being a francophone, right? So they felt like their style of colonization, or the places that they took over, what have you, is that you become little French men and French women, right? So you speak French, eat French, be French, and that's pretty much, the ideology, if you will, of today, where they feel like I don't care where you from, I don't care how you talk, I don't even care about how you talk. But when you over here, you're going to act accordingly. You know what I mean? They've always had like that mindset. Spain, no different. And you feel it more because it's even a smaller country in terms of size than, let's say, a France. You know, it was a very interesting dynamic. Very interesting dynamic. So when you talk about, even when we talk about expatriating, to your point, there's a lot of like how you were saying, a lot of people who of us, if you will, that expatriate to a country, let's say in Africa, return. The same thing applies to those who go to Spain, who go to Italy, right? A lot of them return because they have this preconceived notion of what it's supposed to feel and be like, and you get there. But again, I say, what is the intent, right? Like if you are choosing to relocate to another place, the point of it is to do something different. That's the point, right? But if you are traveling for visiting, or if you're relocating and you want it to be just another little America, then why leave America, right? Like it doesn't make sense. The point is to experience something new and different. And you're right, you better do your research. You should do your research. But even doing research, it takes time for a person to acclimate, right? Regardless of how much studying you've done or research you've done, it's going to take time for any person when you are out of how you were raised or we were raised. Even if you relocate to another state, there's going to be that period of acclimation.
Yeah, I agree. But I think for some people, I think some people think they can repatriate, but I think more people really are more so should plan to travel back and forth, plan to be like, oh, okay, that's why I would say I would invest in Spain, not to live there, but I would invest for property, for being like, okay, this is a vacation, Airbnb spot, all this other stuff. Or if I am and ever in town, just want to see Spain. But I think when it comes to it, you got to know who you are. Just know who you are. Know if you, like you said, if you're looking for something different, if you're willing to do that or anything like that, or if you're just more of a travel, see, come back.
I think it's more so depending on what country you go to. Some folks are just going to get over on other folks because of the simple fact of them not being able to gauge in languages of that country. Whether you go to Spain, whether you go to any Latino country for the most part, you have to take into consideration a lot of these countries are third world countries. Like prime example, an American going to the Dominican Republic. You'll have every kid and their mother run down on you in the Dominican Republic.
Unless you stay on a resort.
Unless you stay on a resort,
Right.
but you really can't get a grasp of the culture and how it is in the Dominican Republic staying on the resort.
You can't.
And I know someone said Sabir Bay goes to Spain all the time, and I think it depends too, like where you're going and the reasons. Like most people are going to Madrid, Barcelona, different things like that. So I can see them being like, yeah, it's different, all this other stuff. There's tourists, but there's a lot of Spaniards that are going to be looking at you a certain type of way. Sabir Bay goes to Cordova, Granada. He goes where the history is. So that's going to be a little different. Like that is going to be like they might be excited like, oh, you came to Cordova to see this library, because people ain't going to see a library in Spain. They're going to Madrid, they're going to Barcelona. and then he does the ferry into Morocco a lot, and it's the same thing. Morocco, like it's very advanced, but you probably got to be, looking as far as where in Morocco you stay because, yeah, they have their own, with colonization and how they may look at you, but other places they may look at you like, cool, just want to show you around all this other stuff. So know where in Morocco you're going and the different things. I don't know if Morocco has the same thing, but I think they're a little similar to Dubai. You're not really supposed to be showing affection in public.
I've never heard that before. I know Morocco. I mean, Dubai. I've never heard that.
That you're not supposed to show affection in Dubai?
No, in Dubai, I've never. I'm talking about in regards to Morocco.
Oh yeah, Morocco. I don't know certain places. That's why I was like, I don't know if it's the same as strict as Dubai, or anything like that. I know with Dubai, like you're not supposed to hug or nothing, like. But I have heard in Morocco certain things about public, and I don't think it's that strict, but just being like cautious on where you are.
They're taking into consideration of a lot of places, especially in Dubai. It's based on Sharia laws. So
Okay, because I was going to ask, are those sacred land? I've never heard of Morocco being a sacred land, or even Dubai being a sacred land, or anything of that.
no, it's more so in places based on religious beliefs and religious ideologies of Islam and things of that nature. So any kind of showing forth an affection is not perceived as being haram, but it's more so left for the house and not supposed to be publicized in public as showing forth love and affection and things of that nature. So
So
it's it's
What was that
reserved.
word you used? Brother Lie?
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
What was that word you used in reference to? I thought you said something in reference to it being not haram, and I thought you used another word.
Like Sharia law?
No, maybe I misunderstood him. That's okay.
It's reserved in the fact of not showing forth affection and love in public. It's reserved more so of keeping things in a perspective of respect in a sense. Which is for me is a beautiful thing. I mean, if it's your wife, there should be no issue or problem with a man hugging his wife or giving her a kiss or a hug in public. But sometimes, especially brothers, if you see your girl, we like to give a hug, might want to touch the backside a little bit, things like that happen. Whereas in Islamic countries, that stuff like that don't go on.
Okay, because I was going to say, how would they know? So you just
Because they
can't.
did it in public. Like Nicki Minaj went to Dubai and she accidentally hugged someone, and she was afraid afterwards because everybody was like, "What you just do?" She hugged a man in public,
You
and
can't hate nobody.
a man, like a woman.
The basis I was basically in Islamic countries, not even just in Islamic countries, even Islam here. As being a Muslim man,
Right.
if that woman is not your wife, any woman for that matter, you can't have any kind of contact, no hugging, no shaking their hand, no bodily contact to another bodily contact.
Okay.
That's not forbidden. Like if I was somewhere out and I was to see a friend of mine and he's with his daughter, he can be with his wife and her family members. Mind you, my friend has his wife with him. I'll say hello, I'll wave, I'll say hi from a distance. There would never be any hand-to-hand contact. I would never touch her hand. I would never hug her, no nothing. That's just the way it is, out of respect.
And I'm just saying, in America, if people out and they drunk, you can see something strange going down. And in public, they probably have too much of a free mindset of all that you could do in public.
Well, then they not living true to their religion. Then, if they doing all that.
Well, I'm not talking about Muslims. I'm talking about just in America, period.
Right.
But I mean, if you think about it that way, not even from a Muslim standpoint, like that's like having a man. If a man lives at home and he's with his wife or he's with his girl, would any man feel comfortable with another man coming to his household when he wasn't there?
No.
That's not going to happen. It's just certain protocols and certain rules as a man in his life that he chooses to conduct himself while dealing with someone, especially if he has a wife or his girlfriend, etc. Like I know in my household, that if once I leave the door, if it's not other than a family member, ain't no man coming to my crib.
I know that's right.
It's not happening.
Yeah, that's normal as far as it. I was just saying, as far as public display of affection, I would think probably we're like one of the biggest ones for that in comparison to others. Not that you can't do it, but just like I said, drunk couples, drunk people, whatever here, really like public displays of affection, especially now, is like at an all-time high, where it was like, oh well, you might see someone kiss, you might see holding hand, grabbing a booty type of thing. Before, no, you can see all kinds of stuff depending on where you're going.
Yeah, you ain't got to see grabbing the booty. You just see the booty.
Facts. You see the whole booty out.
You ain't got to grab.
Like what?
Right.
Are those? Is she even wearing panties? Like what's happening?
That's what I was saying before. It's that hoochie mama thing. Mm-hmm.
But that's why I would say it's definitely further here. I don't see you being able to do the things you can do here somewhere else. Like you can't just go and be front row at a game and your whole ass is out in a lot of other countries other than here.
And my thing is they sitting on things, just sitting on them, you know.
Yeah, there was this whole thing too. Like this girl went to Disneyland like that, and she was wearing like nothing basically at Disneyland, and it's like,
who finna sit there? You know,
it's children. Like you're going to a place that's overridden with children.
This is how we gotta travel. We gotta travel like we in a gym. We need a roll of paper towels and some antibiotic spray everywhere we go. I don't know who the hell then touched it and sat there before we did. And everybody, if they ain't straight ass out, then they pants, all they got is their drawers. You know, at least you had your pants and your drawers, you know, double protection. But now you either got your straight.
And Sasha said they be like that in Walmart, and I'm like, especially in them country towns, because Walmart's all they got, so they just be going to Walmart like it's the movies or something.
These ain't crazy stuff. 102 threads, 105 threads. These is like what, 10 threads, 6 threads.
Who brought that here? Who? Well, you said that didn't start here. They brought that here. Who brought that here? That is not something that was brought here. That is something that is American.
1 wash, 2 wash, 3 washes, 2 wash.
Foreigners didn't come here with their asses out. We started with our asses out, and then foreigners matched.
It's real.
I seen this girl with like she was gonna load the plane. They took a video of her because it was like it looked like she wasn't wearing any panties. She just had a Hooters like tank top on, and you could see everything from below. And then it's like, how you standing to load a plane like that?
They should have called me, and I'd have rolled up on one of them damn golf courts with a whole bunch of belts swinging off of it. And I'll just pick one and just start whooping her. I don't give a damn how old she is. You need your ass whooping since you got it out.
Immigrant women? I don't know. I guess I don't. I get it because she's Trinidadian and Cardi's Dominican, but I guess I've never seen that like immigrant or foreign women, because there's so many Dominicans and so many Trinidadians and all the Islanders that are here. I didn't see it like they brought that here. I see it as like
The
the women
brother.
here.
I think they should call me and let me be the ass whooping specialist.
Yeah, I just about to say that because somebody put up, is that real feminism?
Right. Just let me be the ass whooping specialist and be like, what should I do? I said, I'll do it. And I'll just start whooping their ass and send them home after I'm done. That'll be the end.
I just be, I don't know. I already have
The
an
good old
upper chest, Ebony. So, and it'd be hot outside. It'd be hot in Texas. I can't imagine it being hot and then like somewhere and then people just assuming like, I'm just wearing this because it's hot.
Yeah, but Texas, but Dulcinea, Texas is different though. When it's 90 degrees, it's 90 degrees in Texas, but it's heat. Whereas if it's 90 degrees, like here in New York, we got 90 degrees, but it'd be 90% humidity. It's a different type of heat.
What the hell?
Right.
Like New York humidity, when it's summertime, it'd be different. Like you could take a nice fresh, you can come home from work, get you some Dr. Bonner's peppermint soap, take a nice cold shower, freezing cold, go outside and be sweating again.
Shit, that peppermint soap, you would be sweating again. But it was so refreshing when you took that shower. It's like, it's so refreshing. And then when you went outside, you was hot again.
Yeah, it's the summertime be different, especially more so now
I
with
don't
the
know
weather.
about that, Sachi. I mean, people be acting like Granny was just so wholesome, but everybody's grandma wasn't wholesome.
Yeah, he said something about 50 years ago it was hard for people to get here. Listen, you didn't bust in there and find people coming from under the cover and talking about something. I was looking for something. I'm sure
Right. Granny was getting back at Grandpa for having a family on someone else, so she done messed around with someone, had a baby, and named him Junior.
Right. Niggas
No, I see, brother. The real rap said, anytime you live near water, that's your humidity issue. I mean, what water are you speaking in regards to? You talking about the Hudson River? Like, what water are you talking about for New York?
Well, New York is an island, right? It's surrounded by water.
The Hudson. What other water are you speaking about?
Sachi, where are you from again? Are you from Tennessee or what country are you from? Well, I mean, what state?
Sachi crazy.
I know you in the
Sachi his
country
real
south,
self
but
now.
where?
Sachi's not crazy. Sachi is his comments boy. He is.
I
showing
know
up.
because I don't know. I don't know, Sachi. He's like, ask any old nigga. I do know though the other way around, older men used to not do that, but I've never heard the women say that they wouldn't do it. I don't know.
No, old niggas taught women how to do it because that's how they was telling them how to bob for apples. Stop, Sachi.
That's
Yeah,
real, though.
and
That's
I've
real.
always heard is the men would be like they don't eat it. Like older men would be like, oh yeah, I don't do that.
Yes, they did.
That's a fact, Mr. Nicole. Mr. Nicole said today is going to be the high. It's supposed to be the top today in New York. It's supposed to be 80 degrees today, 82 or something like that in New York today.
We got snow.
That's what's
Oh
going to
yeah. See, I remembered you're from Tennessee. Okay, maybe
it's going to be beautiful today in New York.
Ain't that sad? And I'm cold as hell.
Good night, you guys.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Sleep well,
Good night.
everyone.
Good night, Doc.
Good night, chat. Good night.
Sachi, no one's gonna ask Apostle that. And it's different for Apostle because he's all, I don't know. No one's gonna ask Apostle that though.
Apostle, no. He probably was there.
Yeah, but I mean, like, who would ask Apostle?
I will.
Apostle's wholesome. He's not gonna answer questions like that. That's against the Most High.
So, Dulcinea, are you prepared for this debate, upcoming debate against Nepal?
I'm getting prepared. I'm working on my PowerPoint, different things. I have different people giving me advice, so I'm taking that in consideration when how I'm going to present and do my PowerPoint.
I'm not gonna ask Apostle that, Tyrone.
I know, like we not asking him that, and it's true. Ask any man over 60. I can tell you, I have men in my family over 60, and they definitely whatever they was. I don't know.
Right, they
They
was
got
saying
that.
shit,
They got that done.
strings on that thing. They was saying little gross shit like that. We ain't gonna let me count them strings on that thing. You be like, ugh.
Right. Everybody got that uncle that's like, hey, girl.
I'm telling my mama on you.
No.
Let you know now, Dulcinea, it's not going to be a cakewalk. You know that.
Oh, yeah, I know. Sister Napah's no joke. So she's definitely going to come with the information for real. And it's not going to be, just like, oh, this or sticking on what someone else is saying. No, she's coming with sources and everything as far as for the premise. So she ain't no joke.
Just make sure that those sources are tight, and you'll be just fine. I fell asleep. I wanted to actually watch the show yesterday with brother Reggie. I was knocked out asleep. The missus tried to wake me up, but I was knocked out. I couldn't even get up to watch it. So it is what it is.
You sound like Tank. Did I ever tell you that?
I sound like who?
Tank. Just
You
about
know.
always.
But I'm about to get up off this. I'm off for a couple of more minutes or so, and it'll be Father time, and I'm gonna start my day. Our sister be good. Peace and blessings to y'all as always. See y'all on the other side.
Peace and blessings. Peace and
Peace and
love.
blessings.
Peace and blessings. Thank you for
And yeah,
showing.
we're about to end this too. Get to bed, everybody. Thank
Yeah.
you guys
All
for
right. Good
coming.
night.
Good
Thank
night.
you,
Thank
sister.
you for coming up. We really appreciate it and love having all your opinions. You're always welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, the night sleepers are asleep, so don't wake up.
Right. Nisha, we about to hear her alarm, which is about to go up.
Yeah, she gotta work. She gotta work.
No, we don't see that, Sachi. I don't see it, honestly. I get it. I mean, I do understand what you're saying as far as like there are these women that are Dominican or that are Trinidadian or Caribbean or anything, but I don't see them as any more I guess you called it loose or did anything more than people that were from here. Girls from here dressed like Cardi B before there was a Cardi B. So I don't see it. I mean, like someone put Little Kim in the chat. Like Little Kim was dressing like that way before there was a Nicki Minaj. So I don't know. What do you think? Do you think immigrant women are the ones that led American women astray, Sakina?
It was a stream I watched. Have you ever seen Papa Duck?
No, I don't know who that is.
Well, we're gonna have to bring that up because he did a great pod live that he was explaining how we don't own nothing and how in his opinion that they pick out who who we should watch in the industry and who should be on what. So they pick them out like on shows like The Voice and X, Y, and Z, and then they get them dressed like this, that, and the other, and they got to look like this, that, and the other, and then they sing like this, that, and the other, and this is what we fall for because this is what they want us to listen to, and we get this. And this is what the kids listen to, and this is what the kids want to idolize, and because we don't own this kind of streamline at this magnitude, and this is what we call capital. Capital is when we get to, the top, and nobody in our position is at that position. So,
Yeah, and when it comes to culture like that,
no, it's our culture that's being
and
attacked. So this,
people in the music industry or anything, I feel like it's like this. Oh yeah, I know it's our culture being attacked, but I'm saying like I feel like it's that argument: what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Because we could see all throughout the time of culture there were people that wouldn't do those things, and they would stand for the music or stand for I'm not going to dress that way or stuff like that, and they don't get the plays, like they don't get the support. It's a known thing that you have to be a certain way to get support from the public. So, for instance, everyone blames Cardi B, Meg Thee Stallion, Nicki Minaj, and say they corrupted the women. But I don't see it that way. I see it as the women wouldn't have even supported them if they weren't like that. Because there's women that aren't like that, and most women don't support it. Like you mentioned, Rhapsody, and I think she's a main example of that. Rhapsody has good lyrics, good music. She doesn't dress crazy, and she doesn't get the support because women don't really like that. Women want the whole sexy red.
yeah, but she probably came from a different industry, and that's why she coming harder from a different, venue, and that's why, because if she would have came through the other way, right, and they dressed her that way, then right, she would have been like a what's her name, Demo J.
Yeah, but see, she was like, she's from North Carolina, and she always came like, oh, I'm conscious rap. And that's what I mean about it too, of being like the women that are like, I'm more conscious. I care about how I present myself and how I present my music. They don't get the support. They not
No,
gonna get the
because
same
it's a
support.
different stream, and so again, we talking about major and minor arcanas. Let's say it like that. So because of that, we are not in the position. So we don't have. We're talking about capital players and just players. So the players are not gonna get it. The people gonna have to get the players in the game. Otherwise, the caps are already in the game. And when you got
Right, I feel you. But I feel like it's different now too because it's gonna take more because like you said, the players and the caps and everything, but it's gonna take waking up the people because now it's just
that's the
like
only
this is how life is. It's like people are like, oh, especially like young girls, they're like, oh, this music is boring. If it's like, oh, I can't twerk to this, it's not about this certain type of topics, or it's not about like how much money I can get from a man or anything like that, and I ain't listening to it.
they always gonna be outnumbered unless we, stop rocking with them pop and trying to be young with our old ass. And that don't mean you though. You see what I'm saying? I'm not talking about none of us. I'm just saying some of us.
No, I understand. I'm old, but I get it. I'm more, I guess, a balance. There's certain things I like and stuff like that.
I'm not
Like
saying
people don't like Beyonce. I love me some Beyonce and all that kind of stuff.
fine.
But I do see the difference. I do see like for instance, a Sexy Red coming out. I mean, that music is horrible. It's catchy, but it's horrible. And I'm like, I can't believe there's an artist like this, but it's really not that surprising.
So I mean, it is what it is. But some we gotta it's just like we saying we gotta be true to our what we saying. We can't say one thing and then do another. That's not being true to the game.
Right.
We can't say we can't be. I hate to use that for example, but that's the only one I got right now. I'm high, so we can't
Yeah.
say we a preacher and then we all in the strip club slapping somebody, you know, and saying, "Come here, boy," you know, and then and then go back to being somebody's whatever they call the women, evangelist, and no, because then paparazzi and everybody else gonna be running behind or something. Look at her, look at her. She getting all the people money, and then she's spending it, tossing dollars and making it rain in the
But
strip.
honestly, that's where I feel like times have changed really, because
No,
there
it
used to be this. Well, I feel like there used to be this stigma, like you said, you can't be a preacher and be up in the strip club. But nowadays, yeah, you can.
That's
Like
what I'm
it's not even judgmental. Well, I'm 35, so I'm older, but it's not really judgmental. Like remembering before, and it would be like, oh, this girl's in church and stuff like that, and you know her from church. And then if you were to see her like out in the club being crazy, half dressed, they would be like, oh my God, I can't believe Sister So and So is like that. But now that's just known. You're gonna be out being wild on Saturday, and you're gonna be church on Sunday, and it ain't a big deal.
They shunning them because the next thing you know, once they catch them in a strip club, the next thing you know, they shunned up because the next thing come out is these freaks is real freaks, and they so and you're right, and then the next thing you know, he done got caught up with him, and she done got caught up with her, and it's a whole bunch going on. So that's just the beginning of Pandora's box. That's like two to the left, 6 to the right, and 9 to the left, and then it's open. So no, that's just the beginning.
Well, I will say this though, that's a difference, because I know like back when I was going to church, especially in Pentecostal churches.
Can't go back and then Dulcinea, see, you just said back and then you said, but now it's different. So when it's going now, it's different.
Well, I'm saying like for instance, the attire or anything. I don't know if it was Mary or anything, but it used to be a thing like, you would wear certain things, but now it's not a big deal. Like if someone was very curvaceous and they would come to church with like a bodycon dress on, they would have wrapped a whole sheet around her and be like, tie it up and be like, she got to keep the sheet on. Now it's nothing for you to have like a tight dress on in church.
They don't do that anymore. I don't know.
Oh no, they don't tie sheets around you. There was a pastor, I guess, that said that you should let anybody come as they are.
But I'm done. Because they make you bring in your W-2s from your and a letter from your
Facts. So you can dress however you want to dress, but if they see you making money and you ain't giving those tithes, they gonna kick you out.
Ebony fighting about her church. What she didn't read about it, she lived it. Sachi, is you messing with her? Her dress can't be down her ankles. Oh my goodness.
I know what's up under there. Well, he was saying that he feels like from back in his day that the girls that were the most dressed had dressed down to their ankle. They're the biggest freaks and stuff. But I guess that can be true too, because I mean, a girl being a freak is different than her being a freak in public. A lot of girls are freaks.
How you know she wasn't hot under that long ass dress? She didn't have to be hot like that. She could have just been hot.
For real, then. And it was hot. I will say it was hot. And you had to wear the stockings too. I don't see a lot of girls wearing the stockings anymore, but you had to wear the stockings too. It had to be to your ankles. Because if you, I was in the choir. If you weren't wearing stockings, you couldn't even sing in the choir.
Like, Ebony Row. Wonder why they call you Bobby.
So Tyrone, you answered the question because Sachi, so you should be older than what Sachi's saying. So were you afraid to ask older women for head back in the day because they'd be like, no?
Oh,
That's what Sachi was saying, that people back in the day couldn't get no head because the women was like, no. I guess I was raised around a different breed. The women I know didn't want hoes around them. See, I don't know. All I can say is it wasn't like that in Texas. I mean, like in church, of course, but after church, it wasn't like that. If I like lock eyes with her, I know every thought.
they don't want them hoes around there.
I was with a 40-year-old when I was 13. Okay, Tyrone, that's too much. That means that you were taken advantage of, sir.
Why you rape that old woman?
No, that old woman raped him.
Somebody need to be.
I was with. You were raped.
He talking about he was with. Somebody need to be in jail right now.
Exactly. She need to be in jail. How old is she now? Call. I'm calling the services. I didn't have to be grown to research and get firsthand accounts from people of the time, Ebony. Right, because you keep bringing up that 1920, but yeah, that's true because 1920s they had the swing clubs and different things. That was during Prohibition, so they used to have the clubs that you go in, but those clubs were still like members only. You had to know the password. The bouncer had to let you in. It still was secret. Not at all. She apologized. I asked for what? She apologized because she raped you. You were 13. She was 40. She was a nasty grown woman. They had husbands. They know the hoe gon' go and end up someone's husband. Mm. No, we was talking about the 90s. Oh, Lucille Bogman is from the 90s. I thought you said she was 1934. Wait, are we talking about Lucille anymore?
You know, there's video.
I am sleepy. But I thought you said Lucille is from 1934. You know, there's a video from the 90s, right? Why you capping, sis? What videos from the 90s? Like you talking about Freaknik or something?
You have to have stockings for church.
Oh, you changed it. See, that's what I'm saying. If you weren't wearing your stockings, you couldn't sing in the choir. And it didn't matter if your dress was to your ankles. You had to have your dress down past your knees and you had to have stockings on. And that's on period. I've been grown my whole life, Dulcinea. And no, you haven't. You were a little boy and you were taken advantage of, whether you knew it or not. And we're sorry that happened to you. What did you change the topic to? I'm so confused. Let me go back and read.
All right, because I'm confused. Shit.
Right? Because he like in the 90s, what
I'm
did
a woman with kids when I was in high school. You was in high school?
Akina, you were past the Freaknik age, huh? When they was getting caught up doing the Freakniks in Atlanta?
No, Freaknik happened when I was probably about, I think it started when I was probably about 17.
Oh, okay. How did you meet so many creeps? Wait, no, that's not Tyrone. That's Sachi. What's up with y'all and these creeps? So you had a 35-year-old when you were 14?
Who did?
What is going on?
I still love that 35-year-old from when I was 14. Do you still see her?
Yeah, this is so crazy. And y'all in the South, I don't know.
Oh,
And
that's
see,
why.
that's why I never wanted to go to Tennessee or Mississippi, honestly. I'm sorry to say. But like it sounds like it's crazy.
Hey,
Y'all,
if you like it, I
there's a
love
lot
it.
wrong with it. We won't go with what's wrong with it, but
Hey.
there's a lot wrong with that. Like that I can't even fathom. I'm 35 What what would I do be looking at a 13, 14-year-old in that way? That's crazy.
Hey, I guess y'all love for real.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Mm-mm.
Yeah, but did you see the backlash where they have a documentary coming out and they say there was a lot of women that were like afraid or trying to make sure that they're not going to be in the tapes, the Freaknik tapes?
That's too bad. That's too
But
bad.
I'm saying, did you have a crush on her or did she take advantage of you, Sachi?
That's rape. I don't give a damn.
It
Ain't I?
is. It's rape. That is rape. I am 35. My birthday's in 1988. That's the last time they made these women that's gonna cook for you and do all this other stuff. I can't say what happens after 1988. Sorry, guys. But
Yeah.
yeah, I was born in the best year, and they don't make them like us anymore. It looks like for older women. Okay, it doesn't matter if little boys look for older women. It's upon those older women to not do anything with the little boys. And that's how it's rape, Tyrone. Because that's a grown ass woman and you were a little boy.
And that is disgusting.
It's disgusting on her part. And like she could have taken advantage of you. I don't know if you said she got pregnant while you were little, but she could have put you on child support and all kinds of stuff. That's crazy.
And your mama should
I
have
had
been.
a car and plenty of money. I had, Lord,
You
what
trying
does that
to
matter? You
get
would,
jokes.
y'all. I can't do this with y'all. We're gonna have to have a Dr. Phil session another time, but none of that matters. It doesn't matter what you was doing. It doesn't matter if you hit on her. You haven't been grown your whole life. You was a little kid, and that was a grown ass woman that wanted a little kid. And it says more about them that they couldn't get a grown man because why did they have to go and after the 14-year-old? Why couldn't they get a 21-year-old? Because that 21-year-old didn't want her. So what she had to do, she had to go down to the what is it, middle school, because y'all was in middle school and pick y'all up from middle school. That's nasty. That's nasty.
Like, did your friends used to walk up to your house and go, "Hey, Q"?
Hey, I was doing more for her than her grown man. Oh, my God. Sachi. Woosah. I can't. I can't go there. My mama beat it. Yes, exactly. And her yes, exactly. And your mama was correct. Shout out to mama.
Come on.
Shout out to her. And you know why your mama beat her ass? Because she was a rapist. So your mama beat her ass. Um, we did each other a favor. No, 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 no. She took advantage of you. She didn't do you a favor. Sakina
Right.
High is a giraffe kitty. What is a giraffe kitty? It doesn't matter if little kids push up on anything. A grown woman should know better. The little kid shouldn't. The grown woman should. The little kid shouldn't. Like we really have to discuss this too, because this is a lot. This is a lot in our community of like these grown women that take advantage of little boys, and because these men really feel like I wasn't taken advantage of, it just gets overlooked.
Yes, and that's something else too. The babysitter.
Oh well, but that doesn't make sense either, real rap. I could see if she was hot ass,
She probably was.
but if she's high, I mean, is giraffe? Oh well, oh yeah, the tall. Okay, I get it now. It's too late. was like, wait,
He probably talking
why
about
is that high?
he talked about you and said me.
Because I didn't get it at first. I'm like, why is it high? Maybe it's hot, but why would it be high? Now I get it. The height. Okay.
He
Got
talking about you.
But that's different, Tyrone. Your grandma was 13, your grandpa was 15. Though that is very young, they both were young. Now revisit. You have a grown 40-year-old and you're 14, 50. Sachi has a grown 35-year-old and he's 14. That's nasty. That's not the same. 13 and 15 is not the same as 40, 13, 14. It's not the same.
Mm-mm.
Okay, you understand it's 5 o'clock in the morning, real rap. It didn't compute what you were saying.
He finna get
I'm actually out, so sad. This all sleepiness.
Yeah.
Mary got pregnant and Jesus at 12, and that was rape too. If that's true, that was rape. Sachi, did you feel she was nasty? You guys were children. I don't know how to emphasize that. Y'all were children. I don't think it matters as much of how y'all felt at the time. Y'all were children and they were grown. So the grown person has all the responsibilities, not the children.
But you know what? Can you imagine they used to um pay hookers to sleep with them little kids? Not that young though, but
No, Boosie was like that, and I thought that I I lost respect for Boosie when he was talking about that. I don't have my bonnet on, okay? I'm just tired. But I lost respect for him for that. Like, how you buying a 14-year-old a stripper? Like,
right. And they
to take his virginity. That's
yeah.
crazy.
And
It's
so they used to do stuff like that to make sure that ensure, let's say it that way, to ensure the sons would not be gay. Let's
But
go.
they still gonna be if they don't like it. They're just gonna be traumatized by the cat then, because that happened. Like
The
that's
women
not
were
something you
because they
choose.
were
If
professional.
you, it doesn't matter if it's a professional or not. Like from the gay friends I've had some that have tried it and they're just like it just wasn't for me. But then some people that are traumatized from it, like they're like it is the most disgusting thing. Like they would never like cat
Well,
or
it
women like
depends
that
on
because
who
they're
we
just
find.
like it's not what they want at all. They want a man. So getting him a prostitute not gonna help other than possibly giving him crabs or something. Like that's crazy. And they nasty to Jewish culture. So if they getting him grown women, they nasty. 13, you're not grown, you're a child. Yep, and in those countries they circumcising young women or anything, that's sick. And give them to grown men, that's sick.
Mm-mm.
But
Well,
it is a thing, like it's crazy that people don't see it as sick when it's done to them, and it is mainly men. And that's why so many women it goes under the radar that they're doing it, while men it's like of course, everybody's like, oh, a grown man with a 12-year-old, that's disgusting. But a grown woman with a 12-year-old is just as disgusting.
Yeah, I think a woman just went to jail. What a month or two ago.
Yeah, them teachers that be doing
Yeah,
it. Mm-hmm.
it's getting real disgusting. She letting students get her like, not that it's but it's just come on. She want you stay after school, and
Yeah,
then
but that's sad, and we need to talk because is that why black men are hypersexualized or seen as hypersexualized because of that? Because majority of them have been raped by a grown ass woman that had no business being with them in the first place, and then we see these men and they're like, oh, they're this, they're that, they can't settle down with one woman, but how much trauma did they experience from these grown ass women?
right
They
and
were
walk
children.
around dumb as a box of rocks, and arguing and fighting women all day long, and,
Mhm.
and they just passed. No child left behind for real, and they just put a name on it.
And I know some men that they know they were victims, but they just are like, men aren't victims. So, yes, it's trauma, Tyrone. It's trauma. In the 50s or 60s, 14 was considered grown. My grandma married at 14, but how old was the grandpa? That
And what year
matters.
was that?
Because
Because
if he was 15,
21 don't
16,
count.
that's just a thing or whatever. That's something that happened. But if he was a grown ass man, like it doesn't matter what was happening in the 50s and 60s. That's not cool. And yes, Tyrone, it's trauma because, yes, it's trauma because now you you are not fully developed as a man until you're like your brain isn't fully developed until you're like 25 years old, 23 to 25 years old. And now this woman has taken advantage of you when your brain is not fully developed. Y'all way more sexualized than us. We not walking around with our dicks out. Well, that's a difference or anything because I'm talking about how black men are perceived, how they're perceived like they any girl can get it. You don't have any self control. You guys would. So, really, 25 should be the age of consent. I'm not necessarily saying that because I think for women, it's somewhere a little around like 21, 22, where it's fully this. So, I think 18 is still basis is okay because you're getting there, but your brain isn't fully developed. But I think as far as when we're talking someone in their 20s looking at a middle schooler or looking at a high schooler, that's nasty too. But anyways, just seeing as like you guys have no sexual control now. And that's how a lot of people see black men. The science tells me I've been okay. It's not trauma to me. It was a great learning experience. Take it away, Nick Sakina. I can't.
Look here. Tell your young self to tell her old self, you know what you did to me last night. And it wasn't right.
It wasn't right.
Face the fact. And not listen to
If anything, and you were doing things young, it would have been different to have a girl that was young too.
in 1945, she was 27 and you was 14. She
Mm-mm-mm.
was damn near old enough to be your mom.
Yeah, he nasty too. All of that's nasty. It might not have been a big deal, but it's nasty. Um,
And the
he was
song
in
goes,
sex education with the human power. No, no.
listen, y'all. I don't know who the nastiest.
Sachi woman or yours, Tyrone?
They both nasty.
I'm saying
If you tell me their names, the police getting called right now.
right,
I don't care. We'll look into the statutes of limitation. What? How old were you? Well, it's probably gone for Tyrone, but Sachi, we may still be in there for you. Statue might not be up yet. I think all groups of men, not just black men. Yeah, yeah, it happens to all groups of men, but I disagree with saying that all groups of men are seen as hypersexualized. That's just not true. That's something that they distinctly put on black men.
That's why that's who is that, Tyrone?
Which one?
That's why his baby mama got pregnant because 13-year-old boys are real ready to start popping babies. And so they'll start popping off real quick. So yeah, he was more at risk, and that's why whoever was 13,
See, if you wanted an older lady, you could have had it at 18. Then I say all holds bars. People say, oh, that's nasty. An 18-year-old with a 40-year-old, an 18-year-old with whatever. But an 18-year-old, once you have that consent, you're 18. Do what you want. But no, an old lady shouldn't be teaching a 13, 14-year-old. Yes, and it is a double standard, but it's a double standard mainly because men don't see themselves as the victim.
And what do an old ass 27-year-old woman want with a 14-year-old kid?
And exactly, and it's not even a 27-year-old. It was a 35-year-old woman and a 40-year-old woman that wanted 13, 14-year-old little boys. Yes, exactly. If they had daughters, hell no, they would be at that nigga's house trying to kill him. But Sachi's mom, I think it was Sachi's mom. Yeah, Sachi's mom is the truth. Because Sachi's mom beat the hell out of that girl. And as she should. Problem is y'all trying to tell us what traumatized us. We wanted that experience.
I didn't say it traumatized you. I said that was rape. Shit.
Yeah, and rape is trauma. I'm not saying that y'all are traumatized. I'm saying that is trauma to put on the young, non-developed mind.
I don't know if you was traumatized or not. You probably liked it, you little freaky.
I like older women too. I can't play with nothing younger than 35 since I was 19. But you were 19, that's different. So that's different. How would we be able to term for each brain developed to permit population? Be grown, be 18.
It's too late.
It seems like that's the way, or if you're not gonna be 18, then be within 2 years of who you sleeping with.
Shit, right now he can't do nothing but be.
Daughters different from girls. See, that's no. It's a no. Oh no. I can't relate. There's no way. I could never look at a little boy like that. There's no way.
Das is gonna say the same thing.
They were predators. They were all predators. And I just don't understand. I mean, I guess I've been with like a younger guy once, but a younger guy like 2 years younger, a year and a half. But I guess I can't speak on it. I've been on with my same age or older guys. I don't know. 18 and 15 isn't a difference. Well, okay, so I mean, It's a little bit of a stretch, but why I think it's not is because he could have just turned 18 and she's younger or anything. But I still feel like even 15 and 18, I don't know, that 3 years at that time, that's why I think it's better to stick with 2 years. That's just 2 grades, which makes sense. You're seventh grade, he's ninth grade. Um, you're eighth grade, 10th grade. But when you're looking at like the senior is trying to mess with the seventh grader, like or the eighth grader or something like that, then we got a problem. Like that's too far of a distance. 40 and 13, yeah, it's predatory. It is. She did turn me down a few times before. She should have continued to turn you down until you were 18. I agree with you.
You're right. I just don't, like I said, if you like it, I love it. I'm just saying.
No, I'm not. I'm not there. Like if you like certain things, I love it. But if you like predators, I don't love that. I'm gonna call
I'm
that
not
out.
saying that. I'm saying that she took advantage.
Exactly. Whether y'all feel it or not, she
Whether you
nasty.
liked it
And
or
if
not,
I get her name,
that.
I
But
think she's out for Tyrone. She's out of statutes of limitation. But I would still try to get justice for Sachi. I don't care. And I'd still try to get justice for Tyrone. I'd probably put it up, disparage her, let people know what a nasty woman she was. Was she 80 now? I don't even how old I don't know. They're in the same social circle. I'm sure the panel is at least yes, get out of my business. I don't find her name. If I find out, it's over. It's a wrap for her. Well, I don't know. He said he was 13. He's 50 now. So what's that? Sleepy 37. So yeah, she damn near 80. She in her 70s now, but she damn near 80. Right. You yeah, you traumatized the end of this broadcast, honestly. You and Sachi. And I'm not blaming y'all because y'all were taken advantage of when you're young, but damn, I almost was like, if y'all, why'd y'all say it then? I have a son, and I'll be goddamn like, shit, for real. Like, I'm going to jail that day. So it is what it is.
no babysitter.
And it not for assaults. Not for assaults. That woman resting in old folks' home, and I'm taking her oxygen, and I'm turning that. I'm making sure she's still in the diaper all day.
No, dude. I'm gonna fuck you up.
Real. How's this make you feel? And now that you're all vulnerable.
Hey, let me hear you say,
Hitting her with the diary of a mad black woman. You hungry, huh? Get up and get you some food. Oh, you can't walk. Oh.
That's terrible.
It's terrible what they did, honestly.
It really
And
is.
I would, I ain't even lying. If she was in the nursing home, it'd be hell.
Look, they still honest that I wasn't taken advantage of. I was blessed. For real, Sachi. I better be blessed.
What you must know is your son might smash one of your friends. No, he won't, because then she ain't my friend anymore. She'll have to rest in peace if she can get peace for wherever that she going. But no.
That is a shame.
if a grown woman ever took advantage of my son, it's over for her altogether. Like me and his dad don't have no understanding. So
That's just
oh, not I'm more so justice by killing her, but my husband, it might be the whole family gone just based on her decision. I ain't snatching her wig. I'm turning off the oxygen. I'm leaving her in her shitty and pissy diaper. I'm making sure she goes out as miserable as possible.
I can't even understand no silliness like that. Just being honest.
For real. Cause it's like, I mean, to
It's
for their response, it's really not nothing new. Like I've seen these responses from men so much when it comes to this, but I don't expect. I mean, like it's like that 13-year-old mind or 14-year-old mind taking over. That it's like it was an awesome experience, but is you know that she was a predator, and then imagine like what if she didn't get tested? There's people that give young boys herpes. Like he had herpes since he was 13, 14.
You just when I seen that Antoine Fisher movie, I was so hurt. Who would cry for the little boy? I will. But what that girl did, that broke my heart, and that what made me know, because this ain't the first time I've heard young men speak about the babysitter.
Yeah, for real. And I don't have a lot of girlfriends like that. My best friend gay, she like women, so I don't gotta worry about that.
Especially in the Tennessees, in the down south area. So this is not the first time I've heard this kind of stuff, but it's like amazing. Like, are we serious? But it is. So it's like, man.
But you think it was great because you're going back to your 13, 14-year-old mind that wasn't grown. That's the difference. It would have been different if you're like 22. A bunch of 20-year-olds mess with older women, and it's like, so what? You got a new 2K, you got some new shoes. It's all good at that time. You're grown cougar. Like people were saying that Jada was a predator, but she was just wrong, but not a predator. August Alsina was grown. She was a manipulator, but not a predator. But no, those women are predators.
Facts. Grooming predators.
Yeah, not my friend. Yeah.
So they was all there kicking it with your moms and carrying on and grooming you. Oh, I need him to come over and help take out my garbage. Oh, I need him to come over here and mow my lawn.
Yeah, like I can't imagine. I really can't imagine because also like when you get men, you don't look at little boys. So it's not like, oh, all these girls are looking at little boys. No. They were whole weirdos. If you have this grown man that wants you, there's no you don't want a little boy. It just don't make no sense. The comedian D. Ray Davis from Chicago said two ugly butch lesbians forced him into threesome. It's funny but messed up. I do have a story about that because one of these dudes I used to talk to was poly, and his girl would be like, they could never have a threesome with a feminine girl, so she would only allow him to have a threesome with a stud. Worst one of my girls to my right. So messed up. And not a pretty stud, like they were like a manly looking stud. But hey, when the clothes came off, guess it was what it was. Worst one of my girls to my knowledge is dated a freshman when we were seniors. Yeah, see, and that's far. That's far, kind of. Like I couldn't imagine it. Me being a senior and one in the freshman is just never. It's never happened. Even honestly, even one in the dude in the grade younger than me, I had to wait till we were grown. She my godmother even to this day. I don't want to hear that. You go somewhere. Jada is unhappy woman in a sham marriage with the punk. This is hard to what? Hell no, that's low key gay. I'm dying. What's gay? I don't even know what I said that was gay. Y'all talking about she saw me as a little boy, but that's y'all missing all friends. Oh,
Oh my goodness.
mm-mm.
I can't.
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying that that's gay. But I mean, under all the clothes, when they did do it, I mean, she was still a girl technically. So, I mean, yeah, when she had the jersey on and the basketball shorts and all this other stuff. But I mean, once the clothes came off and you're seeing the boobs and everything else, I don't know.
We still saw that little boy. I don't give a damn what.
That's not true. Like stud, that's one thing that studs be going both ways. Some more than the femmes. Studs be out here getting pregnant and everything.
One that I ever seen pregnant, the brat with a rat tat 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 for that ass. That's all.
See, exactly. Think about the brat. Remember at the time in like the 90s when she was still sexy and all this other stuff, and now she transitioned to more like a boy. So imagine.
Gay to me. Mm-mm.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
but a manly stud though. But it's still a woman though. So okay, so imagine she has no makeup, she has a do rag on, and the boy attire, but then she has big boobs, a big butt. You're gonna see all that once the clothes come off.
The only time I ever seen the brat look anything like a woman, and she was absolutely a pretty girl. And on top of that, and
She's like that in the Tyrese song. What do you like?
exactly, that's the only time I ever seen her. Other than that, the brat
And
has
yeah, she was
always
beautiful.
looked like
A boy.
like
But think about it. Look, that's why I'm saying think about what she looked like in that video. So then she was always like a boy every other time, but once her clothes came off, she looked like a girl.
well, hell, she that was the only time she even wore a dress. That's I don't give a damn if her clothes was off or not. I don't look at her like that. I'm just saying the only time I ever seen her look like a girl, she had on a whole
Right.
wig or her hair
And
was
it probably wasn't that good though, too, because like she would have to pick her out. So yeah, like I don't know. When a girl that's being a hater and it's like, oh, she has all these rules and stuff. Yeah, I don't imagine her picking out the best looking stud.
you know what
What you saying?
it's like a bow wow to me. Yeah,
I mean, not all studs are like burly though.
well, she don't have to be burly.
But she just,
she
I
fit.
was saying she's just not one of those like pretty studs, like those studs that are like pretty in the face.
Well, she wasn't ugly, but she just
No,
reminded.
we're not talking about the brat. I think
Oh,
the brat was always pretty.
yeah, she just remind me of the crew she with. Everybody that she with in her circle, she looked like them.
When she
Jermaine
take her man
Dupri,
clothes off, she back a woman, even if she keep the do rag on. So that's what I was saying. Like, I guess it was doable because of that factor.
yeah, she just still look like the same little girl with the braids. I mean,
Bow Wow came out looking just like her. I don't understand. People didn't notice that when he first came out with the ponytails and everything, he looked just like her. I didn't understand. I thought, yeah, the bride had a baby. So I don't know.
So you would be with a stud?
Who?
She was pretty? No, they saying like it got to be a pretty stud. So if you saw a pretty stud, like this is a girl and she has a pretty face, but she's in all all men clothing, and she has a backpack, would you try to holler?
Who?
It wasn't a wife and husband situation. It's like a dude that I used to talk to, so it was like boyfriend girlfriend, like in early 20s something. Early 20s, yeah, like yeah, early 20s. No.
I wouldn't give a fuck if she looked like one of the Chinese kids on Godzilla. I'm not gonna say shit.
See, but people say they want a woman, but how do all these studs get pregnant?
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I don't even want to know.
Sachi's crazy.
I'm gonna ask is Godzilla coming, but seeing as you got that backpack on.
Well, you know why they have the backpack, right?
Shit. For who? Because they knew Godzilla was coming.
That's where they keep the merchandise. I have known that there are girls though that just wear it, right? They wear it like it's theirs and they don't take it off. They'll shower with it and everything, like they wear it because they're like, this is mine. But for the most part, they keep it in the backpack. So if anything goes down, it's there. The strap.
Okay, well, I don't know, because otherwise I ain't asking her shit. They walk like they trying to get the hell out the way anyway, don't they?
The only studs that be cute be the basketball players. They can switch it up and look cute. The studs feel like Rick Ross. You can keep them. Are there, well, really, like when it comes to the WNBA, I don't think there's a lot of studs in the WNBA. Obviously, there was Brittany Griner, but I don't know. I don't think there's a lot of studs in the WNBA. Honestly, usually they just don't wear makeup or something, and then they wear makeup afterwards. But I think most of them
Shit off, Walter.
like men.
Be all on the side of their face and shit when they wipe their sweat. They have lashes on the side of their face. People think they third eyes and shit.
They coming dolled up now. It's like, dang, you about to play basketball.
Your lash on the side of your face is like, bitch,
Right, at least take the lashes off. How can you see?
my lash ain't on the side of my face. I like my lashes on the side of my face. Thank you. You worry about hooping. Don't worry about my lash.
Say he wants a woman that's gonna make pecan pie, not using my damn cologne.
Right, I know that's right.
For real. Even though pecan pie is not my favorite. I mean, sweet potato.
Right, but I'm not finna be wearing your shit either. So
But yeah, I'm not wearing your cologne. I got my own perfume.
I'll find the recipe. Damn that. I'm not gonna be wearing your shit.
Right. Take this thing. See the strap, it's a wrap. She gonna be
Take the clothes off and see a strap. And it's wrapped. She gonna be so 50,000 bitches.
for real. Like, see, if I was gay, I would want to know the sanitizing process.
Yuck.
Because it's like people feel like it's safe because it's plastic. Like even the toys or whatever. I don't do a lot of the toys thing. I don't just
Listen,
mess with that
first
stuff.
of all,
So exactly. So say you're with multiple
these
girls.
play
What
environment.
is the cleaning that you're doing in between time?
Oh no.
It's
Talk
weird.
about more.
If you want a woman, you want. See, Ebony, I used to say the same thing of like, why would I get a girl that looks like a dude if I can get a dude that has it? He was born with it. Why I need this girl that's dressed like a dude that's using a strap? But I guess it's based on other factors too, because a woman is different from a man. So then it becomes like more than just sex, and they want those other portions of a woman because she's still a woman, but she's just a stud. I guess if that makes sense.
But why can't you give her that package when she leaves since y'all breaking up anyway? Why she can't have that? Because this is gross.
Buttermilk I can do. I don't know. It's just because pecans and walnuts I have an allergy. I was gonna say like I was just gonna say nuts, and then I was like, this conversation, let me not just say it like that. But yeah, I have like a little a nut allergy, so there's certain things just be like, let's stick away from. So I even looking at pecan pie, I'm like, no. But yeah, I know how to make it.
Face.
Huh?
It's
What'd you say, Sakina? You better not say I can only have one form of nuts. The tea bag type.
That's why I say they swab your mouth or your face.
Sakina need to go to bed. Now it's like really bad time. I always wonder how long it takes the lesbian to get tired of that cold plastic and come back to its senses.
See, we going too deep with this. I just cannot listen.
Right.
Somebody
Sakina's allergic to fish, okay? She's allergic to all that.
This thing is like, I heard the blue automatic 4500 go crazy. You like what?
See, and that's why I specifically said walnuts and pecans because I knew you, Sachi, was in the chat. And cashews. Good morning.
Good morning, King Paul. So you don't like nuts in your mouth.
I knew it was coming. I knew it was.
No, she get eye allergies.
Yeah, it's just like this. I could have peanuts though, but for some reason, cashews and walnuts and pecans just they do something.
It's the big ones.
Just the big ones.
Okay, I gotta go.
Oh, right. Good night.
Good night, everybody. Thank y'all so much for joining us this morning from last night.
For real. I hope you guys get some rest. I'm glad to keep you guys entertained for y'all that had to work. I hope you guys get off soon. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Yes. Peace and love, everybody.
Peace and love.